Good morning, everyone. We will be getting started in 5 minutes. So if you can take your seats, that would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Dear friends and colleagues, I send out my warmest greeting and Happy New Year to you all. It is my great pleasure and honor to welcome everyone to Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum, GEEF 2021. Faced with the continuing challenges of COVID-19, we are here to support growing platform to facilitate global partnerships and multilateral engagements. Yonsei University and the Institute for Global Engagement and Empowerment again this year are hosting the third annual GEEF as a part of our effort to practice social inclusion and sustainable coexistence within our global community. Thank you.
This year, Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum, GEEF 2021, will be held online on February 4th and 5th due to the peculiarity of the current pandemic situation. Yonsei University and the Institute for Global Engagement and Empowerment and I myself are pleased to host GEEF 2021 alongside with Ban Ki-moon Foundation for a Better Future, Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens. This year's GEEF is titled as 3 Ps: peace, prosperity, and partnership beyond security, which is consistent with our objectives to provide an open and interactive stage for international cooperation and knowledge sharing for common prosperity, sustainability, and inclusivity. GEEF 2021 will feature 8 different sessions on various topics, and we will have the honored presence of dignitaries from all around the world. Representatives from global organizations, private sector, governments, and universities will be in attendance. I hope to see you soon at GEEF 2021. Please join us in our efforts to build back better and greener society. Thank you very much.
As students, we invite the young generation so that our voices can also be embraced into the sustainable development machine.
GEEF 2021 would definitely be a stage of opportunity to learn and discuss peaceful and cooperative means of sustainable development with professionals and audience from various backgrounds.
Lastly, we hope that the forum will be truly inspirational for all. Everyone, regardless of gender, nationality, or race, is welcome to participate in this meaningful forum.
We will see you soon at GEEF 2021.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, professors, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Yonsei University and the opening ceremony of the 2021 Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum on Sustainable Development. I am Semi Yoon, an assistant professor of Sustainable Development and Cooperation at Underwood International College of Yonsei University. Thank you all for joining us virtually. This year, 3 institutions came together to host this event. Our valuable partnership is based on the belief that together we can accomplish the UN Sustainable Development Goals. It cannot be achieved by one country or one continent. Rather, we are in this together. If we're together, it also means that we must leave no one behind. This prime commitment at the heart of the UN 2030 Development Agenda was also on our mind as the foundation of this year's theme on peace, prosperity, and partnership. The Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum on Sustainable Development is the flagship event of the Institute of Global Engagement and Empowerment of Yonsei University. We're thrilled to have a fantastic group of policymakers, scholars, and public leaders with us yesterday and today. Today's opening ceremony will begin with welcoming remarks from the GEEF co-hosts. First of all, please welcome President of Yonsei University, Dr. and Professor Seung-Hwan Seo. Please give him a big applause.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, both here and everywhere joining us online. Welcome to the third Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum on Sustainable Development, GEEF 2021. This year, GEEF is being held online, and I believe that it is an innovative opportunity to connect with people all around the world. I would like to thank Honorary Chairs of the GEEF 2021, Honorary Director of Yonsei University Institute for Global Engagement and Empowerment, and Distinguished Chair Professor Ban Ki-moon, the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations. Since he joined the Yonsei community in 2017, Yonsei has played a leading role in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals to solve social and global problems that humankind is facing, and to create a more sustainable world. And thank you, Honorary Chair, Dr. Heinz Fischer, the 11th President of Austria and co-chair of the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens. I would also like to thank keynote speakers, Amina Mohamed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, the Sultan Nazarbayev, the first President of the Republic of Kazakhstan, President Ivan Duque Marquez of the Republic of Colombia, and Jim Yong Kim, the Vice Chairman of Global Infrastructure Partners and the 12th President of the World Bank, for delivering key questions to answer for global cooperation to work. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to Ms. Angelina Jolie, the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees Special Envoy, for sharing your warm heart and wisdom to make sure we leave no one behind in the special conversation this year. And I thank all the participants for getting together from all over the world and discussing peace, prosperity, and partnership beyond security. Our collaboration is critical as we recover from disasters that we never encountered, such as COVID-19. Thinking of the Latin words of the English word disaster, this means no, and astro means a star. Starless situation without direction and vision, that is a disaster. We need to join forces to find a true and common goal and vision in an age when humankind has lost its stars. Here, at the GEEF 2021, I genuinely hope that we can restore the mission of becoming a light that shines a path to anyone in the world. As for the history of GEEF, in 2017, Yonsei University established the Institute for Global Engagement and Empowerment, IGEE, an institution that facilitates multi-scale cooperation to implement the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development under the mission of addressing social issues and accomplishing collaborative development through intellectual, human, and material resources of university. Since then, Yonsei University has cooperated with various domestic and global organizations to successfully organize the GEEF 2018 and 2019. This year, we are holding the third GEEF amid the COVID-19 pandemic, and this forum is perfect opportunity to raise awareness for those who are affected by the ongoing global crisis and to discuss how we could overcome the current situation on critical matters, including politics, society, economics, public health, and climate change. Yonsei University, established in 1885, is dedicated to educating global leaders for the past 136 years. Yonsei has contributed to humanity, peace, and solidarity of the global community beyond Korea, based on the principles of truth and freedom. Yonsei has always pursued pioneering and innovative efforts in education. For example, we are preparing to bridge the gap in education through an innovative approach using new media and digital platform, YEdNet. Through this platform, we will also have modules on sustainable development goals to equip our youth all around the world. Honorable guests, I believe that the GEEF 2021 hereby commencing would play a pivotal role in producing solutions for the upcoming generations with experts and representatives of diverse backgrounds conversing about which directions we are headed in the new world. Furthermore, I expect that GEEF 2021 could inspire many young talents, our future leaders, to develop their excellent competence to better our neighbor community. Yonsei University and the Institute for Global Engagement and Empowerment will continue to serve the global community to nurture, again, agents of sustainable development with resilient intelligence needed to address challenges of the new era, enhancing our motto of truth and freedom. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, President Saw, for that inspirational speech. It is now my pleasure to introduce to you the 11th President of the Republic of Austria, Dr. Heinz Fischer, the co-chairman of the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens. Dear Dr. Fischer, the stage is all yours.
Esteemed President of Yonsei University, Mr. So Sin-Hwang, Your Excellency, Korean Minister of Foreign Affairs, Madame Kang Kyung-hwa, my dear friend Ban Ki-moon, dear participants of GEEF 2021, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, my greetings from Europe to all of you and my heartfelt congratulations for organizing GEEF 2021 in these difficult times. The current COVID-19 pandemic makes us realize again how small the world has become and how interconnected we all are. Modern technology allows me at this very moment to communicate with you while sitting here in Vienna, 8,200 kilometers away from Seoul. Digitalization and innovation are developing at a very fast pace, especially in situations of crisis. This year's forum will, amongst other topics, underline the importance of science, technology, and innovation, especially for the SDGs. Ladies and gentlemen, I have very fond memories of the GEEF from 2018 and 2019. And I want to underline how important it is in times like ours to talk about peace, prosperity, and partnership beyond security. I'm happy that the tradition of the GEEF is continuing in 2021 using modern technology to connect all of us, highlighting the significant cooperation between higher education institutions and international organizations. The Ban Ki-moon Center in Vienna greatly values its partnership with Ban Ki-moon Center for International Cooperation in Seoul, Korea. A year ago, a health crisis in one spot of the world became a pandemic of global proportions, somehow similar to 2008, where the collapse of a great bank in New York triggered a worldwide financial crisis. We are all sharing one planet, and effects in one part of the world are felt by everyone. Therefore, we must ensure that all people in this world benefit equally from the solutions science was and is able to find. Dear friends, we have observed and witnessed that people can learn lessons from history, and that as a community we can overcome challenges and crises better and faster than on our own. Proof is, for instance, the tragic story of World War II, after which, as a lesson of history, the creation of the United Nations and the Marshall Plan marked important steps towards solidarity and international cooperation. The process of European integration was and is also an answer to nationalism and war, causing so many catastrophes in history. International collaboration and multilateralism must be upheld and strengthened if we want to find solutions for global challenges. We have to draw conclusions from problems of today and change them into opportunities of tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, a particularly promising development in this regard was the adoption of the SDGs in 2015 under the leadership of then UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. I understand the SDGs as a sort of a world governmental program that can be seen as an evolution of single national programs combined into a global program that is relevant for all nations, areas, and individuals alike. Each effort and investment towards the SDGs is precious and helps the world to more sustainable peace and prosperity for all. And what seems particularly important is that the SDGs are formulated in a way that not only diplomats and government representatives need to be addressed, but also each and every one of us, dear participants of GEEF 21, can find areas of a special personal interest and passion to become active. If millions of individuals contribute, we are creating a massive effect. Dear colleagues and friends, now we have entered the decade of action, and we must re-energize efforts and strengthen alliances to implement the 2030 agenda. Because 9 years until 2030 are not too much time. In addition, new problems continually arise, must be addressed, and the world does not stand still. Nevertheless, I believe we have good reasons to be optimistic. The climate crisis is starting to bring about new thinking around the globe. In the European Union, for example, the promising new climate program called European Green Deal is paving the way for carbon neutrality by 2050. I'm also happy about the outcome of the Climate Adaptation Summit led by Ban Ki-moon and organized by the Netherlands and the Climate Center on Adaptation recently. The change in the US administration that happened a few weeks ago is really of global relevance. And the first decisions of the new president are positive signals for the Paris Climate Agreement and for international cooperation and multilateralism in general. Another positive development in connection with COVID-19 is the possibility for vaccines, which now must be distributed fairly around the whole globe. Let us therefore unite efforts to the positive vision of a future that is leaving no one behind. A future where solidarity and empathy provide the basis for inclusive and sustainable policies. I wish you all the best for interesting discussions and deliberations for good results of the GEEF 2021. I thank you very much, and good luck and health to all of you.
Thank you, Dr. Heinz Fischer, for your speech. The next speaker is Dr. Kang Kyung-hwa, the Foreign Minister of Foreign Affairs of South Korea. Before working for the government, Minister Kang spent a considerable amount of time at the UN, most recently as the Senior Advisor on Policy of the current UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, leaving a mark as the first Korean woman to hold a high-level position in the UN. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Minister Kang.
Your Excellency Ban Ki-moon, Your Excellency Heinz Fischer, President Seo Seung-hwan, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it is indeed a great honor for me to take part in the third Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum. I would like to thank Yonsei University, my alma mater, for hosting this forum during these very challenging times. There is no denying that the COVID-19 pandemic is the defining challenge of our generation. Today, the world has an important opportunity to come together and turn the costly lessons of the pandemic into a united drive to build a more inclusive, sustainable future for all. In just a year, COVID-19 has undone much of the hard-won progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals. Extreme poverty is rising for the first time in 30 years, and many of the food-insecure communities are facing the imminent prospect of famine. The global economy is facing a devastating recession. More than 1 billion children are out of school, and it is the most vulnerable and weakest members of humanity that are bearing the brunt of the crisis. With the development of the vaccines, hope for the end of the pandemic and a return to normalcy is on the horizon, but a very long recovery awaits us. The 2030 Agenda indeed provides the blueprint for charting the recovery from the devastating consequences of the pandemic towards a more inclusive and sustainable world. Therefore, as we mark the second year of the Decade of Action, fully aligning our global resources and efforts behind the 2030 Agenda is of critical importance. We must redouble the spirit of the collective good embodied in the 2030 Agenda to build back better and greener. And I would like to offer a few points that will be central to such efforts. First of all, we need to invest in strengthening national health systems and ensure equitable access to diagnostics, treatments, and vaccines for all. Of particular importance at this point would be to keep the so-called vaccine nationalism at bay and ensure equitable and affordable COVID-19 vaccines to all. A handful of countries hoarding vaccines defeats that collective good and will only prolong the pandemic. Korea, under our Building Trust ODA initiative, has been actively assisting countries respond to COVID-19. To date, we provided health assistance to over 120 countries while sharing our experience in the pandemic response. And to help ensure equitable and affordable access to vaccines for all countries, we are taking active part in the COVAX facility. Secondly, there is a pressing need for climate action. COVID-19 is a wake-up call to the existential threat of climate change. Korea has joined the growing global coalition to more ambitiously confront the climate crisis, and last year pledged to go carbon neutral by 2050. We are pushing ahead with greening our economy and shifting to renewable energy under our Green New Deal. And this coming May, Korea will host the second P4G summit to catalyze public-private partnerships to promote green growth across the globe. Thirdly, building inclusive, resilient societies must lie at the heart of global recovery efforts. COVID-19, while exposing existing fragilities, has deepened existing inequalities and deprivations. From the outset, Korea has been adhering to the spirit of inclusiveness to ensure that vulnerable, in particular, are not left behind. In addition to providing free COVID-19 testing, treatments, and eventually vaccines, we are providing job retention support, emergency relief payments, and subsidies for low-income families, among others. And going forward, employment and social safety nets will be further expanded through the Korean New Deal. We will also continue to increase our humanitarian and development assistance to vulnerable communities in other corners of the world. Lastly, we should intensify efforts to build and sustain peace in fragile contexts. The pandemic is said to be exacerbating the risks and drivers of conflict, from cross-border insecurity, underdevelopment, to climate-related threats. An integrated, coherent approach is essential for addressing such multidimensional challenges. Over the years, Korea has been a steadfast supporter of reform efforts to promote coherence and coordination across the main pillars of the work of the United Nations. And in tandem with our efforts to support international peace-building efforts, we are committed to providing integrated, coherent assistance to our partner countries. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to move forward on all these fronts, strengthening international cooperation and solidarity based on multi-stakeholder partnerships are paramount. Building partnerships among governments, international organizations, international financial institutions, the private sector, and civil society has never been more critical. The SDGs, under the active leadership of our former Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, brought together multiple stakeholders around a common vision and set of goals for a better future. Today, many actors with the financial resources, technology, and expertise are demonstrating unprecedented interest in working towards the SDGs. Private investment in sustainable development has been on a rapid rise, surpassing $700 billion last year, according to some estimates. Almost 2/3 of millennials aligned their investment with environmental and social values. And social entrepreneurs are resorting to frontier technology, such as blockchain, and artificial intelligence to help achieve sustainable development. Indeed, in the depths of the COVID-19 pandemic, we have witnessed many different partners coming together in unprecedented ways to unleash innovation, such as the remarkable development of vaccines in record time and the rapid adoption of digital technologies around the world. We need to take advantage of this paradigm shift. As Secretary General Antonio Guterres said, the world has the resources to deliver the 2030 agenda already. The question before us is how to connect the dots. It is in this context that I look forward to this forum's continued leadership and catalyzing and harnessing the collective wisdom of all stakeholders in our common quest towards the 2030 agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Kang, for those key insights on action points in 2021. Now, it is our pleasure to introduce Ms. Amina Mohammed, the Deputy Secretary General of the UN and Chair of the UN Sustainable Development Group. Ms. Mohammed first joined the UN in 2012 as the Special Advisor to former Secretary General Ban Ki-moon with the responsibility for post-2015 development planning. She led the process that resulted in the global agreement around the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the creation of the Sustainable Development Goals. The floor is all yours.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I thank the Yonsei University, the Ban Ki-moon Foundation for a Better Future, and the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens for inviting me to address this Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum on Sustainable Development. As we meet, the depth and the breadth of the negative impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic have yet to be fully revealed. The pandemic and the varied responses to address it have exposed and exacerbated deep-seated fragilities and inequalities in all countries. Many hard-won development gains of recent decades are now at risk. The pandemic has also contributed to further polarization and divisions. In places where trust in governments was already low before the pandemic, the social contract has been further undermined. Hate speech and violence against women have increased. To ensure that societies rebuild in a sustainable and a resilient manner and are put back on the right track for a peaceful and prosperous future, our collective response and recovery efforts must be rooted in the 2030 Agenda and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals. We need comprehensive responses to tackle the devastating socioeconomic consequences that are being felt around the world. We must act multilaterally to ease debt burdens, mobilize more development assistance and socially conscious investment, and also enhance our social protection systems, including through universal health coverage. Additionally, we need more targeted assistance for the furthest behind, who are the most vulnerable and have the least resilience. Countries with limited capacity to weather the impacts of the pandemic and the related socioeconomic crisis will need our collective support, not least with access to vaccines. It is unacceptable that only 5 donors meet the ODA target of 0.15 to 0.2% of GNI for least developed countries in 2019. Over the past months, the UN's response to the pandemic has focused on supporting governments and people around the world, together with extensive global advocacy and policy efforts. UN country teams have mobilized procurement and logistic operations to deliver medical equipment to 172 countries, provided nutrition programs to 20 million people, and reached 15 million girls and women with sanitation supplies. To truly make a difference, however, we need the partnership and the support of all key stakeholders, including the private sector, local and regional governments, the scientific and technological community, civil society, and many others. I am pleased to note that the Global Engagement and Global Empowerment Forum on Sustainable Development places particular focus on many areas where multi-stakeholder partnerships can help drive transformative changes. These include monitoring and evaluation, creative solutions for social development, including through higher education and science, technology and innovation. In examining these areas, attention to the empowerment of women and girls will be crucial. The disproportionate impact of current crises on the personal and socio-economic well-being of women and girls cannot be overstated. Monitoring and reviewing the post-pandemic recovery efforts and the implementation of the SDGs at all levels will also be paramount. Governments and non-stakeholders need to collaborate closely to strengthen the evidence base and the accessibility of information so that we can learn what has worked and what has not in comparable country or stakeholder contexts. We also need creative solutions and social innovation that promote more inclusive and healthy societies. A whole spectrum of options for social innovation, including in the area of public health and other post-pandemic measures, should be carefully examined and debated through inclusive, multi-stakeholder, consultative processes with broad engagement by the general public. In this connection, higher education institutions and universities can play a strategic role in driving and shaping research agendas, disseminating knowledge, and engaging relevant and multi-stakeholder partners. The advancement of science, technology, and innovation has been accelerating with deep impacts on the global economy, job markets, livelihoods, and relationships. But there are a number of equity and ethical concerns that could undermine existing social norms and basic human rights. Multi-stakeholder partnerships can help bring all actors and the public together to elaborate more agile, integrated regulatory frameworks to make science, technology, and innovation work for all. The UN Economic and Social Council is organizing 2 meetings on these issues this year: the Partnership Forum on the 3rd of May and the Multi-Stakeholder Forum on Science, Technology, and Innovation for the Sustainable Development Goals on the 4th of May. We welcome your active engagement in both these events. We need all actors and partners engaged in building a more sustainable, just, and peaceful future for all. I wish you all a productive discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mohammed, for those action points that we need to consider for year 2021. To introduce our next distinguished guests, I will turn the floor over to Dr. Jim-Yong Kim, a thought leader and visionary who has worked on poverty alleviation via so many inspirational roles that it would take all morning to describe them all. Please welcome Dr. Jim Kim, the Vice Chairman of the Global Infrastructure Partners and the 12th President of the World Bank, for a keynote speech.
Thank you so much for inviting me. And in one of the windows, I can see Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, and it's so wonderful to see you. When we worked together, when I was president of the World Bank, Secretary General Ban and myself did some things that I think were never done before. We brought the World Bank Group and the United Nations together in a way that had never been seen. And it was so easy for me to work with the Secretary General. I simply called him Sanbenim and followed him in tackling some of the most difficult problems in the world. Together, we tackled refugee situations. We tackled situations related to difficult poverty in African countries. And we also, of course, worked on the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, as I think about where we are now with the COVID pandemic, some of you may know I was originally trained as an infectious disease physician. It makes me think, if we were still back in those days, if it was the Secretary General and I working on these problems, would we have done anything different? What have we learned from the crisis? Well, this has clearly been one of the most difficult crises that the world has faced, and certainly 100 years from an infectious disease perspective. But I wanted to reflect just a bit on the themes of peace, prosperity, and partnership, and think about what we've learned. What have we learned about success and failure? And more specifically, what have we learned from the Korean example? So this pandemic led to more surprises, I think, than we could ever have imagined. The first was the basic question of who would be most ready to tackle the pandemic. And just about every commentator thought that the United States would be the best prepared to tackle any kind of pandemic. And of course, it turned out to be just the opposite. And then there was a sense that science would win the day, that there would be consensus around the scientific approach, and then governments would follow that scientific consensus. Well, what we learned was that there was no consensus, and in many cases, governments did not follow the advice of scientists. Now, in the midst of all this, I was very proud to see how incredibly successful Korea was in tackling the pandemic. And if you think back, why would this have happened? And part of it was because of the very worrisome response during the 2014-2015 MERS outbreak. There were a lot of mistakes made, and Korea was ready now for tackling it this time. They changed some laws, they made it easier to know where people were. And the response in Korea has been an example for the entire world. But for me, the key to Korea's success dates back to the Asian financial crisis. And of course, the Koreans in the audience will remember that during the Asian financial crisis, Korean people took their own gold and silver and donated it to the government and raised over $2 billion. I've spoken with many people in the global financial community, and none of us had ever heard of anything like that before. And so the ability to be in solidarity with your fellow citizens at critical moments in history, I think we've seen again and again and again that is what has led to successful responses. I was part of a study group that was formed by Eric Schmidt. And the study group did a wonderful analysis of what we've learned and what the different kinds of responses were in the world. The one approach that they talked about was the control response. Taiwan, China, many of the most successful countries got control right away of travel and also got control of movement. They were able to do it in a way that perhaps wouldn't be repeatable in other places. But then another set of countries, control is one. The other set was consensus-based countries. Germany is an example of reaching a scientific consensus and moving forward. I think Korea really is a combination of control and consensus. But again, the leadership of the government and at the same time, the solidarity among the people is what led to such an important response. And the third category, unfortunately, is chaos. The United States, Mexico, Brazil have simply been chaotic, have not believed the science, and have pursued routes that just make no sense from the perspective of an infectious disease physician. And so as we look at the challenges going forward, in each of these areas, peace, prosperity, and partnership, we have enormous challenges in front of us. First, if we do not make the vaccine available to every country in the world, first, it's a very unwise public health strategy, because those places where we don't deliver the vaccine are precisely the places where infections will continue and more mutations will be generated. We are on a race right now between the mutating virus and our ability to get the vaccines out. And I'm very worried about how developing countries will feel, how they will react if the rich world gets vaccines and they're left out. And they start seeing higher death rates and just rampant infections. This is a real concern for the peace of the world. Prosperity. The World Bank just released a report saying that by the end of 2021, 150 million more people will be living in extreme poverty. The Secretary General and I came up with a goal for the end of extreme poverty in the wonderful SDGs, and this was done very cooperatively between the United Nations and the World Bank Group. And we were hoping that we could end extreme poverty by 2030. Right now, it looks like we're not going to get anywhere near it because COVID has plunged so many people into extreme poverty. We need to respond. We need to provide more aid, as Deputy Secretary General Mohammed has said. And we have to do it at an extremely difficult time. All of the traditional donor countries, in fact, the most generous donor countries, just about all of them are suffering themselves from enormous requirements for fiscal stimulus and financial support for their own people. So where is this going to come from? Well, I hope that because the economies are doing better in Asia, that we'll see more support from Asia, but we've got to find a way to provide that kind of support to keep people, and especially children, from continuing to plunge into poverty. And finally, around partnership. The traditional partnerships that would have come together quickly to fight this pandemic simply fell apart. The United States withdrawal from the World Health Organization, I think, was tragic, and it really set back our efforts to come up with a global response. I think what the Biden administration has done, quickly joining WHO, and the people they've put in place are extremely encouraging, but it will take more than simply rejoining the WHO to rebuild a partnership that was literally decades in the making. So what do we do? What are the important things that we need to think about as we go forward? Well, as in preparing for this address, I thought about, well, if we all acted more like Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, we could do so much better. Firstly, Secretary General Ban is famous for his enormous humility. Despite his incredible achievements, he has maintained his great humility. We have not been humble in the face of this virus. And even now that we have the vaccine, I'm very worried because so many leaders have said, well, once we get the vaccine, everything will be fine. Well, that ignores the fact that we've got to get the vaccine to everyone on Earth, and that the vaccine will not simply go into arms by themselves. Those of us who've had some experience, for example, with polio eradication, know that it's extremely difficult to reach everyone on Earth. So we need to be humble. Two, we need to be persistent. This virus will keep coming back, and we've got to focus on building the public health systems that can respond until the end of the pandemic, which could take some time. And finally, we need diplomacy. I see our wonderful Korean foreign minister in the audience. I used to tell people, I have never seen anyone as dedicated to diplomacy and getting people to talk as Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. When I went on trips with him, I would be absolutely exhausted because of the number of meetings, the number of times that we had to go back and forth to make sure that everyone had their say and that we could reach some kind of a conclusion. Well, this is what we need now. We need the super athlete of diplomacy that I used to call Secretary General Ban an elite super athlete in the area of diplomacy. We need this now more than ever. All of the global tensions are not good either for economic growth or for tackling this pandemic. So I simply wanted to say to all of you that I'm so grateful that you've invited me to speak and that you've given me an opportunity not only to talk about COVID, the world, peace, prosperity, and partnership, but also to pay my respects to one of the leaders that I admire most in the world, someone who mentored me from the very first day I took over as the World Bank Group president, and someone who I know will continue to make enormous contributions to the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kim, for the message on global solidarity to drive science-based policymaking all over the world. Now we're also grateful to have a keynote speech from Mr. Nursultan Nazarbayev, the first president of Kazakhstan. During his presidency, Kazakhstan has evolved to become an important bridge between Russia and the West and an anchor of stability for Central Asia. Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Dear Chair, His Excellency former UN Secretary General, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great honor to deliver the following statement on behalf of the first President of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Nursultan Nazarbayev, to this distinguished audience. I quote, "First of all, I would like to warmly welcome all the participants of today's event and thank the organizers for inviting me to speak at this forum. In this regard, I express particular gratitude to Mr. Ban Ki-moon, the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations and highly esteemed global politician. The fact that our conference is being held at Yonsei University in Seoul is of special significance for me, since I had the great pleasure of visiting this internationally renowned institution. Moreover, I have also had the privilege of receiving the honorary doctorate of this esteemed university. There are several reasons why the topic of today's session, peace, prosperity, and partnership for security, is so very important to me. First, this theme is certainly very relevant in modern world. The worldwide spread of the COVID-19 and its destructive impact have clearly shown how independent our states are and how fragile our planet is. Unfortunately, the number of cases of coronavirus and its victims around the world is growing rapidly, leading to the unprecedented tragic consequences. The pandemic has caused a crisis that can be compared to the total equivalent of the 2 world wars and the Great Depression as they occurred in the modern history of humankind. As for the global economy, we had lost a phenomenal sum of $1 trillion. Many countries of the world were already confronted with negative values of GDP dynamics even prior to the pandemic. Tens of millions of jobs were eliminated and people have lost their livelihoods. Thus far, developed countries have mobilized more than $10 trillion to address the consequences of unprecedented pandemic for their own people. Poor countries were unable to afford such expenses. Consequently, World Bank forecasts suggested an emergence of total of 120 million new poor globally in 2020. In addition, according to the forecast of the UN, at least $35 billion are needed this year to provide humanitarian assistance to 235 million people in 56 countries around the world. While we have these statistics, it's clear that humanity still has to realize how deep and large scale this crisis is. Nevertheless, we can already draw important conclusions. Namely, a global threat of this level can be adequately and effectively addressed only through close partnership and cooperation of the entire international community. The same approach is required for the main line of action, that is ensuring equitable and fair access to the COVID-19 vaccine. Secondly, the theme of this event is in the line with the strategic course that I had taken as the first president of Kazakhstan. As an outcome of peaceful, active, and responsible foreign policy, accompanied by sound economic measures, Kazakhstan is now a donor state contributing to international security and stability. Our country has become a renowned leader of global anti-nuclear movement. The Conference on Interaction and Confidence-Building Measures in Asia and the congresses of leaders of world and traditional religions have been successfully operating since their establishment at my initiatives. Kazakhstan, which was engaged in the settlement of the situation around Nagorno-Karabakh, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, Iran, Ukraine, as well as the Russian-Turkish relations, is now recognized as a regional and global peacemaker. We have launched the Astana process for Syria, having already completed 14 rounds of negotiations before the pandemic. Kazakhstan forces have been deployed in a number of UN peacekeeping missions, including in Nepal, Cote d'Ivoire, Western Sahara, and Lebanon. In order to provide official assistance to developing countries, we have created the Kazakhstan International Development Agency, named KAZ8. During the years of our independence, my country has allocated more than $550 million for development purposes. Dear participants of the forum, in 2000 and 2015, I participated in 2 UN summits, the Millennium Development Goals and then the Sustainable Development Goals. In the follow-up to them, world leaders first set our targets, first until 2015 and then 2030 respectively. It should be noted with gratitude that these 2 processes have been advanced under the leadership of then Secretary General of the organization, Mr. Ban Ki-moon. Currently, Kazakhstan is steadily implementing the 2030 agenda. The secret of this success lies in the fact that 80% of the UN Sustainable Development Goals are already reflected in Kazakhstan's development strategy formulated until 2050. At that point of time, in nearly 3 decades, we intend to join the 30 most developed countries of the world. Progress in areas of the SDGs, such as economic growth, inclusive societies, and the environment, would undoubtedly contribute to the achievement of this ambitious goal. In the 2020 Human Development Reports of the United Nations, Kazakhstan is ranked 51st out of the 189 in the list of high human development countries. The GDP per capita in our country currently is $10,000, and the share of the population with an income less than the subsistence minimum stands at 4.3%. The well-being of our citizens has grown significantly, reaching the level of some countries in the Eastern Europe, and in the Commonwealth of Independent States, we have become second after Russia. In the next 5 years, we plan to increase spending on healthcare and education to 10% of the country's GDP. As part of our efforts to address climate change, Kazakhstan has ratified the Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement, paying particular attention to the much in demand renewable energy sources. We held the International Expo 2017 exhibition on the theme Energy of the Future in the new capital of Kazakhstan. We have also launched the Green Bridge Environmental Partnership Program in the area of new technology. We have launched an initiative to provide advisory support and promote the SDGs on the premises of the UN Regional Center for Central Asia and Afghanistan in Almaty City. Kazakhstan is also presently actively incorporating the standards of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development to further improve the quality of life of its people. Overall, the government is accelerating the transition to diversified economy. In our opinion, such policy should enable our countries to reach a new level of development without falling into the middle income trap. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic is posing great challenges to states and governments in their efforts to reach their goals of increasing prosperity. Moreover, the UN estimates that additional $711 billion is needed to achieve the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. What can we offer together to make these decades as effective as possible on our way towards peace? First, I suggest that the participants of this forum appeal collectively to the United Nations to hold a special session on the 2030 agenda within the high-level week of the UN General Assembly to be held this fall. Before the summit, the UN could develop a roadmap for the full and timely implementation of the SDGs and receive the approval of the international community on the measures of priority to be included in this document. Second, I deem it's useful to reconsider Kazakhstan's proposal to allocate 1% of the military budgets of all states to support the least developed countries. I have repeatedly voiced this idea from the UN rostrum since 1992, and it's especially relevant in modern conditions. At the same time, it should be noted that the countries of the world spent about $2 trillion on military expenditures in 2019. In general, the current crisis should not affect the Sustainable Development Goals, which serve as a common global compass for all UN member states. Politicians in leadership roles today should not forget about the promises their states and governments have made. Moreover, the international community must make every effort to leave no one behind. Here in this list, I mean the countries with their most urgent needs and the world populations, extremely vulnerable groups that find themselves in the grave crisis situation. To take care of everyone is a great mission, and I'm grateful to the participants of this forum who have given particular focus to such noble goal. I wish all of you success as you tread this important path towards the well-being of all of humankind with shared destiny. End of quote. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your insight on Kazakhstan's commitment to sustainable development and inspirations for all the stakeholders. Now, our last keynote speech is from Ivan Duque Marquez, the President of Colombia. During his presidency, Mr. President has not only achieved a major reduction of fiscal deficit, but also highest numbers of illegal drug seizures and the lowest homicide rates in nearly half a decade. His administration is especially keen on achieving peace, security, and environmental measures to combat climate change. Mr. President, the floor is all yours.
I would like to greet with great affection all the attendees of the Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum. I appreciate the invitation from the Yonsei University Institute for Global Engagement and Empowerment to participate in this panel moderated by In-Han Song to share with you the challenges of the 21st century as a representative of Colombia. Without a doubt, the world faces one of the greatest challenges since World War II. We're facing a health emergency of an unprecedented scale. For that reason, we must advance together in public management and resource mobilization through global alliances. Only in this way we will get back on the path of growth, reactivate economies, and restore our productive lives. From Colombia, we have made timely and appropriate decisions to respond to the pandemic. The country was the first in Latin America to have local diagnostic capacity of molecular tests. Thanks to the efforts of the Ministry of Health and Emergency Management Fund, we were able to duplicate the amount of intensive care units, which means that today there are more than 11,300. Likewise, we have made progress in measuring to handle the spread of the virus and promote the contention of the pandemic. For example, applying epidemiological surveillance and sanitation control actions such as the Sustainable Selective Testing, Tracking, and Isolation Program known as SPRAS in its Spanish acronym. With this program, we seek to design public health actions, increase testing capacity, speed up identification, especially the tracking of the epidemiological fence of confirmed cases. We are convinced that the health emergency has ratified the need to strengthen international cooperation and solidarity to reduce social inequalities. For this reason, we believe in the crucial role of multilateralism to address the most urgent global challenges, which is why we support the strengthening of the regional and international governance. Therefore, our National Development Plan, Pact for Colombia, Pact for Equity, integrates the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development as an articulating axis to eliminate poverty, reduce inequalities, promote well-being and prosperity to all people, and face the environmental crisis. Climate change is the greatest challenge of our time, and facing it requires joint, decisive, and urgent actions. For this reason, on December 30th, we communicated to the Secretariat of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change our updated, nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement. In it, we assume the commitment to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 51% compared to what it was projected for 2030. This year, we face new multilateral challenges to adopt a new global framework to reverse the loss of biodiversity under the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity. As the second most biodiverse country in the world, Colombia has taken great leadership in it and is promoting the achievement of ambitious agreements such as the Leticia Pact and the Global Alliances for the Protection of the Páramos. To meet our commitments to climate change and biodiversity, we have set ambitious goals regarding deforestation, especially to guarantee the protection of the Colombian Amazon region. Likewise, recently, Colombia was designated as the global champion for high-level dialogue that will be held within the framework of the 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly in September this year. In this dialogue, we will lead the energy transition issues and support the session on finance and investment, promoting of the creative economies and new technologies. On the other hand, this year was declared by the United Nations as the International Year of the Creative Economy for Sustainable Development. Colombia has prioritized this issue, understanding its relevance since 2017 with the adoption of the Orange Law that aims to create an industry that enhances creativity, generates new jobs, and stimulate growth opportunities. With the frame of this law, the country began the development of an institutional infrastructure to foster the orange economy, which enables entrepreneurs with the necessary conditions to transform their creative ideas into goods and services that could become industries and obviously revenues. In addition, the national government has worked on different initiatives such as the Technology Sector Modernization Law to speed up the improvement of the quality of connectivity in Colombia. In partnership with the World Economic Forum, we opened the first Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution in Latin America, and that center was inaugurated in Medellin as a platform which promotes 4.0 technology projects and developed and improved competitiveness, reduce inequality, and advance in efficiency, productivity, and competitiveness. The discussions and conclusions of this forum will be very useful since it is a great place where countries, international organizations, institutions, civil society, foundations, academia, research institutions, people, and communities are sharing the challenges in health and well-being of our societies, ensuring sustainable development and the use of new technologies. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the government of the Republic of Korea for the donation and support to the national efforts to respond to devastation caused by Hurricane Iota in our region of San Andres, Providencia, and Santa Catalina. Likewise, for the collaboration in the exchange of knowledge in the pandemic's management. For several years, the government of the Republic of Korea has been a great ally of Colombia in protecting democracy, security, and freedom. Also, we have been able to strengthen our commercial and academic relationship to bring our people closer. Seguiremos fomentando la promoción de la colaboración y la sinergia de los esfuerzos de diferentes actores, con el fin de construir sociedades más saludables, sostenibles y resilientes. We will continue to promote collaboration and synergy in the efforts of different stakeholders to build healthier, more sustainable, and resilient societies. Thank you very much.
Thank you for these key messages to consider as we envision a world that cooperates in the decade of action to accelerate the achievement of UN Sustainable Development Goals, despite the challenges presented by the COVID-19 pandemic. The common message from our speakers reminds us of our hope that legacy of these times will not be of grief and sorrow, but that these times will be a testament of human resilience and celebration of lives spent to better the lives of others in solidarity. Please stay with us for more discussion. And now we will resume at 9:15. Thank you.
시대가 끊임없이 변화하잖아요. 또 사람들의 생각, 문화, 가치관 이런 게 모두 변화하고 있거든요.
There's superficial changes. I mean, we've obviously moved most of our teaching online, so there is slightly more distance between us and the students. But with that being said, I think the basic principles of teaching remain the same.
하루하루 새롭게 배워가는 그런 중이라고 생각해. 호기심이 없고 배우겠다라는 마음이 없으면 도전이 때로는 또 힘들게 생각될 수도 있거든요.
혁신이라는 단어 자체가 본질을 향해서 가는 거라고 생각이 들어요. 인생의 본질은 행복을 찾는 거기 때문에 그 행복을 사람을 만나지 않고도 찾는 방법에 대한 부분에서 혁신이 나올 거라고 보고 있습니다.
이전의 시대는 나의 성공을 향해서 앞으로 위로 나아가기만 하면 전체의 성공과 발전이 함께 따라오는 시대였었죠. 팬데믹 이후에 오늘은 나를 넘어서 나의 주변을, 공동체를, 국가를, 인류 전체를 살피며 함께
Severance Hospital is proud to have over 135 years of history. Our mission statement, with the love of God, free humankind from disease and suffering. To this end, we aim to deliver state-of-the-art care to our patients. Severance Hospital continues to write Korea's medical history as Korea's first modern medical institution. As of today, Severance Hospital has developed into a global healthcare institution, utilized by continual increasing number of international patients. From routine health promotion to extensive surgery, Severance Hospital provides superior medical services on every level through world-class medical staff and specialized healthcare systems. Our Health Screen Center, Severance Checkup, is staffed by some of the best medical professionals in South Korea. The center takes care of every aspect of your healthcare needs, from annual screening to follow-up care. In addition to a basic health evaluation, individualized to each patient, the center also offers a wide range of health screening programs to each patient's need. What's more, Yonsei Cancer Center, Korea's first cancer specialized hospital, is leading the new patient-oriented cancer treatment paradigm and progressing toward becoming one of the world's best cancer treatment centers. Yonsei Cancer Center is proud to have one of the world's highest 5-year cancer survival rates. The center will soon be introducing Korea's first heavy ion therapy system, the world's most advanced cancer treatment equipment, thereby coming even closer to fulfilling our dream of conquering cancer. As a first rehabilitation hospital in Korea, Severance Rehabilitation Hospital provides the most cutting-edge rehabilitative treatments, such as functional electrical stimulation, motion analysis, and the robot-assisted gait training system. Severance Cardiovascular Hospital performed the nation's first coronary artery balloon dilatation surgery in 1983. Successful heart transplantation in 1994. Successful lung transplantation in 1994. And the list of firsts is never ending. Severance Children's Hospital offers expert pediatric specialized care in the Pediatric Cancer Clinic, Developmental Disability Clinic, Epilepsy Clinic, and Spina Bifida Clinic. Severance Hospital's highly specialized medical staff, state-of-the-art facilities, and in particular, its world-leading robotic surgery technology is taking the nation's healthcare to the next level. With such unique efforts, Severance Hospital is gaining trust around the world while being recognized through Korea's first JCI accreditation as #1 National Customer Satisfaction Index rating for 8 consecutive years, and many numerous other records.
Hi, my name is Dr. John Linton. I serve as Director of the International Healthcare Center here at Severance Hospital. We guarantee our international patients an uninterrupted healthcare experience. From the time you plan your visit until you return home, we guarantee your full recovery.
When an overseas patient makes an inquiry, specialists in the relevant departments analyze the patient's medical records and reply back to the patient as soon as possible. Once an overseas patient arrives in South Korea, our limousine pickup service to Severance Hospital is available for the patient's convenience and safety. Upon arriving at the hospital, a trained medical interpreter is standing by to provide assistance with consultation for a treatment plan. After consultation, the patient will receive necessary tests on the same day, or at least by the latest on the following day. This is through Severance Hospital's Fast Track system. Based on results, if the patient needs surgery or additional procedures, they will be expedited in a timely manner. During the treatment process, if necessary, a multidisciplinary team will work together to provide the patient with more precise and individualized treatment. The entire process will be designed in accordance with the patient's schedule, allowing to facilitate timely treatment so that the patient can return home at the soonest possible date. Even after the patient's return to their home country, we will monitor the patient's complete recovery by checking on their condition on a real-time basis through the Smart eHealth Center. With services dedicated to international patients and with highly specialized medical services, Severance Hospital brings the world closer to a healthier future. Severance Hospital also operates a professional academic team who provides outstanding education and training to foreign healthcare professionals around the world, ensuring that people all over the world have access to high-quality medical services. Severance Hospital has also been engaged in medical missionary work to promote the spirit of sharing. 2 examples of this are establishing a Korean-style health screening center in Moscow and an international medical fund in Kazakhstan, along with countless other efforts, will soon transform Severance Hospital into a global healthcare hub. With state-of-the-art medical technology and superior services, we at Severance Hospital will do our utmost to keep our patients healthy. We will continue to do our best to become a trusted hospital by patients from around the world by providing healthcare services that always put our patients first.
Now, we will begin our roundtable session with a discussion on the global partnership during and post-COVID-19. Let me introduce our own professor, Dong-Eun Kim, the Senior Vice President for Administration and Development, and the Professor of Marketing at the Business School, who will be moderating a discussion with panelists Professor Jeffrey Sachs, the University Professor of Columbia University, my alma mater, Dr. Margaret Chan, the 7th Director General of the WHO, Her Excellency Maria Castillo Fernandez, the EU Ambassador to Republic of Korea, and Mr. Abdul Momen, the Foreign Minister of Bangladesh. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello and welcome to the GEEF Roundtable on Global Partnership. During this era of COVID-19 pandemic, I welcome our panelists joining us live through Zoom. I welcome you, Professor Sachs, as a graduate of Columbia myself. You are in New York, are you?
I am in New York.
Okay,
yes.
great. Before I continue with the introduction of our distinguished panels, the past year we have experienced obviously something that we have never seen before, and we have seen that the impact of COVID-19 has been so widespread, impacting all facets of our society, and that impact is likely to be extremely long-term, leading to structural changes to the way we live and how the society is going to operate. So that exposes us to an extreme level of uncertainty. But fortunately, we have spent the last full year of trying to cope with these uncertainties, and hopefully we have gained some level of experience on how to deal with these problems. And we may have some knowledge on what works and what doesn't work, and more importantly, what is needed, and the challenges that we face going forward. So what seems to be clear is that it's crucial to seek solutions from all sectors of the society, from government to private sector to scientific community, and so on. But more importantly, perhaps, is to foster bilateral and multilateral collaboration between these sectors. So there's no doubt that we are in a juncture where we need to view multilateralism in a new light, because COVID-19 has surely hit home the importance of global partnerships. So we have with us 4 distinguished guests who will share their thoughts and experiences on how we can better cope with the likes of COVID-19 pandemic, and what role global partnerships can play in building a more resilient society that's better prepared for future disruptions. Once again, I would like to welcome Professor Jeffrey Sachs from Columbia University. He is Professor and Director of the Center for Sustainable Development at Columbia, the President of UN Sustainable Development Solution Network, the Commissioner of the UN Broadband Commission for Development, and an SDG advocate for UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. You play many roles, Professor Sachs, and I understand you've joined us in GEEF from the very beginning, the first GEEF, and we appreciate that very much. We also welcome Dr. Margaret Chan, Dr. Chan is currently the inaugural Dean of Venki School of Public Health, Tsinghua University in China. She was the 12th Director General of the World Health Organization. And in 1994, Dr. Chan was appointed Director of Health Hong Kong, where she launched new services to prevent the spread of disease and promote better health. She also introduced new initiatives to improve communicable disease surveillance and response, enhanced training for public health professionals, and established better local international collaboration. She effectively managed outbreaks of avian influenza and severe acute respiratory syndrome, or SARS. Third, sitting next to me in real, Her Excellency Maria Castillo Fernandez. Ambassador Fernandez is the European diplomat of Spanish nationality. She is currently the ambassador of European Union to the Republic of Korea. She was previously EU ambassador to Malaysia and head of division for India, Nepal, Bhutan, and Bangladesh at the European External Action Service of the European Union, in charge of managing and coordinating EU's overall relations with these South Asian countries, as well as the South Asia Association for Regional Cooperation. And finally, we have Dr. A.K. Abdul Momen. He will be joining us through a recording at a later time. Dr. Abdul Momen is the Foreign Minister of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. Dr. Momen was appointed as the ambassador and permanent representative of Bangladesh to the United Nations from 2009 to 2015. During this time, with his intellectual attributes and personality, he elevated Bangladesh's position as a top troop contributing country to the UN peacekeeping missions. A dynamic diplomat, Dr. Momen himself was elected to various positions of the United Nations and its agencies. Once again, welcome to all of our 4 panel members. And I understand, Professor Sachs, that you won't be able to be with us until the end. So let me begin with you. First of all, given your expertise on SDGs, could you highlight some key cross-cutting issues in building a resilient society in the post-COVID-19 era?
Thank you very much, Professor Kim, and thanks to all of the alums of Columbia University and this great connection with Yonsei, and for inviting me back to the Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum. I'm really honored. I'm especially honored and delighted to be with Dr. Margaret Chan, who I admire so much, who was a great Director General of WHO, and now is the founding dean of School of Public Health at Tsinghua, as you mentioned, which is a fantastic contribution and so great for Tsinghua and for the world. And so nice to see you. It's been a couple of years, so this is fantastic. And also to greet Ambassador Fernandez. I'm going to say some nice things about the European Union in a moment for all good reasons, and I'm sure you're spreading the word. But it's fantastic that the EU and Korea can cooperate so closely, because both countries are real leaders in sustainable development, as I'll emphasize. The first point is quite obvious, and that is we need to stop this pandemic. We're not going to get back to lives like we want, and economic recovery and social justice until we bring this pandemic substantially under control. And there's one extremely important piece of good news in that, and that is that the Asia-Pacific region succeeded in 2020, even before the vaccines, in substantially containing the pandemic. And that's true of China, it's true of South Korea, it's true of Southeast Asia, Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos PDR, It's true of Australia, New Zealand, Thailand. Congratulations to the Asia Pacific region for thinking clearly and acting strongly and getting the job done to a large extent. I live in a crazy part of the world. We had no control in 2020. We had a president who didn't believe in public health, a president who did not take his job seriously other than by Twitter and his instability. We ended up, as of today, with 450,000 deaths from COVID. And we are still running at a rate of roughly 50 times more cases per million than Korea has. So we're still in a complete mess. Thank God we now have a sane, decent, intelligent president, and he's appointed a skilled cabinet. But the first thing I'm emphasizing is we need to learn from the Asia Pacific region, which showed that it's possible to contain this pandemic. It requires strong public health measures, of course, responsible publics with physical distancing, wearing face masks, but also the cutting edge tools that Korea used for contact tracing, for monitoring, for warning the public through electronic applications, through rigorous quarantine of individuals that were suspected of being infectious. None of this happened in the United States, and we suffered a terrible consequence. And incidentally, it's interesting to note, Trump seemed to believe that by avoiding hard measures, the economy would do better and he would do better politically, but the truth was exactly the opposite. He was thrown out of office, lost the election, because he didn't take care of the public. And this is why the vote swung against him. And it shows to the politicians there's no advantage in cheating, lying, populism, avoiding truths. Getting this virus under control is decisive. Now we have better news now, which is new vaccines coming online. We have to get organized better than we have been for the proper scaling up and the fair deployment and delivery of these vaccines. It's rather amazing that the rich countries are grabbing the vaccines and so far not properly attending to the global needs, even though for every rich country, it depends on all parts of the world getting the virus under control in order to be able to reestablish normal life and have safety. Otherwise, we're going to have these new mutant lineages coming and wreaking havoc again. So the idea of a fair and inclusive distribution of vaccines, a massive worldwide scale up of vaccines, is not a matter of charity, it's a matter of rationality and self-interest. And so I'll stop at that point about COVID-19 because it's clear Europe and the United States did not do a good job of containing this pandemic. The Asia Pacific did. We need to learn from that experience and now also take the benefit of a systematic, rapid deployment of the vaccines using every tool that we have to expand the production and to make sure that the distribution is fair. And that's why we set up COVAX for a globally fair system. Let me turn to your question about recovery, though. What have we learned? First, we've learned about serious government versus unserious government. It was predictable that Trump was unserious when he was elected, but what was not clear is how disastrous he would be. We need to avoid populism, lies, the fake news. We need to get our political leaders off of Twitter. This is no place to do government service. You give proper speeches, give proper documents, not tweets. because this is no way, in my opinion, to be serious and consequent in terms of what we need to do. And I think this is the first lesson. We need to be a lot more serious. The public health specialists were telling us for years, there will be another zoonotic disease. And what was Europe doing? What was the United States doing? We were not taking it seriously. The Asia Pacific did take it seriously. They knew it was the experience of SARS. It was the lessons that Dr. Chan had helped to implement in Hong Kong and helped to implement worldwide were taken seriously. So first point, we need serious government. Government that absolutely addresses the needs of people without the gimmicks, the populism, the short term, and so on. Now, the second point is we need a green and digital recovery. We need a green recovery for all the reasons why we need to fight COVID. We're wrecking the planet environmentally right now. And these zoonotic diseases, like SARS and like SARS-CoV-2, are reflections of environmental instability. But they're also being exacerbated, and we're suffering massive damages from human-induced climate change and the more general destruction of biodiversity. And that's why every government needs to come to COP26, the Glasgow 5-year plus of the Paris Agreement, with a plan to decarbonize no later than mid-century. And this is a core of the European Union's wonderful European Green Deal, an extremely important and breakthrough program, and it's core to Korea's Green New Deal. And so this is absolutely critical. The second is the digital side. If COVID taught us anything practical about the change of the economy, it is that we have moved at a lightning speed to the digital world, and we're not going to go back. It's going to change how we deliver services. It's going to change healthcare, as we've been watching in the videos just now in between the talks. It's going to change government and governance. It's going to change education. And here, Korea is one of the world leaders, and this is fantastic. This is great for Korea's economy, that it is producing cutting-edge telecommunications, 5G, advanced digital devices, advanced semiconductors. Keep going. The world needs this. It's good for the economy, but it's especially good for society. But we should take note, only half of the world is connected to internet right now. And are we going to throw away 4 billion people on the planet who are now left even farther behind because their kids aren't in school, because they can't get access to government services? We have to accelerate the universal access to digital technologies. And the benefits of doing that for development will be profound. And the good news is, for that half of the population outside of digital services, more than half of those that don't have it actually are within the range of wireless broadband or fixed broadband, but it's a matter of financing and economics. And so we have to help to make sure that there is universal access, because people need telemedicine, they need information online, they need access to government services, they need access to education services, because we're going to be blended in how we operate all sectors of the economy going forward. So let me really congratulate Korea in particular, because Korea's Green New Deal says green and digital as the two pillars. And then Korea has created an entire institutional process of government, clear goals and budgets. And so all of the pieces are there. And I know that we can count on Korea not only to succeed domestically, but to champion this approach through COICA and through other institutional means. This is absolutely the right way to move forward. I'd say my third point, stop the pandemic, green and digital recovery. The third point is rather obvious, but I must emphasize it, and that is multilateralism. Let us invigorate and reinvigorate and invest in the United Nations system. In my view, it has worked extremely well for the limited resources that it has. It is led by people of tremendous ability, integrity, and responsibility. But when we had Trump, he was attacking the UN every day, walked out of the WHO, walked out of the Paris Climate Agreement, walked out of UNESCO. It's been a mess. And we need instead to ramp up our support for multilateralism and understand how our world will not function unless the UN and its agencies and funds and programs are all strong. It's remarkable to me how small the UN core budget is. Do you know that the core budget of the UN is $3 billion a year? For the world's central institutions of multilateralism, it should be at least 10 times that, easily. The United States is about to appropriate an emergency $1.9 trillion. So how is it that the US makes a core contribution to the UN of only $500 million a year? It's a tragedy that we're not taking seriously the multilateral system and then blaming it when it falls short because it's been deprived of resources, of the political support, of the backing that it needs to do its job. So 2 points that I would emphasize on multilateralism in the coming period. The first is political support for the Sustainable Development Goals, the Convention on Biological Diversity, and there too we'll have an important summit in October in China, in Kunming, COP15 of the Convention on Biological Diversity. And let's get the United States as a signatory finally to that convention as well, because biodiversity is for everybody's responsibility. There's no way that the United States should be outside of that treaty. So we need respect for the Sustainable Development Goals and the treaty obligations and the processes of the UN. Unilateral actions, unilateral sanctions like Trump put on and across every country, these are illegal by international law, and we should not tolerate this kind of behavior. Second, we need serious financing of multilateralism, serious financing of global public goods. And I want to emphasize 4 areas of financing. One, I've mentioned, the UN institutions themselves. They need a bigger budget so that they can do their job on behalf of all of humanity. Second is we need the IMF to have the full financial firepower to be able to address this crisis. The most immediate issue before the IMF is a new allotment, new round of special drawing rights, SDRs. So an SDR allocation could increase reserves by about $650 billion by agreement of the G20. Again, Trump was blocking this until now. I'm confident that the Biden administration will support it. I think it is an area where the G20 could immediately say, we need an SDR allocation. We need to use this to help the poorest countries in the world meet their humanitarian crises. A third area of financing is COVAX, which is the global agreement on inclusive ramping up of vaccine access under what's called the ACT Accelerator, which is the global process under WHO for ensuring access to all the tools needed to fight COVID-19, whether it's the tests, the PPE, or the vaccines. And COVAX is the vaccine component of the ACT Accelerator. And it's begging for money. And it should have in hand $30 or $40 billion so that it can make suitable contracts to scale up tremendously the production of vaccines. And this could be linked, in my view, to the SDR allocation. The fourth area where we need financing is the long-term financing for the green and digital recovery. And here I would emphasize an increased role of the multilateral development banks. The Asian Development Bank, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB, the World Bank, the Inter-American Development Bank, the African Development Bank, the Islamic Development Bank, and so forth. Fortunately, the environment in the global financial system is conducive to long-term financing because interest rates are at historic low levels right now. But we need to help developing countries gain access to the capital, not only the richest countries, but we need to use financing effectively so that Africa in particular, most urgently, but all developing regions can build infrastructure. That means renewable energy especially, and digital technologies. And these should be financed at a record speed to enable the developing countries to have the base on which to build a 21st century economy. And this is where I think multilateral financial innovation can play a huge role. So let me stop here again to say thank you first for inviting me. Second, to say thank you to Korea for showing what can be done, both in containing COVID-19 and in designing a very smart and bold Green New Deal, one that really aligns well with the European Green Deal and will be an inspiration for us in the United States because I know that President Biden is going to move quickly in this direction, and we have to educate the American public to why it's so important and so useful. And finally, let me just express my hope that we can get past the nasty geopolitics of the Trump era and enter a period of not only multilateralism, but of real cooperation. No country is perfect, but no country should be pointing fingers at others right now. Every country should be saying, how do we work together to solve our problems? And I think that this is the time when we should reflect we are truly with a common fate. And the pandemic could not have made that more clear. We need to move forward as a world, treating each other with respect and decency and solving our global problems. Thank you so much for the chance to be with you. And again, thanks to the distinguished panelists for letting me join this panel.
Thank you, Dr. Sachs. Well, I don't know what to say about your warm compliment to Korea and all of Asia. That was very nice of you. And also your insights and quite specific insights on the importance of multilateralism and how we need to move on in that area. I think that's a very good starting point for our roundtable today. I think all of our discussions will be pointing in that direction and educating us on how we can actually increase or move on in that direction. Will you be able to be here for another few minutes, or do you have to leave?
I'm afraid that I
Okay.
actually do have to leave now. I apologize
Okay.
because I would love to stay to hear Dr. Chan and Ambassador Fernandez, but I do have to leave now.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you
Thank you.
very much for making the time.
Bye-bye.
We'll see you again. Bye. Okay, that was great insight. I think what Dr. Sachs has mentioned was quite specific on various issues. Let me move on to Dr. Margaret Chan. If please, Dr. Chan, if you can tell us a bit about the importance of global multilateral collaboration in light of the COVID-19 and the challenges that you face and what you can enlighten us on how we should move on in overcoming the challenges.
Thank you, Professor Kim. First and foremost, let me thank Yonsei University for the invitation to join this very important roundtable. And I would like to thank, of course, my boss, my former boss, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, and for heading the Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum. And I am also very privileged to be joining this very distinguished panelists. Now, let me begin by saying a few things in response to the questions that you have posed to me. I will begin by history. During my tenure as the 7th Director General of WHO, and of course, that was in January 2007 and June 2017. And this period is important. It coincides with the tenure of Mr. Ban Ki-moon, who was the, of course, the Secretary General of the United Nations. I still remember, at the beginning, before he took office and before I took office, we had a meeting. I did say to him, we need the United Nations. We need to work together. And if you, support WHO, WHO will strongly support your leadership as well. So that was a very important dialogue. Why? I want to tell you, actually during our tenure, both during the period of 2007 and 2017, there is no lack of new and emerging and re-emerging diseases like the 2009 H1N1 influenza pandemic, the MERS co-virus, the Ebola, and the Zika, just to name a few. And all these outbreaks were affecting the health and economy of the world without exception. Without exception, these health threats were brought under control by very strong country leadership. I want to pay tribute to all the countries for their commitment, and also by global cooperation and partnership through the multilateral systems. So to that is just an example to illustrate the importance of multilateral cooperation and multilateral partnerships in the time of global crisis. When we are dealing with big issues, we need the world to come together, to work together in solidarity to help each other. So in remembering my tenure in those 10 years, I really worked hand in glove with the then Secretary General, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, to coordinate the support of national as well as global efforts. And I want to take this opportunity to also thank the EU through the ambassador for their strong support to multilateralism. And that is something very much welcome. Sadly, ladies and gentlemen, I have to say, sadly, during the COVID-19 pandemic, which is a much, much bigger health crisis for the world in many respects, the institutional framework of global governance with the United Nations at its core has not been able to do more in solidarity to provide leadership and decisions required to ensure human safety, security, and sustainable development in our interconnected world. Well, as Jeff said it so well, we need to get past the past, the unhappy things that is happening because of lack of global cooperation and lack of leadership. So how do we move on? But before we move on, let me also share with you, as you have asked me to share with you, Professor Kim, what were the challenges and barriers from my perspective as then Director General of WHO in terms of what are the barriers to multilateral cooperation and multilateral partnership? Well, this is not new. And this is not something that we don't know what's happening. But the most often cited challenges are a lack of political will and commitment. A lack of political will or commitment. And I'm talking about this across the board, not just about the wealthy countries, but as well as all the countries. Why? Because oftentimes there is only empty talk, political rhetoric, but there is no concrete investment in the implementation of health. Of course, this is an area that I know best, so I would like to focus primarily on health. But if you look at why are we getting ourselves in this kind of stage, it's because the lack of investment in protecting people's health. And the basic requirement, and of course, during my tenure, I promoted universal health coverage based on primary health care. And I'm happy to know that the current Director General in WHO is continuing with this push. But the thing is, if you look at the investment in different countries, we need to ask the question, do they really mean their commitment, their talk at the United Nations, 2015? That's the time when the SDG Sustainable Development Agenda 2030 was endorsed by heads of states and heads of governments. And I don't see investment in the health systems. And of course, if you look at another challenge, when you look at the United Nations systems, the criticism to us by countries, which is also legitimate, is that they do not see the results. They do not see cost effectiveness of multilateral and cross-sectoral collaboration. Now, it's a chicken and egg issue, isn't it? That's why going forward, I think the world's leaders, particularly at the 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly that happened in September last year, their commitment really means action this time. It's not simply empty talk. Their commitment to the UN Charter, that remains the overarching signpost towards global peace and development. And of course, Jeff Sachs has mentioned many important issues, which I fully agree, but we cannot rely on donations. We cannot rely on the enlightened leadership of the wealthy countries. We need to work together. The haves and the have-nots, well, we will find ways and means to support and help, and of course, capacity building for the have-nots. But everybody is in this. COVID-19 proves that our vulnerability is universal. Charity begins at home. You have to help yourselves, help your own country, your own people, before you reach out for global support through partnership, through multilateralism. So that's why I'm saying I'm happy to hear that at the 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly, countries, notwithstanding their different positions and perspectives, they still support the UN Charter and still support the United Nations remains the best equipped institution and platform in the international system. So going forward, I certainly hope that this reinvigoration in multilateralism really means action, no more simple talk. Now, countries, well, as I mentioned, they broadly agree that solidarity and global cooperation is the way forward. Now, let me turn back and share with you some of my thoughts on COVID-19 pandemic. As we are speaking, the pandemic is still raging around the world. It has underscored humanity's shared vulnerability. And of course, the disproportionate impact on women and the poor are very clear. And the devastating consequences of this are first and foremost felt in the loss of human lives. Far too many human lives were lost. You know, I take my heart to all these people, to their families, and to their loved ones. Actually, last week, the 1-year-long pandemic had already infected more than 100 million people worldwide, with more than 2 million deaths and countless human sufferings. And of course, as we are speaking, we must admit that the pandemic has aggravated division, discrimination, inequalities, and reverse the hard-earned progress in poverty alleviation, social and economic development in the world. However, we do need some good news, don't we? I mean, in this dark winter, as some use those terms to describe the COVID-19. In the face of this health crisis, we have some heartwarming heroes. These heartwarming heroes happen worldwide, and they are the ones leading the charge to fight the COVID-19 pandemic. We salute all the healthcare workers, the first responders worldwide, for their professionalism, for their sacrifice and dedication to serving the sick under very difficult conditions. We should also recognize the unprecedented global cooperation, courage, and passion of the scientists, of the public health community in sharing their new knowledge and information and experiences, including, of course, medical supplies, but most importantly is the R&D. Without the sharing of the gene sequence by China, it is hard for us to see the development of the testing, diagnostics, and also the vaccines that are being rolled out in different parts of the world. Now, we are thankful to the scientific community for the R&D development, and we have now several vaccines just been approved under the emergency use authorization. This kind of action is unthinkable in terms of the history of vaccine development and manufacturing. In about a year, we already have several vaccines that are being used. Now, ladies and gentlemen, vaccines are undoubtedly the best hope the world has of bringing the COVID-19 pandemic under control. But vaccine supply is grossly insufficient. And of course, there are other issues related to the occurrence of variants. And many people are asking the question whether or not the vaccines are still effective. Well, the latest study is, notwithstanding the changes in the virus, the vaccine is still protective in terms of, minimizing severe outcomes or severe diseases due to infection by COVID, by the coronavirus. So, I just joined a very important high-level webinar last night, and the experts across the board encourage people to continue getting vaccination, irrespective of where you are, what kind of vaccines are available in your context. Take the vaccine. And this is very important. Now, people will also ask another question. After the vaccination, do we still need to do other things? Yes, the answer is, after the vaccination, one should continue to use the very effective public health measures like mask wearing, social distancing, avoid crowds, and frequent hand washing. These are just some important details with respect to the vaccine. Now, talking about vaccine, one cannot escape the important role of COVAX. COVAX is a mechanism set up in last April, led by the World Health Organization, and of course, important partners include Gavi, CEPI, and 190 countries joined this initiative. And Gavi, through its advanced marketing commitment mechanism, of course, supported by many countries, and the European Union is one such strong supporter for getting the funds to procure vaccine. And I just heard that China has announced donation of 10 million doses of a COVID-19 vaccine, and the US new administration has joined and pledged funding support to COVAX. And this is extremely important because the latest announcement by COVAX is that it will starting soon, within days, to get the vaccines to cover high-risk groups like healthcare workers, first responders, and the elderly population in developing countries, in about 145 of them soon. So, and COVAX is hoping to get about as much as 3.5 billion doses of vaccine to 145 countries. Now, I did say that 190 countries joined the initiative, but how come vaccines are distributed to 145? Well, some countries joined just by providing the funding, and some countries also, because they have sufficient vaccines, they withdrew from the request for vaccines, but they will continue to provide the funding. So this is a wonderful opportunity for the world leaders to show that, working in solidarity and working as a global cooperation and to ensure equitable vaccine distribution, particularly to developing countries. And this is a wonderful opportunity for the world's countries to join hands to show that you can manage global crisis. You can do it. Life matters, and global cooperation matters. And that's why, going forward, I would like to take this opportunity to make a few suggestions. First and foremost, we must think globally and act locally. Having this global perspective is important. Number one, we have to strengthen universal health coverage based on primary health care so that the health system are resilient to deal with NCDs, to deal with mental health conditions, but also the health system has the dimension for pandemic preparedness, which we call collectively the global health security. We also need to invest in a system that can do wartime business, like fighting a pandemic, but also peacetime mechanisms. We should not forget, NCD is still the biggest in terms of life loss and also in terms of human suffering. So we need to make sure that we have investment in a health system that are capable to do both things. And the second thing I would like to request countries to think about is connecting all the dots to protect health and development. What do I mean by that? Jeff Sachs referred to the importance of zoonosis. This is the human-animal interface. In the last 2 to 3 decades, we have, about 70% of all the new diseases, MERS, SARS, H1N1 pandemic, H5N1 avian influenza, all these were coming from the animal world. So can we connect all the dots to make sure that we will do everything possible to maintain ecosystem balance? Balance between nature, people, and animals. And this is extremely important. And I would strongly support what Jeff Sachs has just mentioned about universal access to all the important things for people to have a happy, healthy life, and also to give them a chance to realize their potential, the potential of development. It's good for the individual, good for the individual's country, and good for the world. So, Professor Kim, let me stop here, and I thank you again for the invitation to this very important roundtable.
Thank you, Dr. Chen. I completely agree with you that there has been barriers to attaining multilateralism. Perhaps one of the reasons for such barriers may have been that promoting global health challenges needed not only scientific cooperation, which was quite successful actually, but even more importantly, we needed political cooperation where there has been conflicting demands from all facets of our society. And as the leader of, past leader of WHO, I sincerely wish that WHO in the future may be positioned better to deal with such political issues and political cooperation. Thank you for your insights. I would love to ask you more questions, but the time seems to be limited. So let me move on to Ambassador Castillo-Fernandez for her insights on this issue, as well as from the perspective of EU and the relationship between EU and Korea.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Kim and distinguished panelists. I'm very happy to be part of this discussion, and I thank Yonsei University and GEEF 2021 for allowing me to speak here. Many things have been said in this long morning. So let me just underline 2 or 3 elements which I think are important for European Union way to tackle this pandemic. First, it has put a very unprecedented strain in all the multilateral cooperation. It has been said long in all the different interventions. But it has also tested 3 things. It has tested our unity within the European Union, but also international community. It has tested our alliance, our partnership, and our solidarity. And that's why we have been making all these appeals all morning to these 3 principles. It has been a triple crisis. It has been a crisis of health, public health. It has been a crisis of economic recovery, but also a crisis of geopolitical competition. And all these 3 combined together is very explosive. Certainly, first, how to tackle unity, even within the European Union at the very beginning, every country, you know, it came as a surprise. Every country reacted looking to inwards to themselves, and suddenly they realized, well, this is not working, so we cannot. We have to stop, and we have to coordinate our approach. So they always say, through crisis, Europe becomes stronger. Stronger is a necessity in this case. And it has pushed us perhaps to think more, to decide on a more strategic, autonomous way, to be prepared to be more politically and economically autonomous, more resilient, less dependent. Yes, there has been then a series of decisions, of measures, look into this concept that has put, you know, us into such stress, and we have try to find ways to get out of this. But that doesn't mean that we are not, you know, strongest believers of multilateralism. Professor Jeffrey Sachs and DG Chan have mentioned that. It is certainly, you know, have been leading multilateralism, even if some of our partners have withdrawn, and then happy that they are back. It means that we have to forge alliance, partnership, that is so important. We have to rebuild mutual confidence and trust. Trust has gone, and strengthen the international architecture. We have the crisis of multilateralism has been there, I think, before COVID. But certainly the pandemic has exacerbated the challenge that we have mentioned. Minister Kang said it is the defiant challenge of our generation. Certainly is. It has exposed more our vulnerabilities and shake the foundations of societies and how we live. So priority to revitalize an effective multilateralism and to strengthen all the nations' resilience, collective resilience. There's no way other. And that means with United Nations at our core, it has been said, we really believe United Nations and all the multilateral institutions have to be there, and we have to support them and to look for alliance. And that's why, you know, Europe has also approached many partners to look for alliance of multilateralism, and Korea certainly is one of those. Third point, very important, solidarity. It has said here we need to certainly ensure a fair and a safe access of vaccines, of treatments, of test, everything to be able to help us together. We will not be safe until everyone is safe, and I think that is key. It has mentioned by former World Bank President Kim. There will be other infections, and unless everyone is cured, is safe, we would not be safe. Otherwise, we will continue closing our borders. There will not be mobility. We will all be in fear of letting others come in, and certainly we will not be back again. This global effort, COVAX, I think it has been mentioned, is the world best and main route for delivering international solidarity in vaccines and in treatments. We have made, all of us, an enormous effort, everyone, all the nations, Europe, leading this effort, and we are very honored to have done this. So what we heard yesterday, the announcement of the allocations, that is certainly a very welcome moment. It's a strong show of hope and solidarity. Dr. Chan said, it doesn't mean we all have to have a share. It's some of us giving, others receiving. But every country, receive, and that is the first step to this vaccines for all, and not leave anyone without any vaccine. So we are committed to that solidarity, and I want, of course, we all know the tensions we have all gone through, the tensions over vaccines now in Europe. We did take a measure to try to temporarily ask for the export authorization for certain of our vaccines when we realized that with a lot of lack of transparency, some of the manufacturers who were producing these vaccines were working and taking advantage of the world demand of vaccine, and therefore we had to intervene. But most of the countries are exempted, and the COVAX is exempted. And COVAX means 92 countries, and also COVAX means all the other countries that have also put, support COVAX in order to be able to receive this COVAX treatment, and that is the case of Korea as well. So just to show that even in moments where we have been, we had to decide to take some temporary and transparent measures and very target measures to be able to make also vaccines access for our own citizens, to all of them. We had also look into this solidarity, international solidarity for us is very key, and that is without any doubt. Therefore, transparency when we have to take any measures, dialogue and trust is certainly very important. Finally, some lessons learned of how partnerships and where do we have to push these partnerships. Health, importance of health. Health is a public good. DG Chan mentioned it right now. Investment on health, on strengthen our systems, but also helping other countries with our development cooperation programs to reinforce their preparedness, to be able to make their health systems much more stronger, because of course now we faced also a lot of problems even in our countries. You know that health is also a competence of the EU countries. It's not a European Union competence, but at that problem we have seen that we also have to coordinate ourselves on health issues. So we need to be able to cooperate more, also with partners on health issues. Professor Jeffrey Sachs said that we have to learn the lessons in Asia. Well, that is certainly an area of close cooperation. Very important to keep markets open and resolve, possible disruptions on supply chains with measures that are transparent and targeted, and with dialogue. We need to maintain our trade system open. That means also, to work with rule-based trade, and that means let us work more with the WTO in order to reform and to maintain and strengthen our trade rule-based system. We need to work also, and let me, I forgot to mention, with organizations like WHO. You are right, Dr. Chan, we need to strengthen that organizations, because when we speak about health as a public good, you know, it means to work together with you, who can certainly put us together and show us so much of what we can do. And you have been really working with all the different epidemics around the world, very much at the front line. So certainly, you know, the European Union continues to be a strong supporter of all international institutions. Of course, climate, how we are going to recover. We're going to recover through green and through digital. The European Union, Korea, we are working very closely with this. But we don't have a vaccine for climate change. There is, so we need to tackle this, and we need to take this opportunity of this big challenge and crisis that we are, in order to come certainly more resilient, but more green. That is very important. And you know as well, the European Union is certainly leading the efforts on green recovery with the Green Deal, but we are very happy to have the Korean Green Deal and others in the world. There is in many countries, and I imagine that the Foreign Minister of Bangladesh will mention the importance of climate for a country like Bangladesh, certainly, and for many others. So Paris Agreement, Jeffrey mentioned it very well. It's key this year, really key, and we have to put our efforts on COP26 in Glasgow to act. To go from ambitions and commitments into concrete actions. That is certainly very, very important. With Korea, we are now celebrating 10 years of a strategic partnership between the European Union and Korea. We will be celebrating 10 years of our free trade agreement, the first one in Asia, an agreement which also was very ambitious. It tackled issues like sustainable development, like environment, and certainly, you know, I think when we look about open trade, we should include those aspects. Trade has also to be green and has to be sustainable. So this will be more and more an example for many other countries. But what we have is a strategic partner, and what does that mean? You know, these are not only words. That means that we have to work together concretely to restore multilateralism, very important, that we need to reinforce our cooperation in an international rule-based order, and that we need to shoulder responsibility together in addressing all these challenges. We need, with Korea, ambitions, acting together, like with other partners, and all together, then we can push the whole multilateral system and be able to address our challenges. We need to build better, greener and digital innovation, research, science. These are going to take an enormous part of our bilateral partnerships with many countries. But let us do it humble. I like what former President Kim said today. We have to do it humble, persistent, through diplomacy and dialogue, but also, please, through the people. And that will be my last word. How many examples of what human beings have been able to bring out in this pandemic? Haven't we seen our medical and health assistants in all over the world doing enormous hours, working non-stop to help us, but also our neighbors, people that we didn't know, who came to our doors and just left a bit of food, just left a bit of help. Can I help you? You have, you know, we all have families, we all have had friends, families that have been touched by COVID. I think in the room or wherever we speak, we all have examples of people who have been touched, and how important it is to help each other, and can that serve as an example to all, also to us diplomats and politicians and think tanks and experts. I leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Fernandez. And thank you for the EU's view on and EU's commitment to multilateralism in fighting not only COVID-19, but all challenges the world is facing today. If I may, I really would like to ask both of you, if possible. As Jeffrey Sachs mentioned, he has praised how Asia has coped with COVID-19 very well. And perhaps one of the reasons is the control policies, perhaps a little intrusive policies of curbing COVID-19. But that's in the face of personal liberties. And that seems to be a trade-off that the countries are making. And perhaps the results, the different results that you see across the world may be a result of different countries making different trade-offs between these two. Is there a way to more coordinate between these two? Is there a role for international organizations? Is there a role for private sectors as well? This is perhaps a little philosophical issue, but if you have any thoughts on this issue, I would love to hear. Yes, Dr. Chen.
You asked an excellent question. I was asked this question also. You talk about trade-offs. That's exactly the point. I still remember the time when I was managing SARS in Hong Kong. You know, I have to impose very rigid requirements on the population because of lack of hospital space for quarantine. And at that time, I have hundreds of people that I need to quarantine. So the first thing I did was I consulted a human rights lawyer on what is, you know, personal liberty, freedom, and what is right or wrong. And I was informed, yes, public health is precisely there to protect the bigger community. And in that respect, restriction of personal freedom on a limited time, limited space is acceptable. So in other words, liberty is not absolute, it is relative. So just to give you that sense, if the bigger community's interest is affected by some individuals, those individuals need to limit their freedom to such an extent in order to protect the others. Over.
Okay. Any thoughts from your end?
Yes, I think, you are right that it's a difficult balance to make for many politicians, also in Europe. I'm not a politician, so it's a difficult, but it's also linked to economic as well. I think it's not only rights, it's not only your liberty, my freedoms, but what are the economic consequences? And I think that the trade-off was more economic versus health, because we were coming out of a very deep economic crisis, but we were not fully out of the woods. So then, governments, have to balance, economic recovery, that people also keep the possibility to work. I know of many people that have just had to were suddenly jobless. So what do you do? How can you maintain your house, your studies, your children? So there is so much of that as well. So the trade-off is important and very difficult, the very difficult one. So it's not only about liberties.
Right. Yes, this is a difficult question that I think we need to address in the long term, and we'll be faced with this question for many years to come, I think. I think we're running out of time a bit, and let me turn the floor to Dr. Momin from Bangladesh. He'll be joining us through recording. He will discuss similar issues that he's facing from Bangladesh and how his country is coping with the issues.
Bismillah Rahman Rahim. His Excellency Mr. Ban Ki-moon, Excellency Zhuang Wo-shu, distinguished guest, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you. It is indeed an honor for me to be with all of you to participate in the discussion on one of the most important issues that is equally important for all of us, both in crisis and during peacetime. Multilateralism, or global partnership, is the main driving forces behind the global peaceful development. Probably at no epoch in the known history, the stronger need for the global partnership had been more required than now. At this moment, I take this opportunity to thank Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens and the Yonsei University for rightfully arranging this year's forum on mutually beneficial global partnerships and sustainable growth in the post-pandemic world. For more than 1 year, the COVID-19 pandemic has put us against a new reality where the gaps and weaknesses of the current process of globalization had been amply exposed. It showed us the catastrophic result of uneven development and distribution where no country can be safe irrespective of its level of development. Hence, the whole world is appreciating more than ever before the value of multilateralism and the need for a coordinated global response. We understood very well that both at the stage of prevention and cure of any crisis, there is no alternative to the united and planned actions if we want to avoid calamitous outcome. Our meeting today to discuss the role of multilateral cooperation to face the global threats like COVID-19 through multifaceted partnership is a very timely initiative for revitalizing the phenomenon of multilateralism. Dear friends, the single catastrophic pandemic did not only put question mark on our preparation to manage this unprecedented deadly crisis, but also challenge the global leadership affecting the entire planet. As the resources of the world are not evenly distributed, so are the elements of solution are to be found in different parts of the world. As no area and no country have been spared from the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic by the causes and the adverse impacts, the significance of stronger international cooperation to assemble all possible remedies from all possible sources is now more evident than ever before. Ladies and gentlemen, the spirit of universalism and international cooperation is enshrined in the Constitution of Bangladesh, which says that, I quote, "so that we may prosper in freedom and may make our full contribution towards international peace and cooperation in keeping with the progressive aspirations of mankind," unquote. The father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, who also highlighted the importance of collective efforts and the role of the United Nations in his maiden statement at the UNGA in 1974. He said that, and I quote, "The United Nations remains as the center of hope for the future of the people in this world of sadness, misery, and conflict," unquote. After all, these years, his words are still very true. His dictum, "Friendship to all, malice to none," which is the cornerstone of any peaceful, multilateral, collaborative system, is the foundation of the foreign policy of Bangladesh. Excellencies, Bangladesh is a flag bearer of multilateralism and strongly pursues international peace and security by its high presence in the UN peacekeeping and peace building. We have adopted the whole of society approach in realizing the SDGs. We are equally committed to the implementation of the Paris Agreement on climate change. As such, Bangladesh has been honored to be chosen to lead the Climate Vulnerable Forum for the second time. We have also qualified to be graduated from LDC, in which the UN system and other development partners have played a crucial role, which reflects our commitment and trust in multilateralism. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to draw your kind attention to the grave consequences of the pandemic that Bangladesh has been suffering from. As you already know, Bangladesh is one of the largest migrant-sending countries with around 12.3 million migrants abroad, and the majority of them are employed as lesser and semi-skilled workers. The pandemic has rendered hundreds of thousands of them jobless. Many of them are living in difficult conditions with little access to urgent health care and basic needs in their host countries. In a recent report, the World Bank has projected that Bangladesh, along with other countries of South Asia, would have around 22% decline in its remittance, our second largest source of earning from abroad. To make things worse, many of our migrant workers are being sent back home. Rehabilitating them on such a short notice during this crisis period is proving to be a daunting challenge. We already have a drastic fall in the numbers going abroad for work. Instead, faced with a staggering 600,000 expatriate workers who have returned from overseas. If this situation continues, this would have long-term negative impact on our progress towards achieving SDGs and our graduation from the LDC status. This bleak scenario would be true for other migrant source developing countries, as the destination countries are also affected from the global economic meltdown, and as the only collective and coordinated actions can mitigate the adverse impacts, we believe that the UN has an important role to play in addressing the migration crisis. The government of Bangladesh has been very prudent to sustain the flow of remittances, and a 2% incentive on inward remittance has been announced. As a result, we have experienced record amount of remittance in addition to $20 billion US. However, all the developing countries are hard hit. We strongly feel that the plight of migrant workers in the pandemic situation and the resulting dramatic decline of remittance warrant immediate and comprehensive policy intervention at all global fora. We must ensure that none of these workers who are part and parcel of development efforts, both at sending and destination countries, must not die out of starvation, and their retention of jobs for the next 6 months should be considered favorably. I request through this forum to the world community to advise all UN agencies to include the migrants in crisis in their strategies and activities on COVID-19 response. International organizations and development partners may also be strongly encouraged to mobilize special funds for the returnee migrants in the developing countries. We also expect the countries of destination to take a humane approach towards the migrants, as almost all of them are parties to the Global Compact on Migration. The network on migration may also be effectively mobilized. Excellencies, in Bangladesh, COVID-19 has had a drastic, far-reaching impact on our export earnings, remittance flow, employment, and entrepreneurship, especially in MSMEs. For tackling this situation, we immediately rolled out a $14.14 billion stimulus package, which is equivalent to 4.35% of our GDP, the highest in South Asia. COVID-19 is a litmus test for the global solidarity. We need an ambitious and well-coordinated roadmap out of the crisis with short, medium, and long-term goals. The 2030 Agenda, the Paris Agreement, and the Addis Ababa Action Agenda can be our blueprint to overcome this crisis. UN must continue to play a catalytic role in this regard. We have planned to vaccinate around 140 million of our people in quick stages and started within 7 million this month. We are also member of the COVAX Alliance for Vaccine. Due to the prudent policies of the government and to ensure a proper balance between life and livelihood, our infection and mortality rates are among the lowest. As per Bloomberg report, we are among the top 20 countries which effectively face the COVID-19 crisis. In order to sustain the pre-pandemic situation for the developing countries, our Honorable Prime Minister has focused on some priority areas that need attention from the world community. These are, first, the G7, G20, OECD countries, MDBs, and IFIs should scale up fiscal stimulus, concessional finance, and debt relief measures. The advanced economies must fulfill their 0.7% of ODA commitment, especially now to help vulnerable economies managing the pandemic. Second, we need to divert more private finance and investment to the developing countries for capacity building and job creation. We must leverage science, technology, and innovation for closing the digital divide. Third, we need right policy steps for reversing the downward trend of remittances flow. We must help the migrant workers saving their jobs and integrating better in the post-COVID job market by ensuring the sustainability and security of their income in emergency situations. Fourth, we need targeted international support to revitalize global trade and export earnings. The advanced economies must fulfill their unmet promises regarding duty-free, quota-free market access, technology support, and more accessible financing for developing countries. Fifth, there must be new international support measures for the graduating LDCs to prevent any possible slide back due to the pandemic, at least till 2030, in commensurate with the SDGs. Finally, more vigorous efforts are required to finance climate actions and resilient recovery. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are passing through a critical time of human history, let me also draw your attention on the significance of empowering people to ensure their participation in the national development activities. If we can empower people, in particular women and young people, they can play active role in the nation building process and can contribute enormously during times of crisis. Highlighting on this important issue, our Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina made a proposal for people's empowerment and development, which had been unanimously adopted in the 67th UNGA in 2012 and was passed as a resolution with support from 193 member states of the UN with consensus. The People's Empowerment and Development Model, as proposed by our Honorable Prime Minister, is aimed at empowering billions of voiceless, marginalized and deprived people worldwide through a focus on 7 interlinked issues, which are as follows. For empowering people, we can empower people by eradicating hunger and poverty, by reducing inequality, by mitigating deprivation, by creating jobs for all, by including the excluded people, by accelerating human development, and by fighting terrorism in all its forms and manifestation in accordance with international laws. Distinguished guests, you are already aware that the 75th UN General Assembly showed strong support in favor of multilateralism. The general debate of the 75th session of the UN General Assembly was marked by a strong voice by the vast majority of world leaders and national representatives emphasizing on multilateralism and the United Nations. We underline our solidarity towards this objective and the ambition that the UN embodies. We pledge to help ensure the future we want and the UN we need by implementing its 12 commitments with decisive actions and ensuring that the COVID-19 crisis does not derail these commitments. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have been working hard over the past year to be able to reach the point where we were before 2020 and be ready to move forward with this new challenge that the human civilization is currently going through. The dire consequences the world is going through have reinforced the need for greater collective action. We must ensure that the existing commitments made toward the Sustainable Development Goals and the issue of climate change, and especially those that address the needs of developing countries and in particular the means of implementation support, are not diverse. We must build back better and greener, reorienting towards a more equitable and sustainable international order. We strengthen international cooperation to fully implement the social, economic, and environmental pillars of sustainable development, leaving no one behind. Ladies and gentlemen, as we sit here today on this significant event to discuss how to strengthen and reform the world through a rules-based multilateralism with a more inclusive UN at its core, we need a new kind of approach, an approach that fosters cooperation and not isolation amongst all stakeholders. We need to pursue an ambitious and efficient approach with coordinated actions for greater interest of humankind. We reiterate our call for reforms of the 3 of the principal organs of the United Nations to create a more agile, effective, and accountable organization that can deliver better in the field and adapt to global challenges. We will be continuing to provide our full support to the Secretary General of the United Nations. We'll strive to implement the action-oriented policies through cross-regional engagement and anchored in the respect of international law and be catalyzers in our respective regions, mobilizing others in order to overcome the challenges faced by the current multilateral system. We will promote and respond to the voices of the young girls and boys who clearly and rightfully demand that we act. Youth deserve a place in the global deliberations for the future of humanity. We will prioritize contributing towards the success of established consensus-driven UN processes and join forces with other initiatives and formal or informal networks such as the Alliance for Multilateralism insofar as they are supportive of those UN processes. Together we can accomplish more. Dear colleagues, we believe at this forum, at this point in time, particularly but not exclusively, can be supported by mobilizing the international community to fulfill the objective stated goals, reducing inequality and leaving no one behind, improving our global health system, protecting our planet, building peace, security, and justice, defending human rights and gender equality, harnessing the digital revolution, and provision of sustainable financing. In today's interconnected world, constructive multilateralism is not an option. It is the only way out for a rules-based international order and common progress of humankind. I hope responsible multilateral partnership by all stakeholders and its consequences on the entire humanity. I once again thank the Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum for inviting me, and I also thank everybody for their passion hearing. Joy Bangla, Joy Bangabandhu. Thank you all.
Yes. Thank you, Minister Abdul Momen, for your insight and lessons from Bangladesh. While I would have loved to ask our panelists more questions and get discussions going, but unfortunately we have run out of time. In fact, we have run over time. So I want to close our roundtable discussions today with a couple of thoughts. One, I think we are at a point where the key issue now is fast delivery and equitable distribution of vaccines. And lastly, we want to make sure that SDGs are not neglected in the face of COVID-19. In fact, we need to commit ourselves to the thought that SDGs are in fact crucial in turning our society into a more resilient one for future pandemics and crises to come. I thank all of the panelists once again for joining us. And with this, goodbye and thank you for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you for all the panelists from the roundtable. Messages are clear. The next generation will evaluate and remember us by how united and inclusive we are in promoting partnerships in our response to problems presented by global public goods, such as COVID-19 and climate change. Now, it is our great honor and pleasure to invite a special guest who has devoted significant time and effort of her life to strengthen the voice of refugees and to improve their livelihoods, the UNHCR Special Envoy, Angelina Jolie. To introduce our next distinguished guest, I will turn the floor to His Excellency Ban Ki-moon, the Honorary Chair of the Institute for Global Engagement and Empowerment of Yonsei University, for a special conversation on leaving no one behind in a post-pandemic world.
Ms. Angelina Jolie, Special Envoy of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor to welcome you to today's special conversation on leaving no one behind in a post-pandemic world as part of the third Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum, GEEF, on Sustainable Development. I'm confident that GEF 21 can assist our ongoing efforts to reimagine the global community, expand partnership, and elevate solidarity in the post-COVID-19 era. Under this backdrop, it is my great honor to introduce my distinguished co-panelist today, Angelina Jolie. She is one of the world's foremost humanitarian champions and unwavering advocates for the rights and empowerment of refugees, young people, and women. In fact, she is one of the very few people in the world who does not need any introduction. In any way, welcome to this. Since 2012, she has served with distinction as the Special Envoy for the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, firstly with Antonio Guterres, who is now currently Secretary General, my successor, and now Filippo Grandi. She has been focusing on mass displacement and their precipitating crisis. Angelina undertakes critical field missions around the globe, amplifying the voices and helping to expand the rights of world's nearly 80 million forcibly displaced people. Her work as Special Envoy has taken her to Iraq, Bangladesh, Colombia, Kenya, Jordan, Greece, Peru, and beyond. In fact, she has traveled more places, more refugee camps than I did as a Secretary General. A committed humanist and environmentalist, Angelina is a celebrated Academy Award-winning actress and acclaimed director. Please know that I'm one of the great fans of you. I have seen Tomb Raider and so many other things. A true global force for good. I'm incredibly excited to learn from her insights and experience today on how we can elevate our concrete action to leave no one behind in a post-pandemic world. Angelina, thank you so much for joining us today on the occasion of this exciting GEEF 2021, a special conversation with you. Now, I invite you to say a few words to tens of thousands of many viewers all around the world. Floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much for your very, very kind words. You know, we were speaking before we went live, and I was expressing how much it means to me to have this opportunity to speak with you. You're someone who I've learned so much from, and who I listen to, and who I, especially in moments like this in our lives, we need to come together, we need to talk, and we need to speak to those who have come before us and done such strong work. So it's always an honor to speak with you. What I am so happy to be here, because above all, this forum is about our coming together. And there is no time where that is more apparent, the need for us to come together, to be proud to be internationalists, to be proud to be humanists, to be united, and to value each other with true equality and true generosity, and to stand up against human rights violations, to stand up against injustice. So we are all united in that front. I imagine your audience is very much united in that vision, or they wouldn't be attending. So it's my pleasure to be here, and I join all of you in hoping we find ways to move forward together.
Thank you for your very kind word, introductory word. Now, Angelina, then let us now begin our dialogue on matters of our common concern. Inequality, both between and within nations, was already one of the leading global crises prior to pandemic. Now, in our pandemic and post-pandemic world, we have seen an unprecedented magnification of such inequalities. Now, if I may ask you, pre-existing inequalities have exacerbated due to COVID-19, especially for women, youth, refugees, and they are all vulnerable group of people. How has it exacerbated, and what are the viable solutions to your mind that can be done in the year of 2021 specifically?
You're absolutely, you're right. We've come into this time, 2020, and this virus has exposed our vulnerabilities. It has exposed where we have given our attention and our value, and it has exposed where we have undervalued people and suffering and needs globally. So this is where we see how unprepared we were, how vulnerable we are, and why is at the heart of what we must address and the only way to move forward, right? We knew before the pandemic that displaced persons doubled in the last decade. We knew that long before the pandemic, right? It doubled. We knew that the climate crisis was displacing millions of people and families and causing more vulnerabilities, and we had to address it as seriously, immediately. We knew that there was growing inequality in many places, and we knew, for example, even domestically, we knew that domestic violence was not being addressed properly, and people within their own homes were in danger. We knew that education was lacking for far too many children. So now it's as if all of the fabric of what we've tried to do, or what we thought we were doing good enough, has gone up in the air. And we really see areas where we're not solving the problems, we were not doing enough. And so here is this moment where we look at the way what we value. And if we see, for example, in the pandemic, that a few countries have taken the majority of the vaccines and other countries and peoples will be vulnerable without this, and we're going to act selfishly, it is not just unkind or unfair, it is ignorant. It is not a way to balance and make a stable world, especially when we're talking about a global pandemic and a virus. So we're not thinking yet of each other collectively enough. And so I'm hoping that our realizing how interconnected we are, our being so aware of each other, will bring us to a new understanding of how much we have got to link arms and work together and be good to each other and value each other, and not just say we value these people in this other country or this other race, or say, make decisions that do not put ourselves in front of their health, their rights, and their possibilities by taking from them and limiting the support we should be giving.
Well, thank you very much for your very insightful views on that. As far as I understand, as a former Secretary General, it's a matter of compassion. Compassion. The inequality has been more worsened because of this crisis. It may be natural for human character that they want to take care for themselves first before paying attention to others. That is what the global leaders have been doing. Unfortunately, there has been almost a war to get more vaccines for their own countries. Now, even in Korea, we don't have yet a vaccine yet. We expect that sometime later this month, we'll be able to vaccinate some people. But there needs to be some compassion. Now, if I move to another question, as you know, Sustainable Development Goals was the one which was adopted in 2015 with a target year 2030. We have just 10 years left to go. Now, it's a serious challenge for all of us. Now, the SDG continue to represent one of multilateralism's crowning achievement. I believe that this is the most far-reaching and most ambitious vision the United Nations has ever presented to the people of the world. But conflict, inequality, climate change, and now especially COVID-19 have all hindered progress on hitting these goals to ensure that no one is left behind. The SDG highlight mental health as a priority for global development, but we must elevate our efforts and allocate more resources, financial support to this essential yet often neglected or overlooked sphere. Everyone is entitled a life of dignity. Indeed, mental health programs empower local communities, reduce stigma, make sound economic sense, and crucially bridge treatment gaps. At the same time, mental health is a serious yet often neglected topic, especially for youth and refugees. How do you think COVID-19 worsened mental health, and what is being done now?
Well, I agree with you that mental health is an area we have to take more seriously, and dignity is intertwined with someone's mental health. I would also like to add that I think sometimes we think of mental health and we think about it as a resource for some care being given at a school or a therapy or a vocational training skills with support but the truth is, if I may be very blunt, when for example we have rape, and rape is something that happens globally, the effect on that victim's mental health is very serious and is affected. When we have a child, I know many children who have to flee their homeland, and they go into a refugee situation, and that situation goes on for 2 decades without accountability for the crimes against them and their families, without feeling that the world cares, living on very small rations, feeling like you're begging, feeling like you don't count, not feeling like a human being. I suppose what I'm saying is that we have to understand what are the gravest violations against the human beings around the world that are affecting their mental health the most. Abuse, murder, violence, these horrible atrocities, war, genocide, witnessing genocide, all of these things. If we do not act upon these injustices, then we are telling a lot of these victims that what happened to them is not very serious and it's not worthy of a response. And I think that causes some of the worst mental health issues around the world. To feel like you don't matter. The amount of stateless Rohingya women who I've met who faced, horrors, they're still stateless. They still feel like they don't matter, and there's no accountability. So I suppose what I'm saying is, while we need to look at both sides, both the treatment, but also what is this underlying sickness when we tell people they don't matter? What is this underlying abuse when we value this life over this life, this race over this race? What is that doing to our humankind? And when we're selective about who we help and how much we help them, we are telling them that this person, this human, this family that is valued more or less than this family. That is mentally damaging. So we have to know what we value. We have to know what we stand for, and we have to not, we have to select who we assist based on their needs and their vulnerabilities, and not be distracted or influenced by business interests or partnerships. We need to get to the center where we are focusing on defending our core human rights and values, And that is where we make decisions from.
Thank you very much. I fully agree what you said. You have so much experience on these matters. If I move to another humanitarian missions that you take for UNHCR and your advocacy on behalf of displaced people have always been quite meaningful for me. As you may know, as a young boy, I was one of the displaced persons during the early 1950s when I was just a young boy during the Korean War. And this experience continues to haunt me to this day. I remember hunger pains in my stomach and the smell of munitions and sounds of conflict, how people were not being taken care of by anybody. There was no government. In fact, they were all busily engaging in fightings. In a recent published piece for the Financial Times, you said that, if I may quote, we should seize this moment to rethink our approach to humanitarian aid and development from the bottom up, placing displaced people at the center of our response and putting more people in the hands of the people most affected. These words particularly resonated with me as a formerly displaced young person. I think they also really convey not only your commitment to improving the lives of refugees and internally displaced people, but also your gift for coupling messages of hope with the specific policy recommendations. Angelina, in this regard, what are some of the specific actions that should be taken for youth and refugees, and important discussions points in the year of 2021 and beyond? Do you have any message you want to send out to the people of the world, particularly the political leaders of the world, who needs more compassion?
Yes. Well, one thing is I was aware of your situation when you were young. And if I'm right, it was when you came into contact with the UN and the International Aid Agency, the idea of people from around the world being connected and delivering some support. Is that right?
That's right. I lived on the powdered milk provided by UNICEF and the textbook provided by UNESCO, etc.
And so I think if we can remember the value of what we do when we reach across and we help someone in need, as a people from across the world, as a united international agency, when we are doing our job right and we are coming together to reach the most vulnerable and give assistance in their hour of need, we are not only doing what is the right thing to do, we are also building a future. We are making sure that a little boy like yourself grows to be this extraordinary man that you are and is able to do all the good that you do. We are far too, I would ask that we remember, we spend so much time, you hear people say we're going to invest in weapons, we're going to invest in we're going to put boots on the ground, we think this is the way to control and manage the world and show power. And be selfish and take this for our own, because if we have this, we're stronger. We're going to take care of ourselves. The strength of being so strong in value, in humanity, and helping to reach out and balance and work with the peoples of the world is the strongest way forward. It builds more than anything. There's no better investment, particularly children, particularly women. There's no better investment. So it is yes, it is the humane thing to do. It is also a smart thing to do. And I think you know, if I may, personally, I have had the privilege of working with UNHCR for 20 years. Because I was able to meet and spend time with displaced families. And so often we hear a displaced family or a refugee, and it's as if it's this mass of people. Each person a survivor. Each person has overcome unsurmountable odds even to be alive and be there. From every continent, every country, every race, every religion, people around the world. These people are extraordinary. And we so often treat them as a burden. And we think, oh, how do we get them more food? How do we do this? What do we do? They are the future of their countries. They are so capable. There is nowhere I would rather be than to be sitting with these families because of what I learned from them and because of how unique their sense of the world is and how they learn to survive and what they can teach. So practically, we have to try to prevent more displacement. Practically, we have to address how climate change is displacing people and we have to address it, understand it, and see how we can prevent the displacement because we cannot stop all of the changes that are coming. We have to value and educate displaced people. We have new technologies and we have new ways to reach them because they are the future of their countries and they must not lose their education. In fact, the stronger they can be, the stronger the future of their countries will be. We have to invest in people more than weapons. We have to come together and value people. And we also have, I think it is something 68%. I'm not good with always using percentages, but it is something about 68% of people displaced are from 5 countries. And you know very well, having been Secretary General, if we cannot prevent, which is what we want to do, we have to try to find solutions so those from those countries are not displaced indefinitely and for decades. So we need to pressure for diplomatic solutions and ways forward, and we need to find ways to also return people where we can.
Well, you really made a very important point, how to cultivate a potentiality of those refugees and young people. Who knows that among them, if we educate them properly, if we really empower them, one day, you know, who knew that one of the refugees became the Secretary General of the United Nations 60 years later? So it is a matter of how the political leaders pay their priority on making things possible. You have just pointed out the very important means. Well, Angelina, thank you. As a follow-up, let's stay on the topic of youth. Again, we are talking about the youth.
Yes.
During my time as a Secretary General, I understood that young people are absolutely essential to solving so many of the world's biggest challenges. And you mentioned education. Education is also very critically important. So I strongly feel that we must do much more to engage and empower the youth as they enable us to achieve the global goals and forge a brighter world for all. For these reasons, I have been trying to help elevate global citizenship, empower young people in recent years through my work with the Institute of Global Engagement and Empowerment at Yonsei University, as well as two foundations which I have established, Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens located in Vienna, Austria, and Ban Ki-moon Foundation for a Better Future here in Seoul. According to UNICEF, the number of children without access to education, I think there are more than 60 billion people who do not have any access to a primary education at this time. And also health services globally will increase from 46 to 56% in the post-COVID-19 world now. 370 million children may miss school meals, which I used to get during my school days in 1950s. And the digital divide is serious, with at least 31% of school children worldwide not reached by remote learning. Considering such realities, and based on your own humanitarian work, how do you think we can empower the youth to help to meet today's challenges? Specifically, what are the roles? How can we empower these young people and address inequalities caused and worsened by COVID-19 at this time? It involves health, education, housing, and employment. For example, well, what can we do and what do we expect from the youth now?
Well, first of all, you have been really leading and doing so much for the youth. And I think it says a lot that you've done, worked and been Secretary General and seen all you've seen and come to the realization that, of course, this is where you put your efforts and this is what we must all focus on. We have a youth that are more connected. They're connected to each other in new ways. They're connected online, those who have it, but there is more that they are aware of, many of them, and they are wanting answers from all of us. They are wanting to know more of what is really happening. I think one thing I've tried to do is I worked recently with Amnesty International on a book. We made a handbook. It will be out, I think, in maybe end of the year, to help explain to children the rights of a child and how where these rights, where so many countries came together and said these are basic principles of dignity and rights that should be for all children. How they, of course, how they reach the children or where they are blocked is also something we explain to the children. And we want to help the children know what they have a right to and what they can fight for. So I think educating them to be aware of their own rights is very important. I think we have to acknowledge as adults how many children around the world are still being violated in so many ways, and we need to be stronger in our response against it. So while we focus on education and learn about new technologies and new ways we can use these technologies to reach even refugee camps and maybe put their university of the country they fled online one day or in their camera, in their phone, how do you test them? How do you get a diploma when you're displaced? How can we better reach everyone because the tools have changed and potentially there could be ways to use these tools to reach more people. But if we are still having millions of children stateless and not giving them anything that proves they exist, they are vulnerable to trafficking. They cannot sign up for universities or education. So we have to get all the way down to the core of where are children even safe enough it's like, it's the triage in the refugee camp. You have a flood of children. You have to make sure they are stable, safe, protected, healthy. And then you make sure they get their education. So we have to protect the children. Then we have to make sure they are aware of their rights, and we have to educate the children. But all pieces together.
Well, thank you very much for your unique perspective. Now, Angelina, due to the time constraint, I now ask you just two brief questions, which are rather personal. I am a lifelong diplomat, and diplomats and humanitarian professionals sometimes talk about burden sharing. You also mentioned just now burden sharing, etc. In numerous interviews, you have emphasized the resilience of refugees and that they should not be seen as a burden. They are not burden, they are asset. They are asset. Could you explain more about with an example, if you have?
Oh, so many. Well, let's remember a refugee population they are not the people who took up arms and decided to hurt other people in the country, right? They are these other citizens. They are people who risk their lives to go back and help their friends or their family members. They're quite brave. They are mothers and fathers. They are also professionals. Many very skilled, very trained professionals. Doctors, lawyers, educators, philosophers, poets. They are everybody. And when you think of them that way, and you think of a camp of 500,000 people, among those people are people who can teach us so much about their country, their culture, but also they are learning. They are engineers. I've been in camps where they couldn't figure out. I was in one camp we were in, it was the Thai border. And they were saying, well, we couldn't use the land because often, you have to be careful with land in a host country because you're going to return it. And so sometimes you can use it, sometimes you can't. And so they were talking about doing the hanging, and they used the bags and the hanging gardens and the way they hooked up this whole thing. It was one of the refugees who had an engineering degree, and he redid a whole section. I've seen refugees volunteer in the front lines for COVID because they're surgeons and they're nurses and they're doctors. They're volunteering right now in host countries, on border camps. They are, the reality is, I don't think many people watching this could survive what a refugee survives. Because it's not just the war, it's the dehumanizing loneliness of a lack of response to your abuses. And it's the sitting in day after day in a situation where you're capable, but you are not allowed to help yourself. It's the feeling you've lost your home and your friends and everything you knew, and you have little to offer your children, but you keep going. So yes, I think that if we think of them as a population that is strong and we invest in them, then on return, or wherever they may go, but I know many want to go home, they rebuild. They're the engineers that rebuild. They're the lawyers that work. They're the future presidents and teachers. And the more we leave them broken, what are we returning to that country? They are that country.
Well, thank you very much. As you may know, it is I, during my time as Secretary General, who created an office of Special Envoy on Youth for the first time in the history of the United Nations. I appointed young Jordanian young man, Mohammed Al-Hendawi, who is now working as a Secretary General of a World Scout Federation. And now it is being taken by a Sri Lankan young lady as a special envoy, as you are doing for refugees, but I have created one special envoy for youth.
So
now, again, to follow up, is it difficult to get these types of key messages through to international stakeholders? And my last question would be, what is the biggest challenge you think in carrying out a special envoy job as UNHCR? And what can we do more? What do you expect world's political leaders and business communities do more for your work?
I'm careful to answer this because I do work within the UN and I see the efforts, especially on the ground every day, and a lot of good work and life-saving work. But if I can acknowledge, and you know yourself, the challenges within the United Nations are, there are, it's funny, I'm not sure how to put this carefully. If there are countries that are leading countries that are making decisions that are tied to their business interest, it is not for the greater good. If there are countries who, we talk a lot of these countries being poor countries. We're going to help these poor countries, send aid to these poor countries. But many of these countries are not poor. Many of these countries are rich in resources, but they've been exploited. So if we're not looking at all aspects of why the country and the people are in the state they are in, and also each of the member states asking their part in that, then we're not really focusing as much on wanting to solve it, but we solve certain things and we also continue to benefit in the ways we want to benefit. I know this isn't a popular answer, but I think we have to look at where we can do better. And one of the challenges has been that there are countries, as you know, that if you speak out, we're not politicians in the UN, right? We're neutral. But we see politics affect the field, and we see politics and business interests affect the situation. So our situation, our ability to help is limited because of it. But if we say too much, maybe aid is lessened or someone is compromised in the field. My greatest challenge is having to be careful so the work can continue in the field, but also as a human being, I'm very frustrated when I see that not everything is being addressed, and some things seem at times that we are not truly working, not the UN, but there are other things at play that are beyond the UN that we cannot always say.
Spending so much time of your own is based purely on humanity. So you have a right to be strong and vocal for the benefit and for humanity. Now, Angelina, it seems we are now running out of time, unfortunately. So I want to show my deep appreciation to you for joining us for this active and enlightening GEEF 21 special conversation on leaving no one behind in a post-pandemic world. The bottom line is, ladies and gentlemen, that without prioritizing refugees and displaced people during these very difficult challenges, ongoing COVID-19 recoveries, we will not succeed. in ensuring that no one is left behind. The challenges before us may be vast, but by elevating political will and working together, we can create the future we want. This is the motto of the United Nations. What kind of a future you want? We have to make sure that we create the future we all want, one driven by inclusion, compassion, empowerment, and sustainability for all people and our planet. My gratitude, deepest gratitude, once again goes to Angelina Jolie for her great humanity and inspiring words. And I thank you all for your attention and participation and active efforts to forge a better world for all as a global citizen. Let us work together to hand over this world to our succeeding generations, a world of peace and prosperity. That is our moral and political responsibility. Thank you again, ladies and gentlemen, and Angelina, for your great efforts, and I wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and to you and everyone
Thank you
watching.
very much. I hope to see you again. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Displaced Iraqis. Days ago, Gulay was released from captivity. She arrived here without her daughter. Like many Yazidi women who were captured, they have been forced into marriages and taken to Syria. Gulay is left heartbroken, alone with her 2 grandchildren who no longer have a mother.
I have seen families with young children living without tents with another 2 months of winter to go. Children whose parents were murdered and are now here unaccompanied. A 19-year-old working as the sole provider for his 7 siblings. I've met mothers whose children have been kidnapped by ISIS. As a parent, I cannot imagine a greater horror. And they are overwhelmed by the thoughts of what is happening to their children right now.
She called for help for the millions in need.
The international community has to step up and do more.
UNHCR has received only 53% of funds needed for the response to the displacement in Iraq in 2014. Ms. Jolie also made a return visit to the Domiz camp, which hosts more than 50,000 Syrian refugees, who still, after nearly 5 years of war, have little hope of going home.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are very excited to welcome you to GEEF 2021, the Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum on Sustainable Development. I'm Professor In Han-song, Director of the Ban Ki-moon Center for International Cooperation at Yonsei University, Seoul, Korea. We have collaborated with incredible people from all over the world to bring you this forum today. This is our third GEEF and will be held today and tomorrow online due to COVID-19. Although we cannot gather together in person, the online platform marks a wonderful opportunity to welcome attendees globally with no locational restrictions. The special event will be held tonight here in Seoul, early morning in the United States, and daytime across Europe and Africa. At tonight's virtual gala concert, Jung-ran Lee, one of the best cellists on the music scene today, and the Seoul Philharmonic Orchestra will play some beautiful pieces for you as representatives of Korean culture. First, we will see cellist Jung-ran Lee perform Bach unaccompanied cello number 6 at Yonsei University campus. She will play the first two movements at the Yoon Dong-ju Memorial Hall, commemorating the alumni and poet of peace Yoon Dong-ju. Then, she will play the third and fourth movements at the Underwood Family Memorial Hall, commemorating the American missionary who founded Yonsei University. Finally, she will play at Yonsei Business School, a modern and eco-friendly building. Please welcome Ms. Jung-ran Lee.
Mesdames et messieurs, je veux vous remercier de m'avoir invité à cette Forum mondial de l'engagement et l'autonomisation 2021. C'est un grand honneur de pouvoir participer à ce projet exceptionnel. La pandémie Covid-19 a bouleversé nos vies, nos sociétés. Néanmoins, nous ne pouvons pas lui permettre d'éteindre notre phare d'espoir. Nous devons vivre avec foi, surtout dans ces moments de la crise mondiale inédite que nous traversons tous. Je crois en la force de la musique. Le message le plus fort dans la musique de Johann Sebastian Bach est l'amour et la paix. Comme nous nous sentons réconfortés et unis par la musique, je crois que nous pouvons affronter cette période difficile grâce à la consolation, solidarité et l'unité. Je souhaite simplement que vous avez eu un bon moment à travers ma musique aujourd'hui. Merci infiniment.
Thank you very much for the inspiring performance, as well as the touching message in French. As Ms. Lee said, music can unite and comfort us, and in doing so, help us overcome this difficult time. Once again, thank you for the beautiful music and warm message. We will now see a special stage of the Seoul Philharmonic Orchestra, a globally renowned premier orchestra. We will hear Sibelius Symphony No. 3 in C major, Opus 52, directed by Maestro Asmo Vanska, recorded last winter and edited specially for GEEF 2021. The final act of the virtual gala concert is the famous fourth movement of Beethoven's Ninth Symphony, performed by the Seoul Philharmonic Orchestra and the National Chorus of Korea. This music in particular has meaning that has transcended into the modern day. Ode to Joy, the anthem of the European Union, is symbolic of freedom, equality, and peace. This performance is conducted by Maestro Marcus Stenz and edited specially for GEEF 2021.
wir betreten feuertrunken himmlische dein Heiligtum. Deine Zauber binden wieder, was die Mode streng geteilt. Alle Menschen werden Brüder, du dein sanfter Flügel weilt. Deine Zauber binden wieder, was die Mode streng geteilt. Alle Menschen werden Brüder, du dein sanfter Flügel weilt. Wem der große Wurf gelungen, eines Freundes Freund zu sein, wer ein holdes Weib errungen, ische seine Not.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Now it is time for the last feature session of GEEF 2021 at Yonsei. We have entered the decade of acceleration of the UN Sustainable Development Goals at a time where human development is on course to decline this year for the first time since UNDP Human Development Index was measured since 1990. Thus, this feature session, hosted by the Ban Ki-moon Foundation for a Better Future, will serve as a guidepost to what we need to consider to achieve SDGs. To kick off this session, please welcome Professor Lee-Kwon Chung, a board member of the Ban Ki-moon Foundation for a Better Future and member of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, 2017 Nobel Peace Prize laureate. The floor is all yours, Professor Chung.
Welcome to our feature session on the report of Redesign Our Future, the title of the new report prepared by Ban Ki-moon Foundation for a Better Future. And as you all know, sustainable development was adopted in 1992 in Rio Earth Summit. It has been already a long time ago, almost 30 years after the adoption of sustainable development concept. And the world community adopted another SDG, which is a sustainable development goal, in 2015. And it's already 5 years have passed already since the adoption of the SDG. And it is only 10 years left until we complete our journey to achieve SDG by 2030. So it is very timely for all of us to think about how much progress have we made and what are the lessons and how we can accelerate our effort to achieve the SDG by 2030. This is the main purpose of the report prepared by Ban Ki-moon Foundation for a Better Future. So it is a great pleasure for all of us to present the contents of the report and have very interesting discussions by inviting world-renowned experts on sustainable development goals. So without much ado, I'd like to invite Professor Jong Tae-young to give us the presentation on the report. Professor Chung, you have the floor.
Thank you, Ambassador Chung. It's my great honor to have a chance to make a presentation on this report. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning to everyone who are joining to this online meeting. The redesigning of our future, the UN SDGs 5 years and the next 10 years, as the moderator said, this was done by the Ban Ki-moon Foundation for a Better Future last year as a flagship project of the foundation. We did a lot last year, and then it's great honor to make a short presentation on the core messages and the findings of this report. Well, I'm a professor in this school, and also I'm the director of the Sustainable Development Program of the foundation. That's why I think I have a chance to make a short presentation. Well, before I start, if you have interest in the full version of this report, please visit the Ban Ki-moon Foundation for Better Future. If you go there, then you can easily download the full report of this one in the form of PDF. So today, in this session, let me just highlight what we have found. I think we end up drawing these 6 important key messages to push this SDG agenda for next 10 years. As you all know, this one started from 2015 to 2030, so that it's the right time to review what we have done and what's missing and what we have to do for the next 10 years. I think that's the objective of this report. And let me summarize the report first before my presentation. Well, I think our key findings and our messages to the world was clear. First, SDGs, as you all know, there are 17 goals, and which were well designed, but our observation for last 5-year performance of the world was not really good in terms of the interactions among SDGs. So we clearly said that, okay, look, the redesigning, realigning of those 17 important SDG goals and define the interactions, channels, and ways, I think that's our first message. Second, at the beginning, we didn't really touch this issue, but when we started this project in the foundation, well, as you all know, the COVID-19 lasts for more than years, and that's why we are doing this forum in this format. Well, so we have to find a way how to assess the impact of COVID-19 to the global community, including our responding strategies and so on related to SDG goals. So we add this new topic, issue, assessing the COVID-19 and its implication on the SDG. That was one of the key messages that we drove from this project. The third one, I think the third one is one of the important, the issue, the rebalancing among the SDG stakeholders. As you know, there are many, many players in achieving the SDGs. So how to achieve the balance among those stakeholders, I think that's one of the key issues that we have been discussed, and I'll talk about that issue a little bit. And the fourth message is obviously that's very much related to this forum also. The Yonsei University Institute for the Engagement and Empowerment, and every year we hold this global GEEF, Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum. So one of the key messages of SDG is how to empower the people and how to engage the stakeholders to achieve our SDG goal. I think that's one of the key messages we draw. And the fifth one, as you can see from the title, this is a redesign of our future, the UN SDG 5 years and the next 10 years. So how are we going to look back the 5 years? So we need the framework to monitor and evaluate our SDG performance. So that's why in our title, we put the 5-year, and the implication of this 5-year review include this monitoring and evaluating mechanism or framework or system, whatever, to achieve the next 10 years the performance. And finally, I think the last message that we want to draw, we want to share with the global community is sharing our experiences. I don't know the Korea is good or bad. I think that will be done by one of our panelists from Ministry of Environment, the Director Jung. But that's the Korean experience of achieving SDGs. And one of our panelists from Japan, I'm sure he will share Japanese experience, right? So I think how to share the experience and how to improve or enhance our understanding and our, performing the SDG-related practice, including policies and private sector's activity. So the important message to the world from the Ban Ki-moon Foundation is that, let's share our experience. So those are the key 6 the messages we draw from this report. Let me talk a little bit more in details. But sizing up the challenges. I think this is our designing of our project, and there are 6 the messages, And we line up that on, it's like a rainbow, but I think the overall, the goal is how to redesign our future under the framework of SDG. Okay, so realigning the interaction among SDGs. And our finding, our observation is simple. SDG goals, those 17 SDG goals are not interactive and are not effectively along with other goals. I think that's our findings. So lack of understanding the interaction among those 17 goals, and sometimes misunderstanding of the goal itself, and lack of analysis on the interaction among the three pillars. And as you know, the SDG 3 pillar means people, prosperity, and planet. So these 3P interactions and the analysis are not yet fully included in our practice or in our policymaking process. That's why we draw the conclusion saying that, yeah, we have to realign, especially interaction-related issues. So, for example, let's see, this is done by Sustainable Development Solution Network. That's Professor Jeffrey Sachs in Columbia University is leading this one. And obviously, the former UN Secretary General, Mr. Ban, he fully supported this SN. So their findings, based on their research in 2019, they said among those, I don't know how many countries in the world, let's say 200 countries. And among those 200 countries, the high-level statement on SDG, how many countries say yes? Only 33. And what about to implement the SDG, how many countries are really considering the budget allocation to achieve this SDG goal? Only 18 countries, yeah, among those 200 countries. And national monitoring, how many countries are really doing? Yeah, less than 30 countries. And stakeholder engagement, yeah, at best, this is the best. And only 35 countries say yes. This is based on SDSN's survey. And this is a reality. This is our 5 years performance. So is it good enough? The answer is obviously no. The 200 countries and the global community's SDG performance for the 5 years, definitely no. Then how are we going to improve it? Yeah, that's why we give the very strong message at the beginning. We say realigning the interaction among the SDGs. And obviously, based on that, the recommendation is, identifying the conditions and policy options that could maximize the win-win synergy and while minimizing the trade-off among the SDGs. SDGs, if you look at the SDG 17 goals, it's seemingly like something conflicted. Well, if you achieve one goal, the other goal can be inevitably minimized. It's kind of a trade-off phenomena you can observe. But I think our message, our recommendation is identifying some enabling condition to maximize the synergies among those SDG goals. I think that's very strong recommendation we want to draw, and also establish the SDG designated authority within the government system. For example, here in Korea, Ministry of Environment is in charge of this SDG performance and SDG related policy development. So we ask if some countries, they don't have those governance or government bodies, then we strongly recommend that you have to establish the authority to check the SDGs. And investment and social and environmental related sectors. And nowadays, I think, fortunately, many private sectors are now engaging more, they allocate their resources more in environment and social related issues, and we call that the ESG. I think so nowadays the ESG related financial resources are including. So I think this is also very important, the movement, the steps. So our recommendation is basically to improve the interaction among the SDGs. We have to do such 3-4 recommendations. And second one, that's the assessment of the COVID-19 response and its implication to SDGs. And it's obvious, right? Among those SDG 17 goals, SDG goal number 3 is about the health related. And COVID-19 means direct damage or impact to human health from the virus. So COVID-19 response means basically how to improve, how to achieve our SDG goal number 3. That's directly related. So we can see from this WHO's report that SDG goal number 3 is directly related to COVID-19 response. And the recommendation, well, our recommendation is basically 2 things. I think immediate response to COVID-19, that requires a lot of the reforming on public health related things. But in the long run, once this COVID-19 wave is more or less passed, then I think each single government, they have to think about how to develop the long-term response to another type of COVID. So we requires long-term and then short-term combined, harmonized response, and obviously that should be linked with SDG goals. Because if you see the 17 SDG goals, all are interacted and all are related. So if we, the human beings and human society, keep destroying our environment, that's related SDG goal, I don't know, 13 plus. I think if we keep destroying our environment, then for the next round, it returns back to the severe damage to human systems, including the human being itself. Then that SDG goal number 3 will be definitely affected. SDG goal number 1, 2, and those are human-related SDGs are affected. So SDG goals are very much important to develop the response to COVID-19 type of human disaster. And the rebalancing thing, I think this is one of the key points and key messages that we draw. So far, the findings are obviously SDG goals. To achieve those goals, it was not balanced, and I don't want to read these details. Basically, public sector driven and very much short-term the policies, and those are the SDG things. But SDG is really the left-hand side graph is the current SDG practice. Very much heavy weighted on the public sector, and the private sector and civil sectors are very much lightly involved, and they're very much short-sighted, myopic type of policy development, and that's the current situation in most countries. So to achieve this rebalance among the SDGs, we need basically paradigm shift. Paradigm shift means, well, to achieve some kind of a balancing sense between public sector and the private sector, and also civil society. And rather than the short-term, very short-run based policy or practice, we have to think about a little bit long-term, long-term vision. One example is like this. We have we keep talking about the climate change issue for a long time, yeah? But very recently, many countries, I think more than 100 countries, now, wait a minute, I think the climate change is not really shown an issue. So let's think about a little bit long-term issue. That's I think, carbon neutrality 2050. Yeah, so that's even 2050 is 30 years later from now on. So government start thinking about this long-term target, long-term vision. That's one of the process of rebalancing among those SDG goals and the stakeholders. And empowerment and engagement, the stakeholders, I think, this one, bottom-up approach is not feasible. That's our findings. But the details, I think Professor Kwok next to me, when she has the floor, I think she'll cover this one more. So I'll skip this one because I don't want to spend too much time. And recommendation is public sector, private sectors, and we need the guidelines and so on and so forth. So details will be done by the Professor Kwok, I hope. And I think the framework is done by Professor Kwok. So I think I'll pass this one to her. And monitoring and evaluation, I think this one is one of the important message that we draw, because without monitoring, without evaluating performance, we cannot really talk about the next 10 years. So we review very rigorously what we have done, and then based on our evaluation, we're going to improve our performance. We're going to reform. We're going to change something. So to achieve the SDG goal by 2030, we definitely need this monitoring and evaluation system. Now, I think they have monitoring and evaluation system, but the problem is it's not harmonized, it's not unified, it's not consistent, and so on. So we need something, the common monitoring, evaluating the framework. That's the message and our recommendation. And finally, sharing the experience. As I said at the beginning, before the Biden was elected, the last 3-4 years world, if you see that, then this photo symbolically tell us what we have done in the world last 4-5 years. Yeah, G2, the big giant, America and China, they don't really work together. They didn't. They just blame each other for every single the global issues. And to achieve this global SDG goals, I think we have to make them to face each other rather than what you can see from the photo. So sharing the experience among the stakeholders, I think that's very much important, the message that we draw. Well, I think I take too much of time, so thank you for your attention, and let me stop at this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Chung Tae-yong, for rundown on the key messages of the report. Now I'd like to invite Professor Kwak Ju-young, the professor of School of Business at Yonsei University. Actually, she was one of the co-authors of the report, and she might be focusing on engagement and empowering the stakeholders. Yeah, the floor is yours, Professor Kwak.
Hello. My name is Ju-young Kwak. I am working at School of Business. So perhaps I will focus on the corporate issues and the international realm for the Sustainable Development Goal related issues. So again, to emphasize the importance of Sustainable Development Goals set by UN, it's so timely action to check the progress and discuss the direction of SDG for the next 10 years. So it has been 5 years, and there are 10 years more that they are waiting. So how to do and what has been done, it's timely to check because it's under COVID-19. So it's a pandemic crisis. And as a it's kind of inevitable choice because the people need to isolate for fear of being infected. So the recent crisis is that the use of plastics has increased really sharply. So what we have done in the global crisis, we definitely need to discuss it. And many people have lost a job, even now. So emphasizing long-term benefits sometimes do not really appeal to the suffering people. So under the situation, what should we do? So we definitely need to discuss about it too. So the Professor Jung also introduced some slides about say, empowering and engaging stakeholders for the SDG goals. And we have already uploaded the full paper at Ban Ki-moon Foundation for a Better Future, the homepage. So please check the paper. And I don't have to repeat the picture or the wording again. But I know we have the generic audience as well as professional audience. But in order to enhance or remind the importance of SDG again, for the generic audience, let me introduce briefly about the ESG. So the rebalancing the power, I don't say the state sector should be reduced. Rather, I would like to emphasize again, the private sector should be more active and participating in SDGs. However, private organizations, say firms, they are organizations for interest. So without profits, the organizations go disband or get out of the market. So profitability itself is a critical goal. And usually the corporate budgeting is done yearly, so that if the firms can't make a profit, they can't share any, they can't be in the situation to think more about the SDG. So the SDG, so in order to boost up continuously the corporate participation for SDG, the corporate, first of all, should be sustainably profitable, so that in fact, the corporate sectors have some, say, the strong limitation and the constraints. Under the situation, perhaps an ESG framework will be an alternative, but very, very optimal solution. So ESG, environment, social, and governance framework, have three pillars. Environment, everybody related to the corporate activity should protect the environment. And the social, the firms should contribute to the society. And of course, the insiders, employees and all the management, top management, middle management, they are important part of the actors to do the SDG activities. So that the ESG, of course, at the firm level, firms have conducted the corporate social responsibility, the so-called CSR. Okay? CSR is already common. However, as the name tells, the responsibility. So that the ESG is compared to CSR, in my opinion, it's kind of an evolution because it includes investors. The communication with investors, it should be more widely adopted. And all of us know that environment should be protected by firms in a way that their businesses continue and the corporate governance should improve. And we need more firms definitely to adopt the ESG framework at the global level to communicate about how a firm should contribute to sustainable development with the stakeholders. And non-stakeholders also watch and monitor whether the covenant is kept as well. So in fact, in the paper, report, I coined the term, the covenant. I really like the term. So it's a kind of the public promise for a firm to offer to the important stakeholders. And it is quite comprehensive. So it's environment, society, and the governance. Another comment is the role of international organization. So the SDG is set by UN, so it's UN's contribution to the global community. So in the current ESG framework, the role of international organizations somehow do not appear crucially because the ESG is mainly discussed within the domestic context. Although the international organizations are a main part of the ESG activities. And including United Nations, the global organizations, are a large hierarchy, network. And as always, it's large and it's wide, global, so that even though all international organizations have code of ethics and the ESG-related performance criteria, because they are very large, it's practically hard to real-time have feedback from what is being happened. Okay? So that perhaps my suggestion, while I was writing that report and meeting the people working at international organizations, is that the evaluation cycle should be shorter so that international organizations are also more actively participate in the SDG implementation of the SDG. Okay? And in addition to the role of international organizations, as Professor Chung has emphasized, the global sharing for the SDG experience is very important. Some countries are running ahead in development and implementation of SDG-related activities, while other countries are slow. Why slow? Perhaps the lack of expertise or the broken balance in the SDG stakeholders are varying reasons. Regardless of the roots for the reason, we need more evidence, more best practices, and demonstrations to the SDG policies optimized for under the setting of each stakeholder. So that, perhaps that's the end of my comment. So I have discussed about the corporate sector, the issues on the corporate sector and the international community. And if all of these efforts are continuously pushed, perhaps we will have a better picture in the last ending year of the SDG 10 years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Kwak Jung. Now I'd like to invite Professor Park Tae-in, the professor of Seoul National University. He was also one of the co-author of the report, and I think Professor Park might be focusing on monitoring and evaluation, but you can add something else as well. Yeah, so Professor Park, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ambassador Chung. To add on Professor Chung's keynote presentation, I would like to offer a few points. First, I'd like to re-emphasize the importance of voluntary national reviews. Second, it would be also relevant to share with the audiences some up-to-date information about the latest VNRs in 2020. Third, let me conclude by introducing two courses on sustainable development for our youth audiences. The 2030 Agenda encourages UN member states to conduct regular and inclusive reviews of progress at the national and sub-national levels, which are voluntary and state-led, undertaken by both developing and developed countries. So these national reviews are expected to serve as a basis for the regular reviews by the high-level political forum on sustainable development. This is a meeting under the auspices of the UN Economic and Social Council. So it is quite obvious that the VNRs are the only means to investigate formally the implementation of SDGs by UN member states. So in order for the high-level political forum, HLPF, to function as a central platform and an effective place to follow up and review the SDGs and to address the global sustainable development governance deficit, qualitative and quantitative development of the VNLs is very critical. So last year, 47 UN member states presented their VNLs, and this brings the total number of VNLs, number of countries who have presented their VNR reports to 168 since its adoption of the Global Goals 2030 Agenda. So in their VNR report, it is quite predictable that many countries expressed deep concern about the effects of COVID-19 on their society and economy. In other words, on their people and prosperity. So this included the impact on national budgets and the agile need to redirect existing expenditures towards emergency responses. In our issue papers, I and my co-authors advise that there should be a standard requirement for all UN member states to integrate SDGs into their national budgetary processes, because national budgets are the link between sustainable development plans and strategies and their actual outcomes, I mean the public spending. However, today with the COVID-19 pandemic, many of the hard-earned gains towards SDGs are in trouble, they are in jeopardy, and the strain on budgetary processes triggered by the pandemic underline the need for building better national capacities for SDG-related budgeting. Having said this, in this era of pandemic, it is very exciting and very impressive to see that the majority of our audiences are young generations from all over the world. I don't want to believe that it's because of Ms. Angelina Jolie, but speaking of higher education for sustainable development, and SDG-engaged university education is critical for achieving the global goals and redesigning our future. In this regard, as mentioned earlier, let me introduce the two courses on sustainable development for our youth audiences. Before I moved to Seoul National University, I was a research professor at the Institute for Global Engagement and Empowerment at Yonsei University, where I was involved in managing the two courses and also as well as the first and the second GEEF. First of all, understanding sustainable development with Ban Ki-moon is a flagship undergraduate course to increase students' understanding of the theories and practices of sustainable development. In my recent published article, based on a questionnaire survey during the course, there were significant average differences in the perception of sustainable development and the measure of global civic awareness, depending on whether or not to participate in sustainable development education. Aside from this course available to Yonsei students, IGEE developed special Coursera course. It's called Sustainable Development in the 21st Century with Ban Ki-moon, open to the public, and you can easily find this course at the Coursera website, and it's free. The world will have the largest youth population ever over the next few years, so leaving young people out of sustainable development make no sense. It is impossible. So I do hope more and more youth engagement sessions will be organized at the upcoming GEEF, several GEEF events in the near future. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Professor Park. Now I'd like to invite the Director Jung Eun-hye from the Ministry of Environment. She is in charge of green transformation policy. Now, floor is yours.
Thanks for the introduction. I'm very honored to participate in this very prestigious forum as a panelist. I feel very close to the GEEF because I had organized a session at the first GEEF when I worked for the United Nations Office for Sustainable Development, which is a part of the UN DESA. Actually, I have a presentation, but for my second intervention, so my intervention will be very short. First of all, the GEF has been a really great venue to share the ideas and practices on the strategic implementation with the global community. And I congratulate the launch of the Redesign Our Future, the report, which is very important, and it provides excellent analysis on the current status and challenges of the SDGs implementation, and very concrete and solid recommendation. One of the things that I liked about the report is that it also suggests the 2050 Summit for Sustainable Development Goals. As Professor Park mentioned, that the UN has high-level political forum, and we have 4 years, every 4 years we have the summit level session, but I think it's not enough. To mobilize political will, we need something more. So the 2050 summit will be an excellent opportunity. My second point is also related to the comments by Professor Park. One of the reports, the main recommendation is rebalancing among SDG stakeholders and empowering and engaging the stakeholders, especially for the young people. The concept of the sustainable development itself is about the intergenerational equity. So the participation of the young people is the essential for the implementation of sustainable development goals. But it is easier said than done. We provide lots of courses and we provide the opportunity to engage the young people to join the discussion. But let me just share one of the experiences that I had last year. My division, Green Transformation Policy Division, is coordinating the sustainable development policy in Korea, in the government. And last year, I tried to, the Sustainable Development Committee members, we are making you as the committee member. And I'd like to try to have some members, committee members, under 30. But the Sustainable Development Law has a specific, requirement. The committee member should have a lot of experience and expertise. So I couldn't find the person who has a lot of expertise and the experience who are under 30. So that is just one of the examples how difficult it is to make the voice of the young people to be heard and reflected. And that's one of my intervention. Thank you.
Okay, Director Jong. And now it's time to invite our foreign panelists. First, I'd like to invite Bernard Woods from ADB, Asia Development Bank. He is a Director of Strategy and Planning Department. I welcome you for joining our session. And now the floor is yours, Director Woods.
Great. Thank you very much, Ambassador Chung, and good day to everybody. So I have great congratulations to pass on to Professor Jung and the team for this report. I'd like to react to it focusing on 5 different aspects of the report, which I think resonate very much with how the Asian Development Bank also sees the SDGs. So first, as you said, the kind of interactions amongst the SDGs, COVID-19 and implications for the SDGs, rebalancing stakeholders, and here I'll pick up some comments from Professor Taeyeon Park about ESG. Monitoring and evaluation, other Professor Park also mentioned that, and then finally with working together. So maybe first just to say that from the research we've done with the SDGs, all of the SDGs were off track for achievement even before COVID-19. So when we think about the interactions and the trade-offs amongst the SDGs, which I fully agree hasn't been given enough attention, it wasn't like we were ahead in some and then trading off those against others. We were behind on all of the SDGs in Asia and the Pacific. And our perspective is if Asia and the Pacific doesn't achieve the SDGs, then globally we can't achieve them. So absolutely on the kind of the first point in the report, we very much think that there needs to be more thought on the interactions, the trade-offs with the SDGs, but underlying that is that they're all off track. And now once we get the data from COVID-19 and the effect on the SDGs, likely that they will be even more off track. So the second topic I'd like to pick up from the report is really the implications of COVID-19 for the SDGs. And I think the crisis has shown globally, but also in Asia and the Pacific, really how our failures on the SDGs have made this global pandemic even worse. So I think COVID-19 would have been a global crisis regardless, but I think For example, if you look at SDG 1 and 10, around social protection systems, I think clearly there have been challenges there, and had we had more robust social protection systems, that would have been better. Those would have been better able to support populations during lockdowns and movement restrictions. Zero hunger. I know we can clearly see that the COVID-19 pandemic has interrupted agriculture. It's interrupted supply chains, moving foodstuffs around the world, and this will have a very detrimental effect on zero hunger. And then Professor Jung, you mentioned, of course, SDG 3. So this is where the most damage, the most impact of COVID-19 will be felt on the SDGs directly. But also we can see, had we done a better job, had we had more robust universal healthcare, had we had better systems to track and monitor and address communicable disease, I think we'd be in a much better place in terms of fighting back against the COVID-19 pandemic. So across the SDGs, definite deep and lasting impacts will be felt from COVID-19, and I think that has exposed the weaknesses and the gaps in our SDG implementation. So we see very much the SDGs as the framework for building back better, for charting our pathway to recovery. And we very much would look forward to working with other partners like yourselves on both understanding better the impact of COVID-19 on the SDGs, and also how we can use the SDGs as a framework for a green and resilient future moving forwards. So the next topic, and this is about rebalancing stakeholders, which you mentioned. And we see a real need to place the emphasis on the private sector. In our Asian Development Bank, this is an area of increasing focus, and Professor Tae Park, you mentioned about ESG. We really see the explosion in interest in ESG. This is very positive. And the way we would see it is to move beyond corporate social responsibility, so that the actual kind of for-profit actions of the private sector are ones which bring about progress on the Sustainable Development Goals. So to do this, we're setting up a new partnership with the private sector called ADB Ventures, and this is basically about investing in technology for the SDGs. There is a Korean involvement in this, in addition to Nordic involvement and others. And basically, we're looking at technology-driven companies, investing in them that have a potential for larger scale impact. And our intent is to crowd in around $1 billion of risk capital, really using robust ESG principles and adhering to very ambitious impact metrics. So in terms of rebalancing stakeholders, our focus is very much on the private sector. Professor Park, you mentioned the VNR's monitoring evaluation, very important. And for us, looking at this, we're focusing on something called SDG implementation snapshots. So this we've done in a number of countries. We've partnered with Columbia University, SDSN, which was mentioned earlier. And this is basically looking at some of the topics that came out in their survey, Professor Jung, that you mentioned earlier. So looking at the architecture in the countries, is that set up for SDG implementation? Is there something under the Office of the President or a ministry handling SDGs? Are SDGs integrated into the planning and budget? Is the sufficient financing? How are countries raising money to achieve the SDGs? And finally, do they have the systems in place to collect the data and measure performance on the SDGs? So we've done a number of these snapshots in countries across Asia and the Pacific, and this is something we'd like to expand, again, to get a better sense of how countries are actually moving forwards on the SDGs. Also with partnership, we think partnership is very important. Ours really centered on the United Nations, so working with UN SCAP, the Economic Commission for Asia and the Pacific, and also the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, really monitoring the progress of the SDGs in the Asia and the Pacific region. And so we think that the partnerships, especially with the UN, are really important moving forwards. Maybe let me end by summing up that for us, it's really important to learn from the first 5 years of experience as we look forward to the kind of final decade for action to really to make strides on achieving the SDGs. And in this context, we're one of many actually multilateral development banks. And we've recently put out the first joint MDB report on the SDGs, and really seeing how the SDGs can be this platform for moving to a green, inclusive, and resilient recovery. So we very much congratulate you on the report. Many of the themes are things that we at the Asian Development Bank are also working on, and look forward to future collaboration on some of those. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Director Woods. Thank you very much for your comment on the report. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Fujino, Junichi Fujino from IGS. He is a program director from Japan. So Fujino-san, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Rekon-chan, and all the panelists. I'm glad to join this event even over this online system. It's a COVID-19 era. It's quite important to launch this redesign our future report. Congratulations, because our UN report touching on SDGs, it's the name of report document is transforming our world, and then how to transform our world, we need to redesign our future. So it's a quite important title. I just also publish a kind of a report how to tackle with COVID-19 from the perspective of especially environmental issues. We launched its triple R framework, react, recover, and redesign. So first we need to react to the current situation. Now vaccine is now available and starting available, but it is how to having now it's also discussed about the recovery. About Japan, when we have COVID-19, we somehow having the very urgent action, but enough we would like we include kind of the action like renewable energy or like kind of SDGs action to tackle with the COVID-19. So then we have now kind of integrated approaches for COVID-19 and also environment or SDGs issues. But when I look back to Japanese 5 years experience, Japanese government set the SDGs SDGs national level headquarters in 2016 before the G8 Japan. I feel that in 2016 or 2017 only kind of the expert or only the people who have mind has interest in SDGs. So there is not so many kind of movement, but from 2018, for example, Japanese government started the SDGs Future City program. So government set the front runner SDG city, 30 cities every year from 2018. And now Japanese government select 19 SDGs front runner cities. And this kind of movement makes the SDGs much popular. Of course, business side, all the panelists mentioned like ESG or now every major company interested in TCFD or like such as rating system or the reviewing system. These kind of not totally private public system makes the business more like SDGs friendly. This is quite interesting movement. And then I might mainly the guy who is in field in climate change, like Professor Tae Yeon-jung. I joined the first COP 11 in Montreal in 2005. And so it's around 16 years ago. When I joined the first COP 11, only the national governments and quite a limited number of the experts like science or a huge business side joined the COP meeting. But now, like COP 21 Paris or for COP 26 UK, now there is a lot of movement for like non-state actors, like Race to Zero. Also, national government last climate summit, China announced the zero carbon by 2060, and then recently, Korea, Japan also announced zero carbon by 2050. So, these kind of movement are quite important to push the SDGs from the side of climate, but also from climate side, SDGs is quite important because the we need the like economic and then social benefit through the climate action. So this kind of movement is quite important. Also, I'd like to point it out the like technology or solution side. When I discuss about the climate change at in the COP15 Copenhagen, there is a moment that is we almost have the Copenhagen protocol, but it failed. And then when I look back at the situation, we may still miss the like good technology, like renewable energy or like IT or nowadays AI. It's still not mature at that time, but now, you know, many like renewable energy has good economic impact, and then like US, like local level, there are many initiatives towards zero carbon or SDGs, especially like Los Angeles, California, New York, or many states. I heard that now more than 200 cities in US announced that it's zero carbon by before 2050. So like last 5 years, we have such a good momentum, but what will be happen for next 10 years? This is also quite important, and then we really need kind of such integrated approach, and then we need a better solution. So this is my first comment. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Fujino-san. So now I think I would like to open the floor, and before we engage in some of the discussions among the panelists, I have received, I think we should exhaust some of the questions we received from the audience. We have already prepared questions from the audience, and one of the general questions from the audience was, what are some early learnings we could use and adapt from this health crisis to work on solving climate change crisis? Has the pandemic reshaped actions and ideas over how to achieve the SDG to minimize the negative effects of climate change in the future? In other words, the question is about what kind of lessons we can apply through the pandemic to climate change actions. So I'd like to open the floor to our panelists and the presenters. Do you have any specific comments on this question? What kind of lessons we can learn from the pandemic that can be applied in combating climate change actions? So who would like to volunteer? Any volunteers? Professor Jung Tae-yong, you would like to go first? I think you mentioned
Bernard, I think why don't you go ahead? I think.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Woods, you go first.
Oh, great, thank you very much. Really excellent question, and the way that we think about this is, we all see the damage and the very destructive nature of COVID-19, but climate change promises to be much worse. So I think it's a very excellent question that we need to learn about this. I would make two comments. The first is we've seen, in my eyes, an amazing, what I would call a kind of pandemic green shift. So in the short space of 12 months or so, we've seen this real shift globally to an increased emphasis on clean energy and clean technology. And I think this is unprecedented and quite unpredicted. I mean, who would have thought that we'd be discussing fossil fuels as potentially stranded assets? And this has happened very quickly. So I think that's comforting. I'm not 100% sure what the correlation with the pandemic is, but it certainly brought that out. The second, I think, is the need for strong multilateral institutions and a strong sense of multilateralism and the global community. I think like the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change is something that we can only solve as a global community. We all have to do our part. All of our different countries have to take steps, but really we have to come together. And I think the COVID-19 has shown, where multilateralism is strong, we can work well, but it's also shown where there's weakness and where multilateral systems haven't worked well or haven't been supported, it's caused a lot of problems. And I think those problems are bad for COVID-19. I think they would be and will be even worse for climate change if we don't solve them. So I think really coming out of this, a focus on regional cooperation, integration, stronger multilateralism is something that we can learn from COVID-19 to climate change. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wood. How about Fujino-san? You raised your hands, right? Yeah, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. The Kon-chan-san. Yes, there is several lessons from the COVID-19 to the climate change. Even the COVID-19 time, we have also climate risk or also climate damage. So now in the case of Fukushima, there was the typhoon in 2019, but before COVID-19, and then it makes the awareness of the climate. Also, COVID makes much bigger. So then they set the target renewable 100% by 2040, and then now there is the largest scale of the PV in Fukushima. So how we'd like to make such risk to the chance, and then now we have a technology, and if we have a good framework system, and also incentives and then support, we can make such a big movement. So we need such a good challenge. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Fujino-san. Now, Professor Jung Tae-woo. Yeah.
Well, since the Wood, the ADB director, mentioned what I want to say, so I have to. I 100% agree with you, and I basically echo what you said. But since I'm in school, I'm in academia, let me add a little bit new concept. I think for a long time in international environmental the community, the people keep saying about the global commons, and now this pandemic and climate change, for a long time we thought that that's one of the typical example of global public good. So this is what government has to do, and this is what international agencies they have to deal with. But let's change. I think while we are overcoming this COVID-19, I think it's not the global public good. It's a global common good. So it's not the responsibility of a public sector only. I think a private sector and international agency. So maybe I think it's about time to redefine the global issues that we have to deal with. In the very short run, we have to obviously overcome this COVID-19, but in the long run, such global commons like climate change or ecosystems, and those issues should be dealt with the participation or engaging of all stakeholders, not just the public sector, domestically, nationally, internationally. Well, I think this is our common issue. So once we redefine our issue as global commons, then I think our approaches could be more integrated. That's an additional comment that I want to make. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Now, Professor Kwak Jung, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I have a very short follow-up to Professor Jung. So the pandemic necessitates it has sharply increased the public notion for the need of developing the alternative materials, say eco-friendly materials. And previously, let's say before pandemic, the COVID-19, so we kept saying that your future will be threatened unless you are acting for SDG right now. But most people, unless they are directly related, they say it's somebody else's story. But right now, along with the pandemic, people's stress level has increased really a lot compared to the past. So that this is the right timing to act for the SDG. That's my comment.
Any other comment from our panelists? Professor, you don't have? Okay. Then can I ask to Director Jong In-hye about the issue of, because you are from the Environment Ministry, you are in charge of engaging the Korean private sector industry as well. And what we heard from our panelists about the upside and the positive side about the impact of a pandemic on our response to climate change. But there are some concerns as well that while the governments and the private sector, they are very anxious to speed up the recovery, and they want to accelerate economic growth. And the private sector is anxious, and they would like to accelerate their business activities as well. There's a strong risk. The private sector doesn't care about the environmental impact, and they just only focus on short-term profitability and maximizing and accelerating economic growth and business. So from the Environment Ministry, Director Jung, how can you persuade and engage Korean private sector in spite of the negative impact on business from the pandemic to accept more green transformation for our future in spite of the economic depression, negative damage on their business activity on private sector? How can you persuade them to join and resist the temptation to go down the road of accelerating the economic growth at the expense of environment?
Ambassador Jung, thanks for the good one excellent question. Actually, I made a short presentation about the Korea's policy on the Green Recovery Plan, which is Green New Deal. So let me just share some slides with you. So I only have like 7 or 8 minutes, so I will skip most of the slides and focus a few the important ones. I think the Fujino-san mentioned about we are living in the era of pandemics. The Thomas Friedman also said that, and because of the COVID-19 crisis is a result of ongoing climate change and the degradation of natural ecosystem. So we will see another pandemics to come. UNDESA made a projection of the global economy and the carbon emission grow after COVID-19. And they emphasized the importance of reducing carbon emission while delivering all the sustainable development goals through greener, more inclusive, and sustainable recovery. I think the Korean New Deal aims for, especially the Green New Deal, aims for this greener, more inclusive, and sustainable recovery. It envisions the national transformation toward a low-carbon economy and social inclusiveness. I'd like to just skip these slides, and I accept that Korea's effort on the Sustainable Development Goals implementation, KSDGs is a modified form of UN SDGs, covering the 17 goals, 119 targets, and I just skipped this part, 119 targets and 236 indicators. It is established through multi-stakeholder consultation. And I will just skip that part. The Green New Deal, affects, on the preliminary analysis shows that the Korea's Green New Deal has a lot of impacts on the Sustainable Development Goals implementation. Let me share a few the pillars of the Korea's Green New Deal policy. First pillar is sustainable infrastructure and nature restoration. And it has a lot of impacts on the water goal, energy goal, city, sustainable consumption and production, climate change, and terrestrial ecosystem, as well as poverty and health and the education goals. The second pillar of the Green New Deal is low carbon and decentralized energy supply. And it has a lot of impacts on the energy, the infrastructure, the city, and sustainable consumption and production and climate change. The third pillar is innovation in the green industry, and it has lots of impacts on the health, energy, infrastructure, city, SCP, and climate change. I'd like to raise a point that the Green New Deal has a lot of impacts on the social dimensions of the Sustainable Development Goals, but it doesn't show here yet because the Green New Deal policy doesn't have concrete plan for the just transition. I think that is very important, but it is missing. The work needs to be done more. I'd like to, the ambassador mentioned that how we can incorporate private sector. We have lots of the actions and the plans, but without the participation of the private sector, it is meaningless. And to do that, I think the institutional reform and defining future direction is very important. And I think Korea is on track. Last year, the President Moon announced the carbon neutrality by 2050. And there are many legislations backing this vision is under discussion in the National Assembly. I'd like to draw your attention for one act, the Act on Sustainable Society and Green Transformation, because this is the law about the green transformation and the just transition. All of us are aware that the process toward the carbon neutrality affect negatively some people, the regions, and the industry. So the motto of the Sustainable Development Goals, LNOB, no one left behind, is very important and relevant in the concept in this the just transition. So I hope this law can be enacted as soon as possible. The last thing that I want to mention is about the new governance for carbon neutrality and the sustainable development goals. You know, the sustainable development was a president's agenda, but 10 years ago, it was downgraded to the ministry level. Green growth, climate action was also president's agenda, but it downgraded to the prime minister's office level a few years ago. We need the leadership who can show the strong political will, and I hope the current discussion and negotiation in the National Assembly can result in the new governance, which can reflect the full gravity of the carbon neutrality and the sustainable development goals. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Chung. Now I'd like to present another question specifically directed to Professor Chung Tae-yong. The question is that among the 17 goals in SDG, what goal do you think is the most serious and needed achieving firstly? I think food problem, hunger is the one. This is the question from audience.
Well, the answer is yes. I think the answer is yes. But if you look the architecture of SDGs carefully, and many panelists, including myself, highlight a lot, the SDGs, people, prosperity, planet, partnership, peace. So there are 5 Ps, 6 Ps, and so on. Obviously, if you see the SDG goal number 1 to 5, those goals are directly related to people. Yeah, hunger, health, education, genders, and so on. So why we are pushing these SDG goals, basically for the prosperity and our environment and so on, but for ourselves, for human beings, and for human systems and human society. So if you ask, among those 17 goals, which goal is the most important? I think all goals are important, but that's why at the beginning of this report, we highlight the interaction among those SDG goals. But obviously, the first 1 to 5 goals that are directly related to people, those are the goals that we have to look at first. I think that's my comment.
Okay, thank you, Professor Chung. There's another question from the audience for Dr. Junichi Fujino-san. The question is, what are the major risks associated with committing to national green growth strategy? I'm not sure whether you have received this question by email earlier. So have you? Can you come up with some question on it, comment on it?
Yeah, thank you very much for the questions. And then, the relationship between green growth and the national policy. Yes, it is quite important to show the strong leadership by the national government to promote the Green New Deal or green recovery. But if the local government side or local business side have no kind of the ability to take the actions, it doesn't have good to the impact. So how we will have yes, it's the a participatory approach, but also kind of participatory actions. We need the kind of the not only the vertical, but also now some of you may know the new management system. It's a tier leadership, and then how to have flat leadership, and then we need the such the not only the strong policy, but also capacity for the enabling actions. I think this is quite important to having this action. And if we do not have any good capacity, we may have a lot of risks. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So now we have exhausted the questions from the audience, and now we have 10 minutes left for interaction among the panelists. I'd like to come up with some questions for the panelists. So I will go for Dr. Bernard Woos, director from ADB, since you are dealing with many developing countries. And as you have said that developing countries, many of them are actually falling behind, and the achievement is not that good, impressive. And the pandemic made it even more difficult challenge for them. And when I was a director in the UN ESCAP for Environment Development Division, always one of the most important questions from the policymakers of developing country is that we don't have money and we don't have technology. And monies are not sufficient. They don't have a capacity. This has been the constant question from all developing countries. And I'm sure you are trying to address those concerns by developing countries. But I will tell you one of my own story first before you come up with your own story. Whenever I got those questions from the policymakers in developing country, I used to answer that money and technology is not everything. They are necessary, but not sufficient. And the sufficient question left from other than money and technology is policy, especially public policy and government policy, how to make the private sector's investment in climate change or in planet or global commons and for people. How can we make those long-term investment in the people and for the planet to be more profitable? That is the job of the government and the job of the policy. So if the government brings in public policy that can bridge the time gap between the short-term profitability and the long-term sustainability, then the private sector can accelerate their investment and their business plans conducive to the achievement of SDG goals. So I have been emphasizing importance of the public policy as well. Of course, we need money and technology, but what I said was it is not everything. It is necessary, but it's not sufficient. So I have been emphasizing on the role of the public policy. How do you think? What is your standard answer to those questions from developing country?
Great, thank you very much, Ambassador Chung. Great question and something we struggle with a lot. So maybe I will have two or three answers to that. The first, I think, comes from some research we've done with UNDP when we're looking at how will the SDGs actually be funded? Where's the money going to come from? And we've looked at domestic sources and international sources. And international sources, public sources like the Asian Development Bank, official assistance, very, very small amount. And the lion's share for the SDGs actually needs to come from a domestic public and domestic private. So that's exactly the kind of sources you're thinking about. So one hand is public policy for domestic resource mobilization. And this includes strengthening tax regimes and increasing the effectiveness and enforcement of tax collection so that the countries in Asia and the Pacific really have the public resources they need to address the SDGs. And the second is what you mentioned, is getting the private sector to focus more on this. So internationally, I think, as I mentioned, there's, in fact, the focus of many parts of the private sector on the Sustainable Development Goals is very sophisticated. So they already have kind of impact investing, impact metrics beyond what some of the countries have. So I think there's already a shift in that direction. And then what countries can do through public policy is to encourage a greater shift there. And one area that I would see as an emphasis is the kind of shift to the digital economy. So I think the COVID-19 pandemic has really underscored this need for the private sector to come into this area. And I think if you look at areas like fintech, I think it can be a win-win where people can get access to capital, they can get banking services, the private sector can make the profit they need on providing that credit and savings and services. And it's a kind of a win-win situation. So those would be the areas that we'd be looking at, domestic resource mobilization and really, directing, helping, catalyzing the private sector to look at those win-win areas. I hope that that answered your question. Thank you.
Okay. Any panelists would like any comment on my question or issue?
Well, not comment, but we have only 5 minutes. So I have one promotion. Yeah, I think as a director of this foundation, as I said, we did this job. I think we published this report. Yeah, the 5-year performance plus what's going on next 10 years. Now, the audience and participant of this GEEF 2021. Please take a look at our report, and we really hope that we want to trigger our collective effort for improving our SDG performance for next 10 years. Obviously, including ADB, IGEE, and other partners. I really hope that you can easily download the soft version of the report, and we are very keen to work together with others to improve our SDG performance for next 10 years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Jung Tae-yong. Before I close the session, we have only 4 minutes left. Can I come up with one question to Fujino-san? And since Fujino-san is from Japan, the developed country, and the challenge from a developed country might be a little different from the challenges of developing country, which was covered by Bernard Woods. So in fact, what I have been always expecting from developed countryside is a kind of role model of presenting some of the leadership of pushing the SDG or climate change or carbon neutrality by not only by just a Green New Deal, which is Green New Deal is, as you know, is just a kind of ad hoc financial injection by the government, but it doesn't mention about the private sector's engagement. Green New Deal, one of the limitations of Green New Deal is that it's only a program of the government, and it doesn't talk much about engagement of the private sector. So I have been looking for some of the role model and leadership from developed country, how they are encouraging private sector to be a leader of green programs rather than pushed by the government. But how can the private sector can take over the leadership of carbon neutrality, something like this. So is there any kind of a movement or any ideas that Japan industry, I'm sure Japan has to push your industry to push for carbon neutrality. So can you make us any comment on that?
Yeah, thank you very much, Ambassador. It's quite a great challenge, and then now there are several movements from the local private sectors to push the SDGs or climate neutrality, because the local private sector SMEs, they face with the stakeholders, local stakeholders, and the local stakeholders has their own problems or their own issues, and then local private sector try to provide the solution for such the local stakeholders, and then they make a business. So this SDGs, it comes from the problems or challenges in the world towards 2030, and then national government can show the a way or a roadmap, but the real problem, real actions happen on the ground. And so how we will encourage such the local private sectors through the SDGs, because SDGs now it's quite popular, and then such as private sectors who has actions in local side, but they don't have any good name about the activity. Now they can use the word SDGs as their social economic activities. So and then I think in developing countries, the local private sector also face to the problems in the on the ground. And so how we can encourage such local private sectors, not only the developed country, but in developing country. It's like a bottom of a pyramid. And then now we have many technology, IT technology, many renewable energy. So how we can have good model, not only in the developed country, but the developing country. Sometimes developed country, we are so struggle with the current system. So I think SDGs can be not only developing, but the global common world. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Fujino-san. Thank you, Fujino-san and Bernard Wurst for joining our session from overseas. And it has been a great pleasure having all the excellent panelists in our session. So thank you very much for your attention. And I appreciate all the participation. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
시대가 끊임없이 변화하잖아요. 또 사람들의 생각, 문화, 가치관 이런 게 모두 변화하고 있거든요.
There's superficial changes. I mean, we've obviously moved most of our teaching online, so there is slightly more distance between us and the students. But with that being said, I think the basic principles of teaching remain the same.
하루하루 새롭게 배워가는 그런 중이라고 생각해요. 호기심이 없고 배우겠다라는 마음이 없으면 도전이 때로는 또 힘들게 생각될 수도 있거든요.
혁신이라는 단어 자체가 본질을 향해서 가는 거라고 생각이 들어요.
인생의 본질은 행복을 찾는 거기 때문에 그 행복을 사람을 만나지 않고도 찾는 방법에 대한 부분에서 혁신이 나올 거라고 보고 있습니다.
이전의 시대는 나의 성공을 향해서 앞으로 위로 나아가기만 하면 전체의 성공과 발전이 함께 따라오는 시대였었죠. 팬데믹 이후에 오늘은 나를 넘어서 나의 주변을, 공동체를, 국가를, 인류 전체를 살피며 함께 나아가야만 하는 시대가 되어버린 것 같습니다.
그렇기 때문에 공존에 대해 생각하고 공존의 답을 찾아가는 도전을 해야만 이것으로서 혁신은 완성될 수 있는 거죠. 혁신은 이 공존을 위한 답이 그 안에 내재되어 있어야 한다.
사회를 리드하는, 앞서가는 건전한 생각들을 갖고 발전적인 방향을 제시하는 선배들이 너무 많은데 그런 정신들을 연세에서 배웠다고 말하는 선배들을 굉장히 많이 봤거든요. 너무 자랑스럽죠.
뭔가 마음속 깊숙이 본인들이 뭐든지 할 수 있다라고 생각하는 사람들과 늘 공부하고 일을 했다 보니까 저도 모르게 제 스스로가 좀 그런 사람으로 세팅이 되어 있다라는 생각을 할 때가
우리 학생들이 새로운 환경에 놓였을 때 거기에서 회피하거나 좌절하지 않고 앞으로 나갈 수 있도록 만들어주는 것, 결국은 그게 우리가 해야 될 역할이고 답이 아닌가.
우리는 지금 또 새로운 도전을 마주하고 있습니다. 하지만 또 해낼 겁니다. 연세의 혁신을 또다시 넘어서는 새로운 150년의 길, 세계의 오늘을 해결하고 세계의 내일을 품는 진리와 자유의 길을 또 나가야만 겠습니다.
Severance Hospital is proud to have over 135 years of history. Our mission statement, with the love of God, free humankind from disease and suffering. To this end, we aim to deliver state-of-the-art care to our patients. Severance Hospital continues to write Korea's medical history as Korea's first modern medical institution. As of today, Severance Hospital has developed into a global healthcare institution, utilized by continual increasing number of international patients. From routine health promotion to extensive surgery, Severance Hospital provides superior medical services on every level through world-class medical staff and specialized healthcare systems. Our Health Screen Center, Severance Checkup, is staffed by some of the best medical professionals in South Korea. The center takes care of every aspect of your healthcare needs, from annual screening to follow-up care. In addition to a basic health evaluation, individualized to each patient, the center also offers a wide range of health screening programs to each patient's need. What's more, Yonsei Cancer Center, Korea's first cancer specialized hospital, is leading the new patient-oriented cancer treatment paradigm and progressing toward becoming one of the world's best cancer treatment centers. Yonsei Cancer Center is proud to have one of the world's highest 5-year cancer survival rates. The center will soon be introducing Korea's first heavy ion therapy system, the world's most advanced cancer treatment equipment, thereby coming even closer to fulfilling our dream of conquering cancer. As a first rehabilitation hospital in Korea, Severance Rehabilitation Hospital provides the most cutting-edge rehabilitative treatments, such as functional electrical stimulation, motion analysis, and the robot-assisted gait training system. Severance Cardiovascular Hospital performed the nation's first coronary artery balloon dilatation surgery in 1983. Successful heart transplantation in 1994. Successful lung transplantation in 1994. And the list of firsts is never ending. Severance Children's Hospital offers expert pediatric specialized care in the Pediatric Cancer Clinic, Developmental Disability Clinic, epilepsy clinic, and spina bifida clinic. Severance Hospital's highly specialized medical staff, state-of-the-art facilities, and in particular, its world-leading robotic surgery technology is taking the nation's healthcare to the next level. With such unique efforts, Severance Hospital is gaining trust around the world while being recognized through Korea's first JCI accreditation as #1 National Customer Satisfaction Index rating for 8 consecutive years, and many numerous other records.
Hi, my name is Dr. John Linton. I serve as Director of the International Healthcare Center here at Severance Hospital. We guarantee our international patients an uninterrupted healthcare experience. From the time you plan your visit until you return home, we guarantee your full recovery.
When an overseas patient makes an inquiry, specialists in the relevant departments analyze the patient's medical records and reply back to the patient as soon as possible. Once an overseas patient arrives in South Korea, our limousine pickup service to Severance Hospital is available for the patient's convenience and safety. Upon arriving at the hospital, a trained medical interpreter is standing by to provide assistance with consultation for a treatment plan. After consultation, the patient will receive necessary tests on the same day, or at least by the latest on the following day. This is through Severance Hospital's Fast Track system. Based on results, if the patient needs surgery or additional procedures, they will be expedited in a timely manner. During the treatment process, if necessary, a multidisciplinary team will work together to provide the patient with more precise and individualized treatment. The entire process will be designed in accordance with the patient's schedule, allowing to facilitate timely treatment so that the patient can return home at the soonest possible date. Even after the patient's return to their home country, we will monitor the patient's complete recovery by checking on their condition on a real-time basis through the Smart eHealth Center. With services dedicated to international patients and with highly specialized medical services, Severance Hospital brings the world closer to a healthier future. Severance Hospital also operates a professional academic team who provides outstanding education and training to foreign healthcare professionals around the world, ensuring that people all over the world have access to high-quality medical services. Severance Hospital has also been engaged in medical missionary work to promote the spirit of sharing. 2 examples of this are establishing a Korean-style health screening center in Moscow and an international medical fund in Kazakhstan, along with countless other efforts, will soon transform Severance Hospital into a global healthcare hub. With state-of-the-art medical technology and superior services, we at Severance Hospital will do our utmost to keep our patients healthy. We will continue to do our best to become a trusted hospital by patients from around the world by providing healthcare services that always put our patients first.
We were told that we were taking our lives in our hands and urged by not a few to refrain starting on such a foolhardy errand. We expected to find a savage people, hostile to everything foreign, and of course, especially so to the foreigner. We found, as you all know, a gentle, friendly, warm-hearted, open-handed, generous people who wanted, almost wherever we went, to treat us as favored guests from afar. We found a people patient and long-suffering, who would carry the endurance of hardships almost to a fault, and yet to whom, when once tried too far, when once roused, the old instincts of savagery seemed to return with increased force, like the bursting of pent-up waters. We found a people deeply ignorant from a Western point of view, yet from an Oriental standpoint educated and having a fair degree of culture. We also found a people ready to listen to the gospel, willing and eager to purchase. I do not mean to say these books were purchased because they were Christian, but the fact that the natives were willing to buy in spite of their being Christian revealed quite plainly the open door that God had placed before his messengers in Korea. It seems to me that I can see plainly before me today a new Korea, a nation emancipated, completely emancipated politically, intellectually, spiritually from the thraldom of misrule, ignorance, and superstition, a Christian Korea. I see in the future schools, Christian in teaching, in teachers, in esprit de corps, in every town and village, with academies and higher schools in all the large cities, a medical college and school for nurses, and in every city in the land, self-supporting hospitals, an effective corps of native women evangelists, Bible readers, and deaconesses, ministering to the suffering and bringing light and cheer to the dying. Here and there, all over the land, institutions of mercy, giving practical illustration to the love of Christ. I have a vision of Christian homes, Christian villages, Christian rulers, and Christian government. The Reverend H.G. Appenzeller of the Methodist Episcopal Mission and I landed in Korea on the same day. But he now, with others, it seemed almost as though I heard a voice saying, "No one for Korea? How about Korea?" You all know the story of the first baptized Christian. As we looked on this man, the first fruit of our work and prayers, our faith was strengthened, our zeal quickened, and we seemed to see a vision of those others behind him who would follow. We knew that day had begun to dawn in dark Korea, and felt assured that one believer was God's pledge to us of a people whom he would make his own. God grant that since he has so wonderfully manifested his presence and power, as we hear his stately steppings, our hearts may be so thrilled that losing sight of all else, we may all, Methodist, Presbyterian, Baptist, Church of England, crowd so close to Jesus that distinctions and divisions between us may be crowded out, and that all welded into one may accomplish His purpose.
안녕하세요. 유엔 난민기구 친선대사 정우성입니다. 코로나19로 인해 전 세계 모든 인류가 큰 고통을 겪고 있습니다. 그러나 우리 세상 속에 난민과 아동과 같은 소외된 동료 인류는 더 큰 고통을 겪고 있습니다. 어느 누구도 소외되지 않는 세상을 위한 연세대학교 글로벌 지속가능 발전 포럼 GEEF의 꿈을 응원하며 특히 이번에 참가하는 유엔 난민기구 특사 안젤리나 졸리님의 따스한 메시지에 많은 분들이 관심 가져주시기 바랍니다. 어려운 시기 모두가 함께하기에 이겨낼 수 있을 것입니다. 감사합니다.
All of you have heard the advice to travel light, but I want to talk to you about making your path in life fully equipped, overflowing with experience, overflowing with understanding, and overflowing with knowledge.
We're asked many questions in our lives. Some answers come quickly to us. Some take a little more time to reveal themselves. Sometimes the answer silently passes by. It is in the searching and the questioning that we truly grow. We begin to create our own stories and find our own greatness. Our destinations can be microscopic or magnificent. What matters is how we get there. Did we shine? Did we strive? Did we learn? Our choices make us powerful and wise, or they can make us shrink and hide. When we make our journeys, we find meaning and become meaningful. Together, we are grateful and have the capacity to be great.
Because we positioned ourselves in an open way, we can move in any given direction. There are no obstacles, no borders. We can turn, we can pause, we can join up, or we can move apart.
Potential realized, a life well lived. We try something new. We look at things in a different way, and we start to make connections between things and each other. By committing to meaningful goals, we achieve lasting success.
So I invite you now to look at all of the people around you and to consider all the different paths you're on. So many dreams, so many paths. Please stop and be grateful for where you are, but no matter what you do, keep looking forward.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The last plenary session on carbon neutrality for planetary sustainability is hosted by South Korea's National Council on Climate and Air Quality and Yonsei University. Global partnership has certainly evolved in the era of COVID-19 pandemic, which will offer lessons to tackle other challenging wicked problems stemming from global public goods, namely climate change. Thus, this session will cover actions on climate solutions to ensure that carbon neutrality is achieved in a manner that is healthy, economical, reliable, and inclusive. It will be moderated by Mr. Suk Kim, the chairman of the Strategic Planning and Coordination Committee of the National Council. Please welcome Chairman Kim.
Thank you, Professor Yoon, for the kind introduction. Good afternoon, everyone, or good morning, depending upon where you are. First of all, welcome to the plenary session on the towards carbon neutrality for planetary sustainability. I heard this is the first international conference being held at Yonsei University in a year, so I'm very much honored. My name is Kim Suk, and it is my pleasure to be your moderator for the next 90 minutes. Before we move on, let me briefly go over what has transpired recently as a background of our discussion. In 2020, humanity was overwhelmed by the COVID-19 pandemic. While COVID-19 and the climate crisis are the twin threats that arose from the same sources, climate change is only more devastating in terms of lasting consequences. Failing to address the climate crisis would pose an existential threat not only to this generation, but also to the generations, many generations to come. Fortunately, it is encouraging to see a growing number of countries taking initiative to deal with the climate crisis, both individually and collectively. The European Commission proposed the European climate law in last March. In Northeast Asia, Korea and Japan declared their 2050 net zero targets, and China announced to go carbon neutral by 2060. A successful paradigm shift requires the government, industry, and civil society to do their respective parts. In particular, the industry's role is pivotal to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. With a growing interest in ESG, mainstreaming carbon neutrality into the corporate policies is no longer an option, but an imperative for industries. Last December, President Moon Jae-in of Korea proposed the 2050 carbon neutrality vision with three specific goals. First, achieving carbon neutrality in all areas of industry, economy, and society. Second, creating a low-carbon industry ecosystem. And third, pursuing a just transition where no one is left behind. Let me give you one example. POSCO, Korea's largest and one of the top steel makers worldwide, has been generating the most carbon emissions in Korea. Last December, POSCO announced its ambitious goal to achieve net zero by 2050, becoming the first steelmaker in Asia to publicly announce such a pledge. Given the structure of production method that inevitably generates carbon emissions, this is truly applaudable. POSCO is now set to overhaul the conventional system and adopt innovative technologies to transform into a company that pursues sustainable growth in harmony with the society. On a global front, international cooperation and engagement is key to achieving carbon neutrality. Now, no country, no matter how developed or resourceful it may be, is free from the climate crisis alone. But it is true that the vulnerable developing countries without public health capacities were hit harder by the pandemic. They are now struggling to allocate their already limited resources to green transition. Developing countries should be provided with resources and technical assistance to build their response capacities. To this end, there needs stronger solidarity of the international community based on multilateralism. In other words, global partnership with a bunch of compassion. Last week, the Climate Adaptation Summit 2021 was successfully hosted by the government of the Netherlands. Like this one, there are a number of international gatherings scheduled to take place this year. We must make the best use of them, including Leaders Climate Summit on April 22nd, hosted by the government of the United States, the P4G Summit Seoul in May 30th, the 76th UN General Assembly in September, and lastly, COP26 in Glasgow in November the 1st. These are the most prominent international gatherings in building momentum throughout this year. Well, with having said this, and without further ado, I would like to welcome and introduce our four distinguished panelists for today's discussion. They are all connected online. First, Dr. Patrick V. Verkuyen, who is joining from Netherlands virtually, is the CEO of the Global Center on Adaptation, and he's also the chair of the Ban Ki-moon Climate Adaptation Program at the University of Groningen. And second, Honorable John Asselborn, Minister of Foreign and European Affairs and Minister of Immigration and Asylum of Luxembourg. He could not attend himself today, but kindly sent us a prepared, pre-recorded video statement to share his insight. Thank you very much. And third, Dr. Bindu and Lohani, who is also virtually connected today. He is the chairman of Board Clean Air Asia Philippines. And he has an experience, almost 30 years of experience in Asian Development Bank. Welcome to you. And lastly, Dr. Sugil Yang, who will join here on site, will join us later on, chairman of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, SDSN, Korea. And he also served as a Korean ambassador to the OECD 1998 to 2000. I appreciate all of you being with us despite your busy schedule. And I have prepared 3 questions in common. And each of you will have about 5 minutes to answer. So without further ado, let us go into the first subject. In the morning session, there was a discussion on the role of multilateral cooperation to overcome COVID-19. Could you share your thoughts on policy challenges and lessons of COVID-19 that can be applied to carbon neutrality? I will invite Dr. Verkuyen first because he has one of the big organizers, successful organizer of recently held the Adaptation Summit 2 weeks ago. So welcome, and I expect your insight. Go ahead.
Well, thank you so much, Chairman Kim. It's an honor to be here with you today and to participate in this very timely discussion alongside, obviously, my distinguished panelists. But let me first thank also the Institute for Global Engagement and Empowerment at Yonsei University for hosting this forum in coordination with the Ban Ki-moon Foundation for a Better Future and the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens. I also would like to specifically acknowledge Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations, and also the chair of the Global Center on Adaptation for his extraordinary leadership. Not only in 2015, where under his leadership, the climate agreement in Paris was negotiated and the SDGs later on were also adopted, but also today, it's incredible the leadership of the Secretary General. Also, when he co-chaired alongside Prime Minister Rutte the Climate Adaptation Summit, indeed last week here virtually in the Netherlands. Now, on your question, Ambassador, let me say a few words. I believe it's more important than perhaps ever before, as you also signaled, that international collaboration increases and deepens also in the coming year as we confront significant global challenges threatening the achievement of the SDGs, COVID being one, climate being another. Forums such as this today, convening stakeholders from across different sectors around the world, they're essential to accomplish the United Nations 2030 agenda. COVID-19, as we also heard earlier today, has ushered us into an era of interconnected systemic shocks. And the challenge of climate change, the challenge of achieving carbon neutrality within this, and the challenge of responding to its impacts is similar in scope and scale. Both are global issues, for both need international collaboration. And with your permission, Ambassador, I would like to slightly broaden the framing of your question, because I believe the policy demands of responding to the consequences of COVID-19 now also require us to focus on tackling climate change. So tackling its causes and consequences, building the pathway to carbon neutrality while also responding to climate impacts. They're integrally connected and are essential if we were to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, and we must. Let me try to explain why. First, the world is realizing that climate mitigation action plan must incorporate resilience and equity. We need to do both. Just transition programs are integral to the success of climate mitigation. Combined mitigation and adaptation solutions are some of the most cost-effective ways to solve the world's enormous climate challenges. I think it's too costly, perhaps even impossible, to achieve carbon neutrality without incorporating equity and without incorporating climate adaptation. So climate disasters, I mean, I think, Ambassador, you already signaled this as well, they're accelerating and having also more profound economic impacts in countries and communities, particularly in the developing world. What do we know? The number of climate-related disasters has risen from 500 to 700 per year over the past decade. And also Secretary General Ban Ki-moon spoke about this earlier today. Achieving carbon neutrality requires, well, first, prosperous societies, and this prosperity is deeply linked to a climate-adapted and resilient economic growth. There is no pathway to Sustainable Development Goals without adapting and building resilient economic growth. And never has this been more important than now. As societies seek to build back better from COVID-19, or perhaps we should say, seek to build forward better from COVID-19. Because, let me say, well, the year ahead will be defined by a recovery from COVID-19. The decades and centuries ahead will be defined by how green that recovery actually is. Climate change, we know, is happening now, causing cascading risks and impacts alongside the fallout from COVID-19. And as governments around the world begin spending trillions of dollars in economic stimulus, Secretary General Ban Ki-moon reminded us last week during the Climate Adaptation Summit The world has a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to build a more resilient, climate-smart future by integrating, again, climate adaptation. Building resilience to climate impact is not a nice to have, it's a must have if we are to live in a sustainable, secure world. There is also a strong economic case to do so. And in this context, I would like to highlight specifically nature-based solutions as indispensable. Why? Because it increases communities' resilience and economic growth, and it also has significant mitigation benefits. Let me give you an example. Climate-smart agriculture. This is not only about measures to enhance the resilience of food, but also it has enormous emission reduction potential. Another example, the carbon emissions of infrastructure and housing reconstruction after climate disasters are significant. The lock-in effects of uncontrolled urban growth, which we're currently seeing in Africa, that do not consider the climate impacts and enhance risk, will cause us lasting consequences. And the list of integrated mitigation and adaptation solutions is long. Low carbon growth must be resilient and inclusive to be accepted by individuals, communities, and societies. That's why the organization I lead, the Global Center on Adaptation, and you kindly introduced it, Ambassador, was established 2 years ago. Secretary General Ban Ki-moon as our chair, under his leadership, we act as a solutions broker for these innovative programs, tools, and initiatives that can be scaled and accelerated. We have offices in the Netherlands, in Africa, in Bangladesh for South Asia, and in China. We're dealing every day with the global challenge of climate change, of mobilizing actors across different sectors, across different countries, to deal with the impacts of climate change, which already are happening. But we also prepare for the impacts we know already coming down the track. Next year, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. This is why I see so many similarities with the pandemic and its response. So in short, Ambassador, to round up my first intervention, smart adaptation strategies can contribute to the transition to carbon neutrality. These are not two different things, they're integrally connected. But they also lead to improved health outcomes, environmental benefits, economic recoveries, and strengthen resilience against future systemic shocks. In short, it's good for health, it's good for economy and jobs, and it's good for the planet. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Verkuyen, for your insightful statement on the so-called very smart, intelligent strategy about mitigation and adaptation. Now we are joined by also Dr. Sugil Yang, but I'm going to give him a minute to breathe. And our next speaker would be Minister Jean Asselborn with his pre-recorded message.
Dear participants, dear friends, allow me first to thank the organizers of this event, the Yonsei University, the Institute for Global Engagement and Empowerment, and the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens. You have done a tremendous job organizing this third edition of the Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum, in spite of the COVID-19 pandemic. It is important to keep open platforms for discussions such as this one, allowing for substantial exchanges between young and experienced leaders across continents and based on facts and scientific information. Today, more than ever, we political decision makers need concrete input from the research community and from the civil society that guide us in our aim to build back better, greener, and socially more equitable. We all know that the climate crisis is a global emergency. There is no time to waste. Fortunately, there is some good news. Awareness about climate change around the world is growing. In December 2019, the European Union, as the first among the major stakeholders, pledged to reach climate neutrality by 2050 and announced the European Green Deal. In December 2020, the EU agreed on an even more ambitious global for cutting greenhouse gases, to reduce them by 55% by 2030 rather than 40%. Since then, other top emitters followed our example: Korea, Japan, China, Canada, and also South Africa. As you know, on his first day in office, President Biden has decided for the United States to rejoin the Paris Agreement. 2 weeks ago, I had the opportunities with my fellow EU foreign ministers to exchange ideas with John Kerry, the special presidential envoy for climate. It is good news indeed that the United States are back with us in the fight against climate change. Like the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change is a problem without passports, a problem without borders. And this is the main lesson we can apply from our efforts to put the pandemic under control. Global problems need also global solutions, which only multilateral mechanism can provide. In order to live up to our commitments, we need to reaffirm our common priorities. And I would like to suggest 3 priorities. First, multilateralism. It is a key tool for climate action, as it is for action against the pandemic. Such global crises can only be managed through a collective multilateral effort. Therefore, we must all work together. The developed countries have to show solidarity and support their partner countries during the COP26 preparation process and with the COVAX initiative. Second, climate change and its consequences have a growing impact on security. We see it in conflicts linked to the access to vital natural resources such as land and water. The climate security nexus, combined with the effects of the pandemic, will be determinant to developing countries in particular. Therefore, we need to adjust our traditional concept of security. Third, we need to have a common approach on energy transition. We must work together to achieve a fossil fuel phase out and promote renewable energies, circular economy, emerging technologies and sustainable finance. This is central in the post-pandemic recovery. Private sector engagement is crucial here.
Well, thank you, Minister John Osselborn. We just heard the views from the top diplomat of Luxembourg. Especially what strikes me, one of the things that strikes me is climate change is a serious security issue. I cannot agree with you more. And now, are you ready, Dr. Sugil Yang? Yeah, please go ahead. Yes.
Thank you, Ambassador Kim. And I would like to begin by thanking GEEF for this honor. And I've been late for this session. I'm sorry to be late. To me, on an important day like this, it never rains but pours. Well, by way of answering this question, I would like to discuss Korea's experience with dealing with the COVID-19 crisis, as well as Korea's approach to carbon neutrality. The pandemic caused a frightening national public health crisis, which immediately evolved into an economic and social crisis. President Moon Jae-in of Korea, however, by and large, exercised a good leadership in containing the pandemic and its economic consequences. earning the trust and support of the public by effectively mobilizing the nation's scientific, technological, and institutional capabilities, including the digital infrastructure, and also building broad social cooperation around the health community in a steady way. This success brought his party a landslide victory at the parliamentary election held in April 2020, a few months into the pandemic crisis. I believe that Korea's frightening experience with the existential threat of the pandemic, which is still in progress, is having a profound impact on people's values and attitudes. For one thing, people have come to value health, safety, and quality of life, as well as social cohesiveness more highly than before, and in particular above material prosperity and individualism. For another, I think that Koreans have now begun to think more seriously about sustainability of the environment, and especially about the global climate change as an existential and pressing threat. I believe that this change in people's values and attitudes will deepen and widen further over time, with lasting and profound impacts on Korea's long-term development path. I think that it may not be too preposterous of me to say that in this sense, the COVID-19 crisis may turn out to be a blessing in disguise, provided that humanity succeeds in overcoming the crisis. With these consequences as background, the pandemic has served to prompt two epoch-making policy initiatives in 2020 towards Korea's carbon neutrality. One is the so-called Korean New Deal, which President Moon Jae-in launched on July 17. The other one is the adoption of the vision of carbon neutrality for Korea by 2020, which President Moon released on October 28. Described as a blueprint for Korea's transformation for next 100 years, the New Deal consists of Digital New Deal and Green New Deal, to be founded on strengthened employment and social safety nets for those who may otherwise be left behind in the consequent transformation process. The government proposes to implement a total fiscal outlay of about $100 billion for investment in the New Deal over the next 5 years till 2025. Institutional foundation will be built and regulatory reforms will be implemented in order to facilitate innovation and investment by the private sector. A presidential New Deal strategy meeting has been launched to oversee the implementation of the Korean New Deal. The New Deal is meant to boost the ongoing efforts to build an, quote, inclusive and innovative nation, unquote, in order to counter the downward trend of economic growth and the concurrent social polarization due to insufficient social safety nets. More significantly, the New Deal is a response to the onslaught of COVID-19 to lessen the damage to the labor market and investment, and to recover from its impact, and further to undertake necessary reforms to lay the foundation for adjustment to socio-economic structural changes occasioned by the pandemic. The Green New Deal, in particular, consists of green investment in urban and community infrastructure, investment in expansion of low-carbon distributed energy system, and investment in innovation ecosystems for green industries. As such, the Green New Deal will be built on Korea's green growth policies, which have been developed and pursued by previous governments since 2009. But It is not aimed at carbon neutrality by 2050. The Korean New Deal, both the digital and the Green Deal, will, however, create an enabling environment for the realization of carbon neutrality by 2050. The carbon neutrality strategy will pursue three objectives. First, decarbonization of the economy to net zero by 2050. Second, creation of the ecosystem for new or infant low-carbon industries. And third, promotion of just transition to a carbon-neutral society. The strategy will deploy the budget systems, green financing, R&D, and international cooperation for these purposes with the aim of strengthening carbon price signals and building the foundation for investment in carbon neutrality. A Carbon Neutrality 2050 committee will be created early this year. The Carbon Neutrality 2050 will pursue 3+1 component strategies. First, promote decarbonization in all economic spheres. Second, nurture the ecosystem for the new low-carbon industries. 3, facilitate participation by all citizens for just transition. And fourth, and for implementation, it will seek to improve the budgetary process, green financing, R&D, and international cooperation in order to enforce the carbon pricing signal and facilitate decarbonization. On December 20 last year, the Korean government made the Carbon Neutrality 2050 an international commitment by submitting its long-term low-emission development strategy, or LEDS, which incorporates this vision to the UNFCCC Secretariat. So in closing, I'd like to note that the Korean New Deal and the carbon neutrality strategy will support each other in pursuing carbon neutrality by 2050. President Moon Jae-in was encouraged to launch the carbon neutrality goal by people's changed values and attitudes in the wake of the onset of the sustainability crisis brought on by the pandemic. And he was emboldened to adopt the challenging goal for the nation by the popular support for his leadership that he had earned in the course of a largely successful response to the pandemic. It seems that the victory to date over the COVID-19 is an important launching pad for a bold challenge to carbon neutrality by 2050. A big and comprehensive deal like the Korean New Deal also seems critical in creating the enabling environment for carbon neutrality by 2050. President Moon Jae-in's success with the COVID-19 was a critical factor in the emboldening of the decarbonization vision. The government set up and sponsored the Low Carbon Society Vision Forum, a forum of private sector stakeholders to discuss Korea's adoptions for the LEDS during 2019. The forum considered 5 scenarios for decarbonization goals, and the most ambitious target the forum considered was the emission goal, which would be 75% lower than total emissions in 2017. Korea's LEDS submitted to the UNFCCC at the end of last year pales this ambition. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Dr. Yang, for the broad outlay of Korean government's policy to achieve 2050 net zero or carbon neutrality. Now our next speaker is Dr. Bindu Lohani. Well, you are joined from Philippines, right? Yeah, I hope.
Today from Nepal.
Nepal, yes. Okay. Yeah. The floor is yours, Dr. Lohani.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Kim Suk. Also like to thank the organizers for inviting me to participate in the panel, and as my special regards to former Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. At the very outset, let me mention that I have decided to make my remarks focusing on Asia, Asian developing countries. When I say developing countries, sometimes I don't include Japan and Korea, Singapore, they are developed. And at a time like this, how can the developing countries in Asia actively engage and contribute to this carbon neutrality or net zero emission agenda? I don't need to tell you the role of developing countries will be critical as that of the developed countries, requiring commitments from all countries for a global issue like this. This is all been said. But one thing we got to note that during the COVID-19 has hindered progressive investments, especially the green investments all around the world. And that happened too in Asia. Developing countries today, as has been said by the chairman before and others, have enormous financial and capacity constraints to address the issues related to COVID-19. And at the top of that, they need to do the economic recovery, employment generation. So at a time like this, what are a few policies they could undertake which would help to address their economic recovery, job creation, and the climate agenda? Now I'm going to be very specific here. Specific because as the chairman said, I spent several decades in the Asian Development Bank doing the development work in Asia. The development work will continue. And I'm going to pick three such areas where the policy, transformative policy will help all these three issues: creating job, economic recovery, and also moving towards carbon neutral. One, having a good policy on infrastructure. Why do I say that? Asia will be investing on infrastructure. They have been and they will be. The estimate from my PERMA organization is Asia would need something like $23 trillion to meet the needs by 2030. Which is about $1.7 trillion a year. And out of that, something like $3 trillion will be needed for climate mitigation adaptation. Now, therefore, infrastructure stimulus package will be even more important for government to consider. However, this is a time when the infrastructure stimulus could not only help speed recovery from the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, but also accelerating the effects of climate change by making every infrastructure development project climate friendly and address climate proofing and adaptation and mitigation measure. The other thing they could do, because they will be doing infrastructure, is choose the right kind of infrastructure, move towards low carbon infrastructure, for which the transformation policy and energy, transport, urban, water will be required. And they could immediately move to projects like energy efficiency, renewable energy, electric vehicles, public transport, waste to energy, just to mention a few. Hence, to me, the updating and transforming the infrastructure development policy will have triple benefits: jobs, economic growth, and climate. The second area is to have a good urban policy, and good urban policy in sustainable and carbon-friendly city. During the COVID, the cities were very much affected in Asia because most of the Asians live in cities. And the poor Asian cities have also a very huge, poor and vulnerable population, sometimes up to 30–40% of the city. Now, the prediction is that by 2050, more than 65% of the Asians will live in city, 60–70% GDP will be made in the cities, more than 60% of the greenhouse gas will be emitted in the city. City will consume the resources, energy, water, food, etc., where we might need to promote the circular economy policy. So making cities sustainable, green, clean, and carbon neutral will be a very good step for good policy, which will contribute to the carbon neutrality agenda. I know some cities in Asia which have already made commitments to make their cities carbon neutral by 2050. The third area is developing and upgrading digital technology or digital policy. Now, we all know the digital technology was such a powerful tool during the COVID, the e-commerce, e-banking, e-services, etc. So adopting and leapfrogging of technology in the digital areas will happen. And this will create new economic growth in the region. But ICT is a double-edged sword. Installation of the ICT, such as smart grid, e-commerce, will reduce carbon footprints and it will reduce carbon greenhouse gas by adopting programs like smart metering, smart grids, ICT for buildings, e-commerce, etc. And ITC today, amounts about 2% of the greenhouse gas emissions, but it has the potential to reduce further. However, with the use of the IT, the data center, both the numbers and the size of the data centers are increasing and will increase with the use of the IT in future. And just to give an estimate, in 2016, it was reported that the world's data centers use more than UK's total electricity consumption. So we have to be careful here, the enormous energy consumption that the data centers will do in future. So what can we do to that? I think it's important to lay some good policies. I just heard Chairman earlier saying that some private sector agency like POSCO have agreed, so has Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, Facebook. I think it is important to push that kind of policy where these data center ICT technology users will start taking a commitment for carbon neutrality and also use renewable energy and other kind of clean energy. I already know that there are many Asian countries which are looking at the policy, which will say that all data centers in future will have to be domestically replaced. And that will create some kind of a carbon footprint issue to be handled. Secondly, I think it'll also be nice to have for these ICT data centers or ICT sector in general, what kind of energy they should be pursuing for future and give some targeted commitments. I'll stop here at the moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Lohani, for your insightful statement. And we have just made one round, and now we begin our next round of question about innovation. Most of all, to achieve carbon neutrality, it is essential to promote innovation. And what kind of innovative solutions can be applied to achieving carbon neutrality in the post-COVID-19 era? This is my question to all the speakers. For example, could climate finance be one way to reach carbon neutrality? So, to expedite our discussion, I would remind the speakers that they have 5 minutes to answer this question on innovation. I will start with Minister John Asselborn with his pre-recorded message.
So the Luxembourg government has decided to reduce the greenhouse gases by 55% by 2030 and to be climate neutral by 2050. With the adoption of our climate law and our national energy and climate plan, we are committed to put our words into action. Those are ambitious goals, but we need ambitious policies, guidelines, tools, and strategic partnerships. So let me outline 4 areas for concrete and innovative solutions. First, in order to achieve our goals and contribute to the success of the COP26 later this year, we need to promote renewable energies and support a gradual global phase-out of fossil fuels. The energy transition relies on the accelerated and joint deployment of renewable energies such as solar and wind power, and notably renewable hydrogen. Also implies the use of technologies such as smart grids, storage and demand response. In this context, I would like to inform you that Luxembourg has been decided to join the International Solar Alliance. The aim of that alliance is to work for efficient consumption of solar energy in order to reduce dependence on fossil fuels. Let me also recall that Luxembourg considers nuclear energy to be a technology that is neither safe nor sustainable. Second, according to World Bank projections, 150 million people could slide into extreme poverty as the result of the COVID-19 pandemic. In this context, Luxembourg resolutely reaffirms its commitment to maintaining official development assistance, ODA, at the level of 1% of gross national income with a focus on least developed countries. Another initiative aspect of Luxembourg's approach is what we call additionality. The funds we mobilize for international climate financing come in addition with means that they come on top of the fund we mobilize for official development assistance. As a minister who is also in charge of international trade, I would like to take this opportunity to underline how important it is to ensure that our efforts aimed at strengthening trade relations are aligned with our climate objectives. We have to promote the exchange of environmental goods and services, as well as sustainable investments. At the same time, we should reduce and discourage investments in polluting technologies as well as in fossil fuels. Additionally, the Paris Agreement should become an essential elements clause for the trade agreements we conclude in the future. Fourth, in order to fight climate change, we need to mobilize the investments needed to make the ecological transition. As part of its multi-annual budget for 21-27, the European Union, you know it, has agreed a recovery plan named Next Generation of 750 billion euros. More than half of that money will be dedicated to modernization, including a fair climate transition. 37% of the funds will be earmarked to fight climate change. As a leading international financial center and the world's largest cross-border investment fund center, Luxembourg can play a role in sustainable finance that goes well beyond its geographical size. In 2016, the Luxembourg Stock Exchange launched the Luxembourg Green Exchange, the first dedicated global platform for sustainable financial instruments. The Luxembourg Green Exchange now lists more than half of the world's green bonds. Last September, Luxembourg established Europe's first sustainability bond framework, the first EU country to issue a sovereign sustainability bond to finance both social and environmental projects.
Well, thank you to Minister Asselborn. Now, next speaker is Dr. Sugil Yang. You will have full 5 minutes, no less, but I hope no more.
Thank you, Ambassador Kim, again. I think that the most critical kind of innovation for the purpose of decarbonization is technological innovation. And let me illustrate this by once again coming up with a Korean case. The most difficult sector for decarbonization, at least in Korea, is the industries sector, which accounted for 54% of Korea's total greenhouse gas emissions in 2017, including indirect emissions through consumption of electricity. Under the business as usual scenario, this portion is forecast to rise to 58% by 2050. For this reason, industries continue to be the most vocal critic or opponent of any aggressive decarbonization goal. That has been the case until very recently. Of this industry total, as of now, POSCO, the world's most competitive supplier of steel, is responsible for approximately around, I could be wrong here, but this is a very rough figure, around 20%, around 20%. Industries are crucial in Korea's export-led economic growth paradigm. POSCO in particular is at the forefront of the industries in leading Korea's export-led industrial and economic growth. The main difficulty to POSCO in this regard has been in the fact that the main source of carbon generation is the iron-making process, where reduction reactions take place using coal as the agent. This has been the inevitable fundamental feature of steel making thus far. Now, the good news is that in its POSCO's, I'm talking about POSCO's report titled POSCO's Dialogue for Climate Action that was released in December 2020, after President Moon Jae-in's declaration of the carbon neutrality 2050 strategy. POSCO formally announced its ambition to be carbon neutral by 2050. And I believe that if we can decarbonize steel-making process, it'll be easier to decarbonize other industrial processes. The key to this ambition is innovation. POSCO pledges to explore a range of low-carbon solutions to accelerate decarbonization through alternative and innovative technologies that include the smartization of operations, the use of more recycling scraps, carbon capture, utilization, and storage, and in particular, hydrogen-based steel making. So here shows the pathway to decarbonization of steel making process. Now, can you have another slide next to this? Okay. Of these new technologies, hydrogen-based steel making, another slide, please, the next one. Okay, thank you. Of those new technologies, hydrogen-based steel making is crucial to achieve carbon neutrality ambition. Key to this technology is development of the so-called HYREX, H-Y-R-E-X, HYREX. POSCO's distinctive carbon-free hydrogen direct reduction steel making technology. And POSCO aims to complete the development of this HYREX technology on an industrial scale in 10 to 20 years from now, and gradually transform its operation into a hydrogen-based so-called DRI-EAF production route. This would enable POSCO to reduce carbon emissions to near zero by 2050. This is a very challenging goal, however, and furthermore, innovation cannot take place in isolation. Post-coast such innovation will require a well-designed national energy policy that is able to supply cost-effective green hydrogen and sufficient renewable energy. Since the Korean government is stepping up its efforts to shift to a low-carbon economy through the Korean New Deal, and especially the Green New Deal, we may expect that POSCO's green hydrogen ecosystem will be built in the coming decades and in time for neutrality 2050. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yang, for your very technical and scientific outlay of Hyrex processing diagram, even though I'm too short in knowledge about technology. Well, this sounds like a very good and applaudable technology. Now, I give the floor to Dr. Lohani, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think I could be short because after listening the earlier two speakers, some of my views have covered. I was going to say basically two areas which would be very useful and important for the developing countries to move towards contributing to carbon neutrality, the agenda for 2050. One, of course, the technology, which has been said by both the speakers before, the innovation in technology that is available today, technology that's available, which could be used by the developing countries, technology that could be coming, that could be used in the future. And in this process, 2-3 things become constrained to the developing countries. One, access issue continues to be a problem. Access at a reasonable price continues to be a problem. And this technology, R&D in Asia is innovation and in technology, the budget is a bit small. Maybe that's where the technology transfer and help from the developed countries could take place. On the technology side, therefore, like the previous speaker, I'm very hopeful. I'm very, very hopeful technology could be one good solution, not 100% for solving the carbon neutrality issue, but could be a very useful way of doing that. And it's been mentioned, the Asia already does probably the highest in terms of the volume in renewable energy. They could do more and they will do more. They could do more on the fuel cells. Hydrogen was mentioned by Japan and Korea ahead of this, and hopefully with their help, other countries, developing countries could get more. I'm also very hopeful about the use of the electrical vehicles. It's increasing both in the as public transport and as the individual forms of transport. The cost of batteries coming down. So there are some positive. Other area which I'm also very interested and watching very carefully is the food sector. As you know, 1/4 of the global emissions come from feeding the world's population. And I see some very remarkable innovative technologies coming, innovations coming, such as the lab-grown food. You can buy Impossible Burger nowadays in the developed country. And I also, when I talk to the younger people, I also see a lot of lifestyle change, which they're promoting and they're doing it. So there'll be, I think, more such innovative ideas coming in future. This region is well prepared, in my opinion. The Asian region is well prepared to be even more innovative in the renewable side, hydrogen energy, electric vehicles. But what I see as a constraint is the R&D budget is small. And this is where the developed country probably could partner, help these developed country could help partner with these developing countries to help them more. The other area to me is the financing, the innovative financing needed. The green bond was mentioned. To me, what I'm seeing is, just like the infrastructure, I said you need so many trillions dollars for making just the planned infrastructure projects climate friendly, the adaptation fund, the mitigation fund. Those are not enough. The $100 billion has been mentioned several times. It is there. It hasn't happened, but they need it today. They need it now. They need it soon. And because of the lack of these constraints, which they were hoping to do more green financing, has not happened. The green, when I was at the Asian Development Bank, we did quite a bit of the climate lending. About 20% of the lending was climate lending, but still very small. But every time we went to the country, they said they would, I want to ask for grant money as much as possible. Of course, we had the access to GCF, Adaptation Fund, and other places, but we need more. And finally, the multilateral banks were very good in being able to do blended financing. That means they do have very softer term, and they could go to the private sector and raise the private sector resources and make it cheaper. And so I think that leveraging role of the multilaterals was very, very effective, and they could do even more for the developing countries. Finally, if I were advising the developing countries today, I think they all need a stimulus package, just like Korea, Japan, and Europe has done on New Green Deal. I look at the stimulus package during COVID period done by many Asian countries, developing countries. I didn't see much green component in there. They were mostly on the relief side, immediate relief, SMEs and so on, which was needed, definitely needed. But it didn't see very much on the green side. So it'll be nice if multilateral efforts, multilateral World Bank, ADB, bilateral, GCF, put together a new green to the Asia Pacific region or to the prospective developing countries. I think would be a very, very good idea at the moment. Thank you very much. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Dr. Lohani. My last speaker on the second subject is Dr. Verkuyan. Please share your insight with us on that.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And indeed, it's an excellent question. Let me try to build on Dr. Lohani's very comprehensive comments and the previous speakers as well. But by first saying, of course, innovation must lie at the heart of the green recovery. I think also all previous speakers acknowledged that particular point, and that this green recovery indeed needs to be sustainable. But unfortunately, this is currently not happening. I mean, Dr. Lohani just gave an insight on what's happening in Asia. What we have done as GCA, we have done a review of domestic stimulus plans, particularly within OECD countries. And what we found is that dirty measures, i.e. those that will increase carbon emissions, they outnumbered green initiatives 4-1. I mean, last month, we as GCA, we launched our first State and Trends in Adaptation report. And what we showed is that the pandemic poses both threats and opportunities for the climate adaptation finance agenda. I mean, and there is a severe risk that climate finance flows, and within that, adaptation finance flows will fall sharply in the coming years. At the moment when it's precisely when it is never been more important than it is today. I mean, to date, also what Dr. Lohani's indicated, the $20.5 trillion US dollars pledged to COVID recovery has not focused enough on climate risk. And that's a tremendous missed opportunity. I mean, less than 1/3 of the countries assessed had included some form of resilience elements into their recovery plans, at least in the first phase. And we understand that for the first phase, but for the resources which are currently being considered and which will flow in the coming period, that greenness has to be a part of the next recovery packages being utilized. So in short, I know time is short for us in this panel. Finance is obviously critical to accelerating the transition to carbon neutrality and climate adaptation, right? But the trillions of dollars pledged so far to recover, they do represent an opportunity and a threat. It's an opportunity, why? Because embedding climate adaptation in post-COVID recovery plans, also as I said in my previous intervention, will significantly enhance short and long-term effectiveness by strengthening resilience to future shocks. Because when we exit the current crisis, we should prepare for the next one at the same time. So if we not use these huge sums spent wisely, that may come at the expense of climate actions if so-called shovel-ready interventions to health and economic recoveries that fail to consider climate crisis are prioritized. So, in conclusion, Mr. Chairman, adaptation finance has never been more important. And although global investment in adaptation has increased slowly, it needs to increase by a factor 5 to 10 in the face of escalating climate risk, right? I mean, that's the reality. So what we need, the previous speakers already alluded to this, we need enhanced public commitments, we need financial instruments such as indeed climate resilient bonds, and we need to encourage private investment in climate action. So building on my previous remarks, I mean, is again, the combined solutions, climate neutrality and adaptation, are useful across the globe, but particularly in developing countries. Take China. Under the leadership of President Xi Jinping, there are numerous examples where the joint benefits of mitigation and adaptation are deeply embedded in the planning and design of large-scale programs. I mean, Secretary General Ban Ki-moon and I were in China in 2019 discussing the relevance of spawned cities that enhance green spaces and better urban planning that also bring mitigation benefits. We discussed reforestation programs to reduce flooding and capture carbon. These examples are out there, they need to be scaled up. What about low-income countries and countries affected by fragility and conflict? Also there, the opportunities for combined action on neutrality, climate neutrality and adaptation are immense. This is not a rich world opportunity in that sense. Africa's development requires this duality of mitigation and adaptation actions. So it also needs to be firmly grounded in equity and inclusion. There is a profound moral injustice in the system that particularly in African countries, they're disproportionately impacted. Their fiscal capacity is limited. Their credit ratings are at risk and their borrowing capacity are severely undermined. So they need support, they need development of the agriculture sector, of cities, forests, landscape management, and that can be done. So, for example, I mean, earlier last month, the African Union announced new, and the bank announced new commitments to the African Great Green Wall Initiative. It will include economically valuable plant species. It will include specific agriculture production systems. It will include basic social infrastructure. So these solutions are out there. That's also why we as DCA, we have a dedicated program on nature-based solutions and resilient infrastructure combined, not only about reducing risk, but also about innovation, new technology, better planning, new finance. I think these are the types of solutions which we need to scale up. They're out there, and we are committed to, in supporting them across the way in different regions, including in Asia.
Well, thank you, Dr. Verkuyen. We have come around 2 questions, and we have heard from all the participants. We have discussed about lessons learned and innovation, and we have discussed from the subject of innovation to finance, to investment and technology. But in Korea, there's a joke, rather black joke. In case you talk too much and you do not act, we call them no action, talk only, NATO. So, action plan is very important. We have only passed 1 month this year. We still have 11 months to go. So my next question and final question is, what kind of action plan do you expect to see from each stakeholder within this year for carbon neutrality? I would ask Dr. Yang Soo-gil to speak first.
Once again, thank you, Ambassador Kim. Let me pose the question, what should we expect to see within 2020 for carbon neutrality? I would pose this question to myself. So I continue with the discussion of the Korean case. And having launched the carbon neutrality 2050 strategy, the most important thing to happen now in implementing this goal is the elaboration of the strategy, in particular with the preparation of a detailed rolling plan for the period up to 2050, including a roadmap for technological breakthroughs and meaningful milestones. This should be done within the first several months of 2020. What Korea has to do for the next 5 years should then be backcast from this long-term plan. The same thing should be done regarding the Korean New Deal. This should not be considered to be just a short-term or medium-term ambition. In order to be true to the declaration that this New Deal is Korea's plan for the next 100 years, a long-term plan of goals and milestones covering the period at least up to 2030, if not beyond, should be established first. I have not yet heard of a plan by the Korean government to prepare such a long-term plan. And the plan of immediate actions for the New Deal up to 2025 should then be drawn against this long-term vision as background. And finally, I think that it is important for the government to review and reassess the soundness of the government's present paradigm for an so-called inclusive and innovative nation. President Moon Jae-in has been engaged in an all-around progressive economic policy agenda, which proposes to solve various economic problems forcibly with regulations, thereby undermining the efficacy of the market mechanism. So far, this approach has failed to work, even before the onset of the COVID-19 crisis. So this, I think, is counterproductive for the purposes of the New Deal as well as carbon neutrality. The soundness of the market mechanism has to be secured as the foundation for all future-oriented, successful initiatives such as the New Deal and the carbon neutrality. I have nothing more to say, and I'll stop here. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your insightful view on this. Well, speaking of Korean government's plan or action plan this year, one of the most important thing for this year for Korea is to establish and launch the Carbon Neutrality Commission sometime this spring. And we have very high expectation for that organization to launch. But at the same time, it is utmost important that the leaders and the stakeholders have the strong implementation will, the political will to implement these goals and targets. That's my impression from hearing from Dr. Yang. Now, next speaker is Dr. Lohani. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The question is a good one. What would you or what would I want to see happening in actual action plans? In the time I have, let me mention 5 things among many that I think I would like to see this year. One, as you know, the most governments missed the 2020 UN deadline to submit the new or the improved climate plans. Of course, which means they effectively have an extension until November, that is the COP26. I like to see, I hope, that the climate plan will be ambitious and make strong commitment to carbon neutrality and net zero emissions. Related to that, I would like to see a clear decarbonization path, which my previous speaker also said. Many countries have made commitments to the carbon neutrality, 2050 by many countries, China 2060. But action is required by the countries on the decarbonization pathways to net zero. And we like to see that, taking into account the cost as well, and make firm commitment like so many % reduction by 2030, which is reduce the emission by half, and 2050, which for the 1.5 degree or carbon neutrality scenario. I think it'll be nice to see that kind of commitment. Some countries have done some such plans, but I would like to see for all the countries, also in the developing countries, sector by sector, how much they're going to be reducing in the power sector, transport sector, building sector, industry sector, agriculture, and see whether all these add up towards the total commitment they have made. It's like an NDC in some way, but I hope we'll see a better form of that towards carbon neutrality. The third thing that I would like to see as an action is I hope the carbon market, carbon tax, carbon pricing issues will come back together with the financing issues which have been raised before. This carbon market, carbon tax, carbon pricing, which were very active instruments, market instruments, which were actively discussed in the past, I think it's in the back burner. It'll be nice to see once again the importance of these in the carbon neutrality agenda. We know that even China had started carbon emissions trading scheme initially for the coal-fired power plant. If successful, this will be the largest ETS market in the world. So it'll be nice to have that action plan initiated again. The fourth, this is from my Asian experience. I like to see some Asian perspective, a regional perspective and regional cooperation. Although climate change is a global agenda, we know that in Asia there are opportunities for the regional cooperation between the countries. For example, we've seen in the past hydropower projects being built in Laos, energy brought into Thailand so that the Thailand doesn't have to build fossil fuel plants. And we see similar transmission line from Malaysia to Indonesia. And there are many such activities which organizations like Asian Development Bank, World Bank, and others are promoting it. I think such activities at the regional level could be further promoted. And the fifth point, and the last minute, is in my capacity as the chairman of the Clean Air Asia, we're also looking at the climate change and the air pollution, which is often called the co-benefit. The Clean Air Asia agenda, which is primarily to reduce the air pollution in the cities, and they've done tremendous amount of work. The strategy now includes one, climate, air pollution and climate change, as well as their commitment towards the carbon neutrality. And they're taking work on coal-fired power plants, eventually to phase out, but in the meantime, how we can tighten the emissions, make them better, reducing the diesel engines, emissions from the light duty vehicles, trucks, vessels, boats. I think all of these which were intended for air pollution now will be air pollution and climate change towards the overall goal of carbon neutrality. And finally, they also do one thing very good, which is the youth awareness. They're bringing a lot of youth in the participation of this clean air and climate change agenda. Eventually, this agenda has to pass on to them, and I think that's a very good idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Loani. Now, Dr. Berkuyan, I think, Dr. Berkuyan, you are a man of action. So I believe you have many ideas and definite ideas about the action plan to suggest and to expect for the rest of this year. What is your take?
Well, first of all, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your kind words as a man of action. In fact, I feel more and more, because I work so intensely like you do with Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, I feel more and more Korean. And indeed, I strongly endorse your your NATO approach, no action, a talk only, and that should be avoided, obviously. I see three things what we need to do in 2021. Basically building off from the Climate Adaptation Summit, which in fact was a climate action summit last week. What happened there last week was very important. And the three things which were very important were as follows. One, Prime Minister Rutte announced for the first time for any bilateral donor in this regard, that 50% of climate finance, global climate finance from the Netherlands will be spent on adaptation, right? MDBs such as the African Development Bank, the World Bank already had committed to this. Now also for the first time, a bilateral donor moved into this space. It's critical because it's good value for money. It's also part of the Paris Agreement. So what I hope is what happened in 2021, that other bilateral donors will follow this particular commitment. One. Two, what was also, I think, very important, what happened last week on January 25, with over 30 leaders present, from Prime Minister Modi to Prime Minister Trudeau to Chancellor Merkel to President Macron and others, again, co-chaired by Prime Minister Rutte and Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, was the commitment from Kristalina Georgieva of the International Monetary Fund. What did she commit to? Her proposition was climate risk translates into financial risk. So what the IMF will do is to embed climate risk into their mainstream decision-making. By that, I mean, what she means is Article 4 surveillance work, where countries' macro criticality will be assessed. Now, very structurally, climate risk will be embedded in that macro criticality stress test of countries. Extremely important, because it will unlock the hundreds of billions required for this just transition. Thirdly, what I hope, and I'm strongly committed to myself, which came out of the Adaptation Summit last week, is a focus on Africa. Why? Given COVID, given the disproportionate climate impacts, Africa has seen its first recession last year in 25 years. It has seen 40 million people falling back into extreme poverty. So together with the African Development Bank, we launched a new Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program, which is a program of $25 billion over 5 years, of which half of which is committed. So what I expect is that comes COP26 in November, the international community has rallied behind that new program, which was launched last week. And I'm hopeful. Why am I hopeful? Because with the United States being back on the global scenery, which President Biden's and the presidential envoy, John Kerry, being very forward-leaning in their approach, with strong commitments, including from President Moon on carbon neutrality, including from the European Union, including from China. I think this is for us the year to capture and to really transition to a low carbon, climate resilient pathway. Again, this is not just a nice to have. It's not only a moral imperative, because it is. It's an economic imperative. It's smart. It's the right way to do.
Thank you, Dr. Verkuyen, especially for your fresh memory or experience from the Climate Adaptation Summit. Now, next and last, Minister John Osborne.
What we experienced in 2020 calls for stronger action in the face of global threats. We experienced a series of unprecedented natural catastrophes, coupled with a pandemic. Unfortunately, this might just be a foretaste of what is yet to come. The pandemic has triggered an economic shockwave and will most likely increase inequality. According to the World Bank, COVID-19 is not only hitting the poor the hardest, it is creating new poor. We do not have a choice. 2021 must be a year of truth for our climate and for the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. It must be a year of a collective action. More than 100 countries have set national targets to reach net zero emissions by 2050. This includes more than half of the G20 countries that account for 80% of global greenhouse gases. What has to be done now is to translate these promises into reality. COP26 in Glasgow will be crucial. The Paris Agreement is a framework to achieve a just, a socially inclusive transition to a carbon-neutral future. As I said earlier, the fact that the United States are rejoining the Paris Agreement brings a positive momentum. We need to join forces now to achieve an ambitious, a coherent outcome of, at COP26 in November. Finance will be the key issue, and all the donor countries have to send the right signal to the most vulnerable people in our planet. The EU and its member states have agreed to an ambitious climate target. We need to demonstrate that we take those targets seriously and that we are implementing them effectively. We have to put our economy, our infrastructure, and our investment flows on the right path towards the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the Paris Climate Agreement, and the internationally agreed biodiversity goals. To conclude, let me stress that for our country, Luxembourg, it is essential that we adopt a human rights-based approach when we address climate change. We pursue an ambitious climate action policy, making the link between sustainable development, the fight against climate change, and the respect for human rights on a global scale. Climate change, with the impact it has on all spheres of human life and human rights, is undoubtedly the greatest global challenge facing our societies today. Luxembourg has presented its candidacy to be elected for the first time on the Human Rights Council for the period from 22 to 24. In doing so, we continue to honor our commitment to multilateralism. Our aim is to contribute to the protection of the rights of all human beings, including those that are affected by climate change. 2021 provides a unique opportunity to combine our recovery from the economic impacts of the pandemic with our efforts to address the climate emergency with the aim of leaving no one behind. Let us seize this opportunity.
Thank you, Minister Asselborn, and I thank all the four panelists for their insights sharing their insight with us. It was truly inspirational. Well, I actually planned to open up the floor to the online participants, but we are running out of time. I don't even have time to summarize the speakers' statements so far, but I understand that all of the participants have fully understood the ideas and the insight of the speakers. So let me just wrap up There are all important elements to achieve carbon neutrality, which is essential to keep the increase in global temperatures to 1.5 degrees Celsius. I believe the Paris Agreement and SDGs can be the beacon of light that presents a clear direction on the way forward. We must mainstream SDGs into our policies since they are the global pledge and an utmost value encompassing economic growth, environmental protection, and social integration. Regrettably, the process has been uneven over the past 5 years. We should make policy decisions based on not only economic gains, but more importantly, social and environmental values. Furthermore, international community will have to give greater financial support in capacity building to the most vulnerable country to help them better respond to climate change. In order to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050, each nation will have to review all measures possible and draw up a clear policy roadmap based on the social consensus. To this end, it is critical that we reduce dependency on fossil fuels, such as through early phase out of coal power generation and transition from internal combustion engine vehicles to eco-friendly ones. So with this said, I thank you all once again for your active participation online and offline. And this concludes our session of the plenary on towards carbon neutrality for planetary sustainability. Thank you very much.
Thank you for an informative session on highlighting the importance of synergies and co-benefits among SDGs to deliver carbon neutrality. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the Global Forum at Yonsei 2021. I hope you enjoyed the opening ceremony, 5 featured sessions, plenary sessions, gala concert, and the special conversation between SG Ban Ki-moon and Ms. Angelina Jolie. Personally, as an educator and researcher of sustainable development, I'm deeply grateful to witness that so many diverse actors have voiced out how the latest discoveries and innovation can be and need to be implemented to actualize the dream outlined in the report, Our Common Future, published in 1987. In the spirit of truth and freedom, Yonsei community, students, alumni, staff, and faculty will continue to devote what has been granted to us so that we can continue to be a humble channel to bless our neighbors here and abroad. And actually, we invite our audience to join us. Today is not the end of GEEF 2021. We will carry on the discussion inspired by not just the speakers, but also comments raised in the YouTube channel and questions from the pre-registration. We hope that you will continue to be engaged with our concerted effort to make our world a better place. Now, for the closing speech of the day, please welcome our dear member of Yonsei University, the Honorary Chair of the Institute of Global Engagement and Empowerment at Yonsei, SG Ban Ki-moon.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to offer my sincere congratulations on the successful conclusion of the 3rd Global Engagement and Empowerment Forum on Sustainable Development. Over the last 2 enriching days, we have been treated to impressive sessions featuring global renewed panelists from the field of governments, academia, diplomacy, public health, private sectors, NGOs, and the arts. Now, many keynote speakers, panel discussions have been quite inspirational and gave us and the world leaders the way how we should take action to address this pandemic as well as the climate phenomena. My deepest appreciation goes to President and Professor So Seung-hwan, President of Yonsei University, and Professor Park Young-yeol, who has been organizing this successful forum for day and night, and many of his staff. GEEFs are the eminent co-hosts, collaborating organizations and sponsors from across the world who have all come together under the guiding theme of 3 Ps beyond security: peace, prosperity, and partnership. In fact, I would like to add 2 more Ps. The main themes, if we can summarize in 5 Ps of Sustainable Development Goals, we can add people and planet. Now then, people, planet, peace, prosperity, and partnership. That will really make all our components complete. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, at a time when a global pandemic is raging, climate change is worsening, democracy is under threat, and crises are converging. It is essential that we elevate cooperation in order to persevere over the great challenges before us. Just now, the panelists have been discussing what kind of action should be taken. First of all, we should raise our ambition much, much stronger. Then we have to mobilize finance. And then we have forged a strong partnership. Without partnership, nothing can be done. And without financial support, again, we can have only dreams, we can have only plans, but nothing can be done. Therefore, all these tripartite ambitions should be held together. Ladies and gentlemen, after more than 100 million COVID-19 cases around the world and over more than 2.2 million people tragic death globally, safe and effective vaccines are beginning to be distributed. Multilateralism in disarray over the past 4 years looks to be making a comeback with the inauguration of Biden administration in the United States. And the urgent need for climate action is being recognized. But to truly synergize peace, prosperity, and partnership into brighter days, we must do more to leave no one behind. We must not only build back, but build back better and build back greener. Global problems require global solutions. Sustainability, anchored with solidarity for each other alongside cooperation, innovation, and collaboration across borders and seas, must drive enhanced progress forward on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Climate Change Agreement. In this regard, gender equality and empowerment of women and youth must be central to our recoveries from this pandemic. Fair and equitable access to vaccines need be ensured for all, including refugees and immigrants, and the just transition to net zero emission and a dynamic green economy should be guaranteed. Above all, this pandemic has made clear the greater need for prioritizing the global health and well-being of all the people and our planet, not only today, but tomorrow as well. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I firmly believe that we can create the future we want, one that is driven by well-being, sustainability, and opportunity for young and old, men and women, affluent and poor. I know that we can achieve this. With your uplifted actions, we can ensure that everyone, everywhere, truly participate in and benefits from the promises of the 23rd Agenda and the Paris Climate Change Agreement. On behalf of the GEEF 2021 Organizing Committee, my deepest appreciation once again goes to each and every one of you for your active participation in making this forum such an overriding success. I sincerely hope that our GEEF 2021, though limited in time, limited in number, limited in information or knowledge, will be helpful in our further engagement, further actions all around the world to realize the future we want, a future where our planet and our people can live in sustainability. I think that is the moral and political responsibility for those people living in this century. Let us work together to make this world better for all. Again, lastly, I thank you for your attention and ongoing partnership towards the construction of a more peaceful, sustainable, and prosperous world. Thank you very much.